Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonation radio show. Welcome. I'm the chief host, the Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me Collar Thanos. You can call me the Ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, as you will see tonight. Like I said, I've been called a Ringmaster for many years because I attract a circus of deadly clowns. So, like I said, I've been besieged by deadly clowns last year for years going on, right? They're like little Laputians. When I'm like Gulliver, they're little Laputians, right? And you just have standing around me. I can see their faces right there. I can see Michael Wale's face, and only people 1776. They're all little tiny Laputians standing on me. I'm chained down and whatnot. They got this giant called College Genesis chained down. And they're like little Laputians sticking me. Change your opinion, Collar. Change your viewpoint. And they're poking me and screaming, and I wake up out of a cold sweat, sleep. Lord, why am I being antagonized? Why am I being terrorized by these little Laputians? And you people out there do nothing. You people out there do nothing. I just basically do all I can to love my people and deliver the best content and everything like that. But yet you guys let these little Laputians attack me, and poke me and prod me and trigger me, and I was like, what? So I was saying to myself, what the hell is all worth, man? Does anybody appreciate the work I do or not? It's just sad. But like I said, we're gonna go through the show tonight. What's up, Abraham? That's somebody that's on my side right there. Much love to the UK, my UK brother. What's up, Mari Shy? How's it going? This is the College Genesis, aka Collar Thanos tonight, aka Collar Rumble. Because we like the rumble on this platform. Now, let me tell you something, folks. When you have a topic like the road to, that's one of my series. The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. Let me tell you what my series themes are. I started my first theme was self hate in Black America and the African American community. My second one was called Sacred Cows, and then I had another one called Hidden Hand of Confusion. That was another theme, and I always got a theme that I do like subsets of it, displaying it in different situations. My favorite is the enemy within. You guys know the enemy within. I have many different enemy within series, whatnot. I wrote many blogs on the enemy within. So that's my favorite. And I have Road to Hell's off the page with good intention. I have no real theme tonight. I just want to talk about. It's just a road to hell. So I'm gonna talk in general. I don't have a specific topic because if I talk about Black America, people gonna say, "Colin, man, you're gonna have people like Four Righteous in here." Are gonna accuse me of siding with Africans and throwing my people at West. You already got people thinking that I'm a tether, that I'm from the Caribbean, I'm African, whatever like that I'm not African American, Black American, whatever. Then if I talk about Africans, oh, Kala, man, don't talk about Africa. They ain't did nothing. Or they'll be like, we Africans ain't do nothing. No, I ain't saying you didn't do nothing, but Africa's a mother continent and people are screwing up. So I gotta talk about it. But people, I'm reluctant to talk about Africa because really people come at me real hard, man. Africa is a freaking man. See, it's just funny. I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to help. I want to see Africa get better. But even if I just give constructive criticism, people take like Michael Owali, take it as I'm friggin' coming at them and whatnot. That I'm like, how dare you? How dare you give us advice, Kala? How dare you complain about our plumbing situation? How dare you complain about our open sewers? How dare you complain about our fraud, waste, and abuse and everything like that? How dare you, Kala? You have no right. You're an unworthy Black American. You're unworthy of kata. So I just leave it alone for the most part. I only talk about Africa when I absolutely have to. So make no mistake, I don't enjoy talking about people because people start getting angry with me and they hate me. I don't want to be hated. I want to be loved, man. I want somebody to friggin' hug me and love me and say, I want people in the chat room saying, Carla, we love, when will we start seeing that? Carla, we love you and whatnot, Carla. I want the Africans to love me. I want the Black Americans to love me. I want the Caribbeans to love me, But goddamn, But maybe I have, my intentions are good. But then I should take my own medicine and understand that the road to health often paved with good intentions. I have good intentions, but maybe I'm leading people down the primrose path to oblivion. So we'll examine that tonight. Is Kala leading people down the road to hell with my good intentions, or is he doing that? I examine myself tonight. Sometimes I gotta reflect. Am I the right person for the job here? I believe I am. Maybe somebody could tell me tonight that I'm not the guy for the job. I'm nothing but an egotistical blackneck Geechee from the South and whatnot. That I'm nothing but a black KKK Klans. That's what they call me, a black KKK Klansman, bigot, racist, whatever like that. Homophobe. I'm like, damn, man. Why do people keep telling me, what's wrong with our title? The road to hell. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't fix it now. Okay, you guys get the picture. Hold on, I can't fix it now because it'll like this. So you guys get the idea. The whole hell. I mean, freaking these stupid things with this. Thing. I don't think I can fix it. Hold up. I don't think I can fix it. Road to hell. Let me see. I think I can. Hold up. I hate these stupid spell check things. I can't stand them. If you can't spell, stay off the damn internet. Why everybody else got to suffer because a few people can't fucking spell? Hold up. Save changes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Donald. I don't need autocorrect. I can't stand that. They be messing me up. You know. So I don't need autocorrect. I wish they would get rid of it. You should be able to turn autocorrect off, on and on. For the idiots that need it, let them have it. People who don't need it, who people like me and how to spell, I don't need autocorrect. So they always get it wrong. You know. Baruti, my African immigrant brother, who wants to train, Rudy has good intentions, but Rudy wants all African Americans, 400 years of the best civilization, culture among black people, the most advanced group of black people on the planet, right? Black America produced more authors, contributed so much to science, the development of this country, the development of the world, the impact of black Americans have on this world, right? But he wants us to erase all that to become primitive Bantu Ubuntu people in sub-Saharan Africa. Like I said, this guy's crazy. This guy's a nut. And I'm saying to myself, yeah, that's right. I did meet Burundi one time, on Brian's show. He's an African guy. No wonder he thinks like that. I said because at first I thought he was mentally ill. How African American just like then I realized he's coming from another country. He wants to change us. You don't come to somebody else's country saying we're gonna change you. If you don't like Black America, Brody, then you gotta leave Black America alone. You gotta go back to where you come from. I got this over here. I know my people. I know my people. We're not changing shit. Simple as that. We ain't changing nothing. But yeah, man. So yeah, now could we adopt some things from Africa, absorb some things in our culture? Sure, ain't no harm in that. But fundamentally, we're not changing our identity. We can't change your identity. You know? Yeah. So it is what it is. So, God damn, Caribbean Africa now do African Americans. Damn, we can't catch a break. Uh, I didn't say anybody did nothing, Kwame. I just started off. I'm talking about Baruti's fruity, goofy ass, talking about his Ubuntu stuff, I'm like, man, you can't just take Black America. Why would like Baruti to take his Ubuntu and start with Haitians? Start small and then think big, you know? Show what you could do with people from Bahamas, Barbados, Haiti, Jamaica, try your Ubuntu out on all these other people from Grenada and all these other places. Like, try that. You don't go to the most advanced group of black people on the damn planet, right? and it created the only African American, the only Black almanac is Black America, right? We have our own history, our own institutions, and everything, and say we're going to erase all that and replace it with some primitive sub-Saharan culture that we left hundreds of years ago. It don't work like that. We gain nothing from that. We don't go backwards in life. We go forward. When I first started doing this, right, I thought we was all on the same page, man, because I had believed the idea that Africans built civilization and they were intelligent, and there were Nigerians out there that were educated. So I said, man, it's gonna be a cinch, man. If we get the Africans together and the Black Americans together, we're gonna build Wakanda. We're gonna build a new city. We're gonna build this, that. Boy, was I fucking wrong. I was wrong. I'm still arguing with Africans about the need for fucking indoor plumbing and sewage, stuff like that. Goddamn, I argue with Africans the fact that I think every society, before it buys an airplane, before somebody has a limousine, before somebody has a Mercedes Benz and a big mansion, everybody should have the basics. Every person should have all the basics of life. If you can't guarantee everybody the basics, then there's nothing to talk about. There's really nothing to talk about. You're not sincere, about anything. I don't trust people who don't believe the average person needs the basics. Michael Lawale says Black Americans are spoiled because we can't live without running water, electricity, and all those things. God forbid if you say, something, I can't live without electricity. Our world functions on electricity. I couldn't do the show if I didn't have electricity, Yeah. Well, that's good. Good for Mali. Good for Mali. Hope they do something with those fighter jets. I would much rather see Mali build factories to feed his people, than fighter jets. That's what I would like to see. Mike Olawale, that's your boy, Kwame. That's your boy. Like a lot of these people that come over here are mentally ill. Mike Olawale is mentally ill. He has mental illness, and I bring it out. Just like 1776, he's mentally ill, And the more these people talk to me, the more I think I know I'm right. I'm right. So it is what it is. A lot of these people are mentally ill, man. The road to hell is often paved with good intentions, right? I'm the friggin' ringmaster, and I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, right? What you don't want to be is on my good deadly clown. Michael will be crazy sometimes. He makes good points. Well, Mike's crazy most of the time. He's fucking nuts, man. He's a nutcase, man. I've never seen anybody so fruity and nutty like him, man. He's just full of nuts, You might as well call him a nut burger, It's like, damn, weirdos, nut burgers, and what? Tell you what, man. So I'm glad, this is it's at the end of the month. I'm taking a hiatus from this. I got a lot of work to do and stuff like that. You know what primitive means? Primitive means prime. That means mediocrity. That means basic. That means no advancement. We come from a highly developed civilization, Baruti. Most of the things what we do, we come from a literate culture. Most of everything, thoughts process comes in Black America comes from a literate freaking time. The topic tonight is the road to hell is often paved with good intentions. I'm gonna play a clip from brother Malcolm X in a minute. So bottom line is this: African culture, as you put it, that will work if we're still hunting and gathering, But we come from a highly developed civilization, right? We cannot freaking go back. We can't just give up all our education and everything like that to go run in the fucking jungle with you and whatnot, and throw spears at elephants and shit. That's what you want for us. You can't build no civilization, So it is what it is, man. I try to talk broody, man. So you say when you come to Black America, you got to come correct. I thought Bruno initially was talking about building what I was talking about building, futuristic society and everything like that. He's talking about going back to us living in huts and hunting and gathering and shit like that. No, I don't think so, man. You just wasting your time. Why do people want Black America to do that? Because simply a lot of these people are just jealous of Black America's success an achievement. They don't think we deserve all this. They're like, how come they come from countries that are fucking poor and backward and underdeveloped? They think that's what we should have. No, it don't work like that. For everything that happened to us in America, well, at least we got something out of it. We got something out of this American experiment. It ain't perfect, whatever, like that, by no means, and everything like that. But we got something that everybody wants because everybody's trying to come here. So I'm not a South African. I don't like. Well, I don't know how I sound like a South African. I'm just saying that a lot of these people are complaining about us. They want us to change, but I said like so. Why is it that none of these countries, man, that always tell us that, oh, we gotta be part of? Is that only thing we're deserving of is poverty and underdevelopment? You never see somebody with an advanced country saying, Black America, you should come here and build with us. It never happens. As soon as they get a little development or something like that, they try to hoard it to themselves. But when there's poverty and filth, degeneracy, and we come over there and be poor and ostracized, no electricity, no food, no anything like that. Oh, come on, Black America, join in the African festivities, share the poverty, let's share the poverty together. No, I don't want to share the poverty with you. So, but people, when people are doing well, oh no. Like they talk to those girls in Rwanda. Rwandans are feeling themselves a little bit. What do you think about Black America? We don't like them because they're going to ruin our country and whatnot. Yeah, a country that 30 years ago, like 1 million people died in genocide. But we're not good enough to go to Rwanda, according to these females and whatnot, because they got a little something. I mean, they got a little bit of development. They're doing well. So when people are doing well, suddenly they don't want Black Americans around. No, Brazil's not the biggest Black population. Black America is. It is what it is. So earlier, it's Ghana. They're saying invited citizens. No, I have not seen that. Ghana is undeveloped. So is Nigeria, Senegal. All these places you talk about are really underdeveloped. Most of Africa is underdeveloped. They're not freaking you know developed to the point where they can employ people can get jobs and stuff like that. That's what I mean by developed. Not a couple of roads and bridges. That means they don't have any industrial infrastructure. You know, a Chinese person born in San Francisco can go to Singapore. He can then dip off to Indonesia, Bali. He can go to South Korea for a little while. They building a new city. He can go to Malaysia. He can go to Japan, Tokyo. He can go to Hong Kong. He can go to Macau. Tell me when to stop. And he's gonna live a high standard of living, have a job making six figures, and all these other business making six figures in all these places. There's no equivalent in Africa, because I have never seen an African American go to Africa and get a good job or engage in anything lucrative. Africa is just too poor and underdeveloped. So it is what it is. So Brazilian are genetically and European, yeah. Yeah, but Brazilians are freaking majority of Brazilians are mixed race. And those black people, some of them identify as black. A lot of them are mostly Indian. It's very vague who's black in Brazil. A lot of those people are mixed race or whatever. Like there's only a few real black people in Brazil. There's only a few real black people in Brazil. I was like, all the black population, I think only like 10% are really black Africans. So infrastructure, no. Ghana does not have a strong infrastructure, bro. Ghana's way underdeveloped, bro. Trust me, I know. Kwame here trying to sell Ghana to Black America. I can't stand when people do that. Ghana, but it's not developed on America's level. All these countries in Asia are developed on America's level. Singapore is like any other American city and territory. Japan is way more advanced than America. South Korea is highly advanced. You understand? None of these places in play. Like Ghana has a problem with infrastructure. So all these people are freaking have problem with infrastructure. They're not developed, man. Kenya, and right now Kenya has serious unrest in the country. You see that, Kwame? There's unrest in the country because of poverty, extreme poverty. Kids, people in Kenya are rioting right now in the streets trying to overthrow Ruto. Because of poverty. You know. So look, bro, brother Kwame has good intentions. But the road to hell's off. A lot of Pan Africans have good intentions, but the road to hell's often paved with good intentions. People, and I really thought about this topic today because I sent Bomani a video today, man. I was like, it was a video of somebody said Ghana is about to explode because it discovered some oil. There's no unrest in America. It's just a bunch of illegal aliens. These are people that should not be here. Unrest is when the citizens have unrest. That ain't unrest in America. That's a bunch of parasites that we're trying to get rid of these parasites out of America. So, okay, Bermine sent me this video. No, I sent Bermine a video about Ghana's about to make discover trillions of dollars worth of oil and other minerals and whatnot. And I'm all happy. Yeah, go Ghana. Whatnot, go Ghana. I called Bermine, man, we are on our way, man. We're going to get the money for development. And Bermine said, Colin, man, stop sending me this fake AI shit. I said, Bermine, you're such a killjoy, man. I was feeling good about that. He said, man, I've heard it all, man. He goes, that's fake. Ain't no damn oil discovery in Ghana. I was like, damn, well, one thing, Kwame, there ain't no black people out there protesting. That's I do know that. Black people aren't protesting, so all these people can protest all the fuck they want. Black America's not protesting, Brian says, I had to bring you back to reality. For a few hours, I was feeling good, man. I was feeling good. And Bomani had to freaking ruin everything and whatnot, talking about this is fake, Colin. I was feeling good, man. Some of this AI stuff is like porn, man. AI porn and whatnot. I be seeing AI of even Traore with military stuff, tractors, development and whatnot. They say, yo, man, it's all AI stuff, man. Harvesting all kinds of crops and whatnot, They showed AI, all this stuff. Yeah. And more than poverty. I sure hope so. I'll take Bamine's word for it. He just got back from Kenya. No, that wasn't Bamine said that. That was them kidding. I don't know who the hell that is. No. The poverty. The problem in Kenya is poverty. It's police brutality and poverty. So it is what it is. But I'm saying, I was saying the video that sent Bamani had it seemed like Ghana is about to have discover $1 trillion worth of oil. And they're about to be the richest country on the planet, man. So Bomani had to bring me back to reality that's a damn lie. So you got these Negroes, particularly young Africans, making up this stuff to fool black people in America to come to Africa and whatnot. You got black people packing their bags, going to Burkina Faso and whatnot, and you're going to end up like Cuddy, starving and whatnot, in the middle of nowhere, So it is what it is, Yeah. So it is what it is. Colin, the people in the Mile West don't have get the hell out. Everybody in America had the basics, bro. It wouldn't be, that'll be a scandal. Everybody has the basics. There is not one place in America that people live it's by law. You have to live on the grid in America, unless you live in the outback of Alaska or the tundra or whatnot, 99% of people live on the grid, that's law, That's the law of the land, You can't make that up. You can't. It's not the third world unless you're homeless, And pretty soon we got to do something about these homeless people because you can't have homeless people. You got to have an address. In order for the society to function, everybody has to have an address. They have to know where to go get you if you're accused of a crime or something like that. So sooner or later, they're gonna put those homeless people in an address. Bush meat here, groundhogs everywhere. Yeah. You can eat your bush meat all you want. Primitive people bring here your bush. We don't eat bush meat. I don't eat bush meat. People always got to come to this country bringing their friggin' filth, third world and whatnot. You want to catch rabies and eat all that shit like that. Is it where you can't afford to go to friggin' Kroger and buy a ham? Can't go there in a supermarket and get cold cuts or night. You got to still hunt and gather and shit like that. What the fuck is going on, man? Like I said, well, the whole thing is, I just know majority of Black America ain't with you. You know, they're gonna listen to me. You know, majority of Black people are friggin' are civilized. We don't eat rodents. You know, we don't eat rodents. We don't eat that shit like that. So all you third world people, you gotta take that shit someplace the fuck else. You know, oh yeah, we have savages in Black America too that eat possums. You know, call it enemy to I'm call it as an enemy to what? Zamis, what the fuck is that? I don't know what the hell that is. Americans eat possum. Yeah. Some Americans who are savages eat possum. Yeah, I get that, you know. But bottom line is this, Americans don't eat raccoons. You can't eat raccoons. That's a fucking you cannot eat meat eating animals, you know? So it's like this. So it is what it is. But the bottom line is if you guys you want to eat that stuff, you gotta stay in your own countries, you know? You gotta stay in your own country. You know, yeah, people hunt and they eat stuff like that, but for the most part, you gotta freaking stay in your own countries. You know, it's like, okay, some people eat it. It's like I don't even think they're serious about it. I just want to taste something new. You live off the land or whatever like that. I know people hunt whatever like that, eat rabbits and whatnot. You know, that ain't the normal food of Americans. You know, yeah, I had deer meat one time too. You know, and so the bottom line is, but that's for the most part, that's not the freaking normal diet of the average American. You know, that's not true. Anybody that says that is lying to you. You know, 99% of somebody's freaking life, you know, is eating regular food. 99% of the time, 99% of people, 90% of the time. Do people, like 1% of people, sometimes eat things that they're not supposed to eat? Of course, you know. Americans don't eat wild geese. That's some freaking foreigners come here. We don't eat wild geese. We go to the park and we throw I don't eat pork. We When we go to the park, we see geese out there, ducks. We throw corn and we throw popcorn to the ducks, you know. But I notice when you see Mexicans and foreigners come here, the normal ducks who usually have a normal life in our neighborhoods, our parks and everything, they're getting attacked by Haitians and Mexicans and everybody else from the third world here. Because they gotta do that. That's fine. The average American don't eat fucking wild ducks and whatnot. So it is what it is. But please, let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about bush meat where you savages here. That's the whole thing about having. That's why I wish I had more African American listeners, right? Because I get tired of talking to fucking low IQ people and whatnot. How am I gonna build a nation, man, with people who are fucking primitive, man? God damn, I can't do it. You know. Yeah, no, grilled steak, fish, chicken. That's what we do. Leave that stuff in your fucking village, man. Don't if you're gonna do it, don't come on my platform talking about it. Or I'll block you. You know, all that fucking savage. This is another thing. We gotta accept everything somebody does. Hell, fucking no. We don't eat that shit. We are civilized fucking people. Some people deviate sometimes, of course. If I was out in the woods and I was stranded one night, shit, I would survive too. I eat a possum. I eat fucking eagle if I could. But I'm not in survival mode. That's the other thing you're gonna talk about. I'm not in survival mode. I don't have to go out there and hunt and gather and hunt fucking innocent animals to fucking eat. Now, if I was in that situation, of course, the question to ask you is, how do you come to America and you're still in survival mode? That means what you need to do is go back to your country, go back to your country, and do all that shit. Because in this country, only people who do that for once in a while for recreation, like I know people that hunt that eat buffalo meat. That's not really what Native Americans ate that, but some people try buffalo meat. It's like a delicacy. A lot of people in America eat stuff that's as a delicacy. It's something. Okay, you want to try this, whatever like that. But that's not normal freaking human consumption. You know, there's all kinds of stuff people eat as a delicacy. But it's not delicacy means just delicate. You do it. It's not for normal human consumption. You know. So, geez, man. So people come here, man. Like I said, we like this. Ostrich eggs may be a delicate, but it's never going to be popular like that in America. So it is what it is. You ain't gonna see the ostrich egg, people eating ostrich egg and whatnot. Here we are, stuff like that. You eat too much of it, you'll die. Because nice foods are not fit for normal. I mean, you could eat it if you're trying to survive, but a lot of this food, when not wild animal, is not meant to be eaten uh, uh, by people on any long term, prolonged period of time. If you have to eat, you're like we're still animals. You have to eat if you have to survive. But you can't just say, look, for the next 30 years, I'm going to eat fucking bushmeat. You're going to die. Simple as that. What I'm saying? He goes, white supremacists eat black people. IC3, I got to delete that. Shut the hell up. Don't fucking come on my platform with your stupidity. Get the hell out of here with that. Come on, Florida has a lot of gators. I don't see people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been to Florida. I don't see no gators on the damn menu. Sure, people eat it. Stuff like that. Whatever like that. But I don't see. If you don't see it in restaurants, then it's not fucking normal human consumption. Because the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, regulates what food is served to the public. I remember a couple of years ago, there was a video that was going around viral, right? Of a Chinese restaurant that was killing cats and carving up rats. Remember that? And then what happened was there was a lot of Chinese restaurants that started putting signs, this is chicken meat, because they were basically packaging rat meat as chicken meat and whatnot. So all the Chinese Restaurant Association got together and put up disclaimers. Our meat is actually chicken, blah, blah, blah. This is not rat meat, whatever like that. Because they were making rat meat out of chicken nuggets, out of rat meat, and selling it to places like McDonald's and stuff like that. And the federal government cracked down on it, right? And then a lot of Chinese restaurants started going out of business. It wasn't just COVID, those pictures were going around of Chinese cutting up rats and selling them as steak and the shish kebab, whatever the hell they do and everything like that. A lot of people stopped going to Chinese restaurants. That's why when you go to Chinese restaurants now, they specifically tell you what you're eating, So they specifically tell you what you're eating nowadays, So it is what it is. But we have people out here that want to basically eat rodents and reptiles and shit like that. You want to see an iguana, instead of having an iguana for a pet, whatever like that, you want to put them on a plate and eat it, Gay tail served in Florida. Shut up, Baruti, That's what Baruti wants us. He wants us to go to Africa and hunt and gather, and eat fucking wild animals and shit like that. That's the guy who wants me to join him in spreading his Ubuntu. Now I'll be ruined if I went with Baruti. I'd be fucking finished. Colonization as an ideology finished. Look, colonization stands for civilization. You know, yeah, Chinese food. A lot of people believe. A lot of black people don't eat Chinese food because they believe they're eating cat meat with cats, and dogs, and whatnot. I know Koreans eat dogs and whatnot. Okay, Kwame, I'm gonna block you if you don't come up here right now and show me where you got bear meat in the fucking supermarket. I hate when people fucking lie. Don't you understand that I don't like people who lie? If you're gonna make a point, you come up here and prove it. Don't sit in my chat room saying that shit because people are reading this shit. You're full of shit. There ain't no damn bear meat in the fucking supermarkets, and they don't have deer meat in the supermarkets. Not served. The only thing the most exotic thing you might see in a supermarket is squid, or you might see cow brains, or cow tongue. That's the most wildest thing to say, and that's only in the South. You may have that, right? But you don't see no friggin' that shit in regular supermarket chains like Kroger or anything like that. Yeah, but you got some some redneck supermarket chains like in the South, like Belo's may sell something like that. So it's like this. You told me there's bear meat. Okay, you better prove that or you're blocked for good. So before you come up here, you better prove it, Kwame, or you're gone forever. You know what I'm saying? Snails is fucking nasty, you know? So I've seen cow brains before, you know. I've seen cow brains before in the supermarket. That's about the wildest shit I ever seen in my life is cow brains, you know. Oh yeah, chitlins, pig intestines, chitlins. I've seen that before, you know. All right, Kwame. All right, Kwame, you're on stage. You better show it, bro.
Hold on. Now, Kylie, you could click the link in the back. You could see beer ham meat for sale
Okay, let's speak.
in ShopRite
Okay.
and other major supermarkets.
Yeah, bear meat for sale. Okay, first of all, that's not bear meat for that's liverwurst. Let's call it bear. That's not black bear meat, you moron. That's not black bear meat. Are you kidding me? That's just a brand of what they call it. That's not actual black bear meat. You know that, right? That's liverwurst. You know what liverwurst is? It's like a ham. Damn, Kwame. Yeah, that's the best you could. That's liverwurst, bro. I used to eat that when I was a kid. You know, that's just a freaking brand name. Damn, Kwame, I always gotta teach you some shit, man. You got before you think, before you speak, you gotta think, man. Because I'm gonna
All
be
right, so
thorough. That's
click the
liverwurst.
second link.
Yo, hold up,
No,
that's
click this.
liverwurst, bro.
Okay, I was wrong. I was
No,
wrong. I
okay,
can
okay.
admit that.
So let's see what you got next. You know, ground bear, black bear. Okay, that's ground black bear in a friggin' thing. Okay, Tillman's meat and country store, meat and poultry. Let me look at stuff like that. Beef, you know, turkey. So he says beef, veal, bacon, bison, pork, sausage links, turkey, chicken. You know, exotic meats. You know, cat, bear, black bear, or not. You know, who's this guy like this? You know, he goes. This is some far out bullshit. No,
This is
this ain't no
American.
damn any normal store. This is some exotic shit on that you can only order online. You know? Yeah, I bet you ain't my money. This is probably somewhere in the freaking West, whatever like that. And I know that's not no bear. There's no such thing as bear ribeye steak, bear chuck steak. You know, that's not real fucking bear meat, bro. Bear fucking hamburgers. That's fucking. Are you kidding me, bro? You believe this shit?
Colin, people eat. Keep
Yo,
people
hold up,
eat
yo,
beer
look, hold
meat.
up, hold up, hold up. Folks, let me show you the freaking the thing. This is what he thinks is a bear meat. You know,
Don't
cow.
show the.
Hold on. Let me show you the video. I'm gonna show you the thing. This is cow. You know, here's the first thing, right? You know, black bear. You know, they know black bear. You know, okay, look now, black bear chuck roast. Doesn't that look mighty like a fucking steak? You know, chuck steak. It looks like right like a cow steak. Black bear ribeye steak. It looks just like a freaking regular ribeye. This looks like fucking ground beef.
It's
You
beer
really
meat.
hold it. And in your mind, you really think they cut up a bear and put him like that?
Why not? You don't think people eat beer
No,
meat?
I know. I don't think nobody cut up a damn bear and put him in a freaking stuff like that. It's
So
stupid,
you
you
think
know.
they're doing false advertising?
I don't know what they're playing a trick on you and all like that. Nobody cooks bear. Let me see. Let me Google it. You know, let me Google it. Let me see like that. If you're wrong, you're right, and I will not. I will apologize to you. Okay.
I apologize the first. I apologize first. I pulled
Hold
up the wrong article.
on. Hold on. Bear meat. You know, and bear meat has what you call it carries a lot of parasites. You know that, right?
Yeah, people
It's
still
deadly.
eat it though,
No,
Colin.
no parasites that can kill you. You know.
Yeah, people. It's a guy that did a podcast with Joe Rogan. He was talking about certain deadly parasites in the beer
And
meat, and
so, by the way,
he still
what you
eat it.
call it? Look, I seen a video where these girls, I think it was a African girl, whatever like that. She was eating bush meat, and guess what happened? A bunch of maggots start coming out of her vagina. You know,
Man, I mean, bush meat is not always
bush meat is the
considered.
same thing. Anytime you eat wild animals, you know why we eat domesticated animals? So because we control what they eat. You know, We feed the cows, whatever like that. We put them nutrients when that's called animal husbandry. With
Yeah.
chickens that we eat when not are fed. You know, that's been like that's the difference between civilization and non-civilization. Civilization is you grow your crops and everything like that. You don't pick crops wildly. You grow them yourself, and animals that you eat, you raise them yourself. That's civilization.
Kyla, but it's people in America, in Texas, they eat wild boars, the ones
Well,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah, I know
domesticated.
that, but that don't mean look. That don't mean it's right. Well, I see what you're doing is this. You're practicing a form of white supremacy. If you see white people do it, it's all right. You know,
I
there's
never
white people
said
at one
I
time used to that would practice cannibalism in this country. Is that right? What you're
no,
saying? Hold on. What you're basically saying when you say that, you're saying that because white people did it, it's all right.
no, Kyla. What I'm just saying,
No, hold on. Why would you
to
hold on? Why would you mention people do that in Texas?
because this is a first world country.
Hold on. That doesn't hold up. Just because it's a first world country, right? We have a lot of people that are degenerate. We got a lot of people. We got first world country where we got like 20 million little white girls that do OnlyFans. Is that right?
No, but to kick the
Just because
African
something
vaccine.
happens, just because something happens in America, right? America is not the first world. It's an ideal. It's always striving for the first world. We got people out here that live in worse conditions mentally than third world countries. It's all about what you do. I
But
choose to be civilized, you know?
but
And so
Kyla,
that's a part
what
of America I'm part of. I'm part of the civilized part of America. Then you got people out there that are degenerates, you know? Really, degenerates.
so,
America is everything. It's the first world and the third world all mixed together. America's infrastructure is the first world. That don't mean America's culture is completely third world. Black America used to be third world people, the Geechee people, you know? And then we got cultivated and civilized through education and enlightenment by institutions. See the difference? We
yeah,
gave
Kyla,
up those
but
Geechee ways. We used to do all the stuff like that, eat frogs, eat this, eat that. And then we went to places like New York. We went to places like that, and we cultivated. So we created culture, black culture, and
so
so it's
so
different.
so Kyla, are you saying that third world people is the only people that's buying $60
No, I'm saying no. I'm
deer
not saying
steak?
third world people because not all third world people eat like that. You know, I'm
But
not
but
saying third world people.
but what
I'm
about the
saying
first world
I'm
countries
saying
that
this. Hold. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that people tend to come to America, right? And they don't bring the best of their culture here. They bring their third world shit here, you know, stuff that they don't do in their own countries. You know, they try to act civilized in their own countries, right? But they come to America and thinking, oh, we could do everything because they're misrepresenting their country. You know, they're
Kyla,
misrepresenting the culture they
are,
come from.
are are the people that's hunting deers and bears and cooking and
Hold on.
eating it?
If people hunt deer, right? And I used to hunt myself, right? You hunt the deer. It's for deer hunting is sport. It's not survival.
I know that, but not everybody just hunt
Hold
for
on. No,
sport.
no. People hunt deer for sport. Sometimes and deer meat is disgusting. It's hard to sell it. You know, it don't sell. It's not commercially viable. You know, it's
I,
not so. Same thing with buffalo meat. Buffalo meat is. I have friends of mine that told me. Yeah, I said, man, you live out in Colorado. He was out in Colorado, and he said, I said, I want to try buffalo. He said, no, you don't. They said it tastes like leather. You swallow, you choke on it. She said she was another type of meat. I wish she got what she told me, but she said that actually tastes good. It's tender. You know, I said buffalo meat you don't
so
want.
Kyla, you never heard the term "you sweet like deer meat"?
No, deer meat. I had deer meat. Deer meat is not sweet. Deer meat is very gamey and it's tough. You know. So the bottom line is this: people don't eat it on a regular basis. Now, sometimes people eat it. Sometimes, when I remember one time when we were kids, right now we lived in North Carolina. When I was a kid, for a couple of years, we ate deer meat because we was going hungry, you know. And then it was like I lived with my grandmother, and we was hungry. We had to eat. She cut it up, whatever the hell she did with it, man. It tastes a little better, but for the most part, deer meat's disgusting. She did something, but the bottom line is, yeah, people did that. Sometimes, if somebody comes in, your people are hungry, and somebody gives you deer meat, then you're gonna eat it, you know. But that's
Kyla,
not
but it's
normal.
it's millionaires
Hold up.
and billionaires.
That's not normal human consumption. You understand the difference? You're gonna
I,
eat things in you're gonna eat things sometimes out of necessity. You know, if I was stranded in the woods, whatever like that, my car broke down and I had to hike 20 miles of civilization and whatnot, and I had a gun, yeah, I'll shoot a deer and eat it, to survive, But that's not gonna
Kyler,
be my normal thing.
my whole point is you can't just kick in the Africans back because they eat
No,
grass
look, I'm
cutters.
saying like, look, I'm saying like this. I'd say, look, I all I'm saying is, if you're gonna do it like that, that's on you. I don't disparage anything when nobody say. I'm saying, do not tell me I gotta do it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, what part of that don't you understand?
No,
You
I
could do
don't think
whatever.
nobody. I don't think nobody is
No,
saying
no,
like
I'm saying like this. Hold on. When people in my
recommending
chat
grass
room talk
cutters
about,
to you.
W said wild meat is the best, or whatnot. This is guys that people talk like that are fucking savages.
Yeah, can I get a word in?
Go ahead, Amara.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
Amara, do you
I
hunt and
say, King.
gather, or are you civilized?
Now, hunting, you say it's a sports for the
Yo, hold
rich
on. Do you go out
people.
there? Hold on, Amara, do you chase down gazelles and eat them?
No, I don't chase down gazelles.
Do you
I
eat
don't, I
monkey
don't
meat?
eat monkey meat.
Kwame
I
does.
don't,
Kwame eats monkey meat.
nah, I don't eat
Kyler, I'm a
monkey
vegan.
meat. You know why? I don't eat monkey meat. They say
Oh,
it's a story.
that's a whole the hypocrisy.
No,
Kwame
it's a
calls
story.
himself a vegan, but he's up here defending eating bush meat.
No, it was a story.
I'm
No,
not
So
defending
you
eating
just
see,
say
bush
you're
meat.
a
bushmeat.
contrary. Just say you're a contrarian. You just want to disagree with anything I say. Go ahead.
Not Kyler.
Bushmeat.
I mainly agree with you, but I
No,
don't
no,
think
you're a
this is.
contrarian. Man. You could have left this topic alone. You could say
Bushmeat is
I'm
a
a conscious
sport.
objector because I'm a vegan and I respect you. But you come up here caping for these people and eat savage bush meat, and you call yourself a vegan.
No, I'm an African apologist, so I'm
And
gonna.
so the bottom line is that
Now,
I'm not an African apologist. Africans need
you see those people in the country because I come from royalty, and our village we have different kingdoms around our village. When we go over there, I don't eat. I tell them no. The common thing when most Africans eat chicken, rice,
Kyler, look how
meat,
expensive that deer
meat.
meat is, though. Look how
Listen,
expensive that shit is.
hold on. Let
meat,
Mars talk.
meat. Fish, meat, meat from cows or bulls. You see what I'm saying? Goat is very big in Africa. Goat, eat a goat,
That's what I saw. That's what I saw. Kwame
eat
lived
a
in
goat,
Africa.
a lot more goat, a lot more chicken, and and a lot of that. But that's like gaming.
Hold on,
People
hell.
do that.
I can only imagine what Elvis eats, man. God damn, man.
No, but what I'm saying, when people do that gaming, like one of my cousins, he got a hunting gun. You understand what I'm saying? He's in the village, right? Because on that side of the family, they didn't get educated. They stay in the village. While my dad on that our side, we got educated. We live in the city, but we still family. When they go, they got a hunting gun. They go in, they shoot this, down this game, and then they eat it. They skin it. They they offer me. I was like, no, 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 because your stomach gotta be right with it. It's not something you just jump on. It's just the same thing like drinking water from the river. Your stomach gotta be the walls around your stomach gotta be strong. You see what I'm saying? Sterilized water is different from like water from the river. So once you see people doing stuff like that, just don't jump on it. You
What
see what I'm
country you
saying?
from?
Sierra Leone.
Why are they doing this in Sierra Leone?
Yeah, in a village, in a village, not in the city. In the village, no, in the city, you gotta. It's processed food, chicken, meat.
What
You
about
know,
guinea fowl?
Guinea fowls
nobody
are
don't in
nasty,
the cities. Nobody don't raise don't nobody doesn't raise chickens anymore. That's an old thing, old school. You got a chicken coop. They don't do that. And there's no land for it. There's no everything is processed. Everything that goes through the grocery store and the supermarket. Man, you can hardly find even fruits. You can hardly find fruit trees in the cities anymore. Orange or whatever, and then you got to go to the country. That's why they got it, and it's gonna be seasonal. You see what I'm saying? People can't even things we used to enjoy as kids, having our fruits and whatever. Man, all that's gone. It's all concrete, complete concrete jungle. I'm telling you. You got to go through the grocery store for everything now, every little thing, fruits and meat. So the people that live in the village is two Africans. There's an African that live in the village, and there's an African that live in the city. The African that live a city life does not correlate with the African that live in a country life. You know, when you see people do things, don't just jump on it. They're used to it. I'm telling you a typical story. My cousin, my uncle is the king of our kingdom, but my cousin is one of the headsmen. Man, this dude right here, I goes I goes over there and says, we gonna go hunting, right? We go and go and go way into the woods. Then we they got like camps. You know, like how white people got camps. They got a tent. They don't have
Yeah,
tents. They build like a mud hut and with thatch roof. You that's what you sleep for the day, and then you keep going and going and going. You find another place. They made a mud hut. You sleep there for the day, and then when you're done, you get a day's food. You bring it over. Man, I was in one of them huts, man. Man, I was passed out, sleep, bro. I just heard a warm thing near me. I felt it. Then the thing was just sitting there because I like to snore because that's entertainment for them. Guess what that was? A boa constrictor, a snake. Man, I woke up. I seen that thing. I ran out the door. I was like, bro, it's a snake in there. My cousin was like, everybody looking at me crazy. The whole hunting because we do party. You know, how like the white people have a hunting party. Like all the men go in there, everybody takes a role. Who sleeps for the night? Who watch out? Who does the watch out for the? You take turns sleeping because we don't want nobody to attack us or nothing like that. So somebody watches at night. Somebody sleeps. Somebody, somebody go get water. Everybody got their role. That's how it is in our society. So I ran out the door. I said, man, look a big old snake in there. Everybody freaking out. I'm like, what? That's what you scared of? I said, yeah, because I was laying down there. So they said you like to snore. So that's entertainment for the snake. He was sitting there enjoying the whole thing. But to them, that's normal. That's normal activity. Just because they do it and your family, you didn't grow up in that. Don't do what they do. Plenty times I don't subscribe to none of that. They go there bringing monkeys. They go there bringing uh, different monkeys. Then they go in and they might hunt for some kind of bush animal. Some a porcupine. It's a
Yo, let
porcupine.
me tell you something.
Yeah.
Last year, I'm coming back from Nimba, right? Nimba County. I'm in Bong, and this crown lady was carrying a friggin' monkey on her back, man, to the market, right? First, I thought it was
Uh,
a little kid, man. I was like, God damn, man. That's what I realized, man. I'm in Africa, bro. I'm in
yeah.
Africa,
In the
yo.
in the country they do that. They still keep in
Oh
the
yeah,
villages.
man. I was in Bong County coming back from Nimba. A lady
Uh,
had a friggin' a monkey. She was carrying on her
yeah.
shoulder back. I was like, damn, I'm in Africa, yo. This is real.
Yeah,
That's what
but
you Africa,
you
yo.
know what it is? You're gonna see in Africa, you're gonna see everything. You're gonna see city, and then you're gonna see country. You know, because the thing is, like particularly like Sierra Leone and Liberia, a lot after the war, a lot of people moved in. The big cities are so congested now. Too many people moved around the big cities. The villages and the small towns don't have that many people.
And the problem in Liberia
Everybody's
is a
in.
lot of people brought their village ways to the city.
Yeah, yeah,
So
no, you're gonna change. No, they're gonna change you. Believe that. They're gonna change you. They're gonna make fun of you until you change. From the way you speak to speaking English to going to school to wearing shoes and clothes and all that. But you're gonna be part of the city. You're gonna be part of the city. They're gonna clown you.
let
That's
me get
what.
Elvis on. Let me ask Elvis if he ever had monkey meat. Elvis, have you ever had monkey meat?
No, Carla. I left Liberia when I was 10 years old.
So
I
you
didn't
tell
have a
me that's
lot of
old enough.
things.
You tell me you never had monkey meat. You didn't have a monkey hand sucking on the bones. They mother and boil monkey parts. They eat or not monkey feet, whatever. You didn't eat that shit.
No, Colin, I didn't eat that.
Yeah, all right, okay. Just asking for that Kwame. Kwame is trying to justify bear meat and whatnot and everything like that. Look at this picture right
I
here.
never.
I'm trying to tell him this does not look like friggin'. It looks like regular steak. I could be wrong.
It's
I
bear
could.
meat.
It's not bear meat, bro. That's not bear meat,
It
bro.
literally says that in
Well, the
front of
one,
you,
hold on, the
Colin.
first person you put up was liver. That was liverwurst. It was just a name to bear.
Okay, I was wrong, but
Black bear chocolate. That's just
This is
hold on. Look,
actual bear
hold
meat.
on, hold on, hold on. Black bear chocolate don't mean it's actually bear. It's actually just it. That's not bear meat, bro. That
They're
looks like regular
literally
steak.
giving you different cuts of the bear, Colin.
Yeah, yo,
Ground.
look, look.
It says ground bear meat. It literally
It says
says,
ground black bear. They don't say ground
yeah,
black meat.
black ground bear. So
It
what
said
you think
black
it
bear
is,
chuck steak. Well, steak is actually beef. You know that, right?
Colin? It is
Yo, hold on,
they
hold on.
have
What is steak?
cauliflower
Hold
steak.
on.
Steak is just
Hold on.
not
What is steak?
beef. Um, I don't know the actual
Well, how
definition,
come they
but
don't have
steak.
a name for it then? If it was bear meat, how come why they call it what we call chuck roast? That's steak. You know,
Colin
chuck
it
steak
literally
is
said
steak.
black bear.
Ribeye
It's
steak is steak. Ground beef is ground beef. You telling
so
me?
where does it say
I
that's his
say
beef? It
okay.
says it's
So in
bear
other
meat.
words, you gonna tell me these burger patties right here? It's actually bear burger patties.
Yeah.
Kwame, man, stay off
What
the
is so
internet.
hard to be? What
Hey,
is
yo,
so hard to believe?
stay off the internet, man. Stay off the internet.
So just prove me wrong, Carla. If it's not beer
Yeah, no,
meat,
I'm just saying like this. I don't know what this website is but stay off the internet, bro. Yeah,
it's a exotic. You can see the
it says
different
a
poultry.
country store. It
Ca-
probably there's all kinds. It's probably some place that basically, if it
Carla, how
was
about
true or
you?
not. But I guarantee you one thing: it ain't on there. It's not on there. It's nowhere in anybody's country
Carla, how
in
about
every
you pick?
thing.
How about you click on the exotic meats and the different meats and poultry so we can see what else
Let's
they
say
offer.
exotic meat, black bear, alligator. Let's see the alligator. Let's see alligator. Are we sure that's real alligator? How do we know that's real alligator?
So it's not people that eat
I mean, hold on, I
alligator
don't
in
see. Look, how
America.
do you know that's real alligator? But how do you know that's real alligator?
I don't think they doing false advertisement.
You saying? Let's say about exotic birds. I bet you watch everything looks like a chicken. I guarantee you. Watch this. Goose. That looks like a fucking chicken to me, don't it?
That's the biggest chicken I ever seen.
Yeah, that's a fucking chicken, bro. A turkey. That's a chicken or a turkey. Ain't no fucking goose, man.
Kyle, why is it so
You
hard for you to
saying?
believe that
Oh,
people
hold on. Okay.
eat bushmeat in
A
America?
peasant. Let's say a peasant. I guess I think.
Now I
Man,
know people eat alligator meat,
that
like in
looks like
Florida.
that looks
They
like
eat
two chickens
alligator.
to me. That like two chickens to me, man. You're being played, bro. Let's see what an ostrich looks like. Let's see ostrich.
Ostrich,
Ostrich egg is
Hold on. You
kind of
see,
ostrich. That's
ostrich is
out there,
big.
like in Uganda.
Ostrich is big. Hold on. That looks like steak right there. How's ostrich look like? Got brown meat. White meat's supposed to be white.
Yeah, you get.
Kyle, I guess you never seen how
You know what I'm
ostrich
saying?
look.
Duck. Say duck. You know. Let's see like this. Duck. That was still looks like a fucking chicken, man. Duck fat, whatever like that.
Looks could be deceiving, Kyle.
I don't know, man. I don't know, Kwame. I think you're being had, man. I think you're being had. Elvis, Collar really a bigot? What? Elvis, do you think I'm a bigot, man? Am I a bigot? I'm a bigot. Let's see. You know, why he's making reports on us to NSA. With Elvis got Richard Swift. He's civilized now. Right. Elvis.
Kyle, I'm very appalled that you acting like you never heard people eat these different animals in
I know that
America.
and there's people that eat fucking everything on this fucking planet. That don't mean it's normal, you know.
Well,
Yeah, and also, what you did was qualified by saying white people eat it. That means it must be good. White people eat the most
no,
weird
Yeah,
shit.
I
no,
mean,
but because you was kicking the Africans back in.
Kwame, I kind of agree. I kind of agree with Colin, bro. I don't think every meat is good for consumption for humans, right? A lot of animals that carry diseases,
Wait,
they're not properly
wait,
treated.
Elvis, did
They
you
eat.
hear Elvis? Did you actually hear the argument first?
Yeah, but you're defending
No, no, I didn't
eating
hear the
bush
argument.
meat.
I just
You're
joined the
forgetting
show, but I'm
the
saying
meat
as
part when you
Africans,
go vegan.
a lot
No,
of
what I
meat.
hold on.
I know
Let
people
me
eat it out of
clarify my.
necessity because they don't have other options.
Yeah, if you eat out of necessity, of course,
What is eating out of necessity? What do they eat out of
Elvis,
necessity?
my initial statement was you can't really kick in Africans back and saying this is a third world type of thing when they literally eating bushmeat in America, the most
Well, people eat it
technologically
here
advanced
No,
instead of
but
first world
bushmeat.
country.
Listen. When people talk about Africa, Africa
I'm
out
going
there
by the
now.
definition of bush meat is any
Yeah, but
meat that's
Africa is
consumed
out there
that's
now.
not
It's not a lot of
domestically
woods,
raised.
bro. Africa doesn't have a lot of woods anymore. It's too much building. So these animals are moving further and further away out. They need a lot of forest. You talking about 20 years ago type shit. It's so much construction going on, and so many people. The African population is multiplying on and on and on. They're pushing. I'm telling you, the places where I used to go, where there were woods and woods. You actually see as a kid. You see the monkeys hopping on from trees to trees. I go for miles. I don't see no tree. Houses, more factories, houses, all types of shit. Roads, people just build them, sprawl. There's so much of that going on that there's no wood. The woods are diminishing around the big cities, man. You got to go deep, 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 deep. Whatever forest is there, deep. That's what the animals need. They need a lot of wood. They need a lot of forest for them to survive. As soon as you start building and cutting all those trees down, they keep moving farther and farther out,
Oh
farther and
wow,
farther out.
they
And that's
even
all
sell
over
duck
West.
fat.
What?
Part nah, I was part. Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot of man. I went back, man. If so much building, I've been all throughout the main cities. I went all the way to the Liberia border, Sierra Leone, Liberia border. Man, these guys are building all over. They're building so close to the water, the river, the Mana River. I don't know if you guys know the Mana River. The Mana River that goes through Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Yeah, right there on the border.
Man, the governments on both sides are kicking motherfuckers off. They bulldozing motherfuckers because they're building all the way into the banks. When it floods, you understand what I'm saying? People's houses get swept. Man, the building that's going on, bro. It's
Kyler,
unprecedented.
Kyler, did you read what Mari Shaw just put in the chat?
Well, versions of this market in the chat. My mom had bought some stuff a long time ago. Really don't eat much, but in Ohio, deer state. Yeah, I'm sure. Look, I'm not sure places that people eat. It was like a delicacy. You understand the difference, Carly, when something's a delicacy, not like the uh, 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 necessity and whatnot. And so, and Marara's right, man. He goes, there's city life and there's village living like they're eating
Yeah,
that out of necessity. They're trying to
yeah,
survive.
I'm not. Well, if I'm advocating anything, I'm gonna advocate people to go vegan. But my whole
I'm
point
saying
is
so. Bottom
you
line,
can't
so
just
even
kick in
though,
Africans
well, hold
back.
on. What I'm saying is this: so, and when you talk about this, black people already got things like poor health and do issues with diet and stuff like that. Why would you encourage black people to eat stuff that carries parasites, diseases, stuff like that? And
When
also,
did
let
I
me
when,
tell you
when did
something.
I ever encourage people
Hold
to
on, hold
eat
on, hold on. Let me
bushmeat?
say something about bushmeat, whatever like that. Africans, they live on a continent, right? They have a certain immune system, you know, to eat certain foods and whatnot, and they basically won't get stuff. Just like me, I almost died of malaria, right? Where the malaria, where the Africans, they know how to shake it off, whatever like that, because their body's different.
no, sir. No. I don't give you that. That malaria, they gotta come up with a new strand. It's evolving. The medicines are evolving because the malaria it evolves. It beats the immune system. I'm telling you. As soon as the
Malaria
medicine,
is no joke, man. Malaria is no joke. I fear that every
but
time I
I'm
go over there.
telling you, when you see Africans get used to that, no, it's not a one size fit all. The thing it mutates. That's how the
Mal-
malaria does because
sickle cell,
it gets.
sickle cell.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
the bottom line,
sickle
we talk
cells
about
help you to fight off malaria.
And so
Yeah,
okay,
it's trying to help
Malaria,
you fight off malaria.
the medicines that they got like 5 years ago, 2 years ago, they're gonna come up with new type of medicine because the thing mutates. It's mutating. It's an evolving thing. So don't say the Africans whatever because
so
you
typhoid,
can say
a lot of food,
you
a
can
lot
say your immune.
of food, a lot of food in Africa contains. You got to cook it really well, or it tastes typhoid. That's a form of getting malaria too. Typhoid, you
No,
know.
no, 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 no. African food is well cooked anyway because it's a lot of boiling. You gotta cook. It's
You
thoroughly
better boil
cooked.
that food. Real good.
No, what I'm saying, when they cook, for example, a typical food between Sierra Leone and Liberia, we got a lot of food in common. Cassava leaves or potato leaves. Those like spinach. You see what I'm saying? Like cassava leaf is kind of toxic if you don't cook it well. So the process of cooking is you gotta boil it over a long period. When Africans prepare the food, it takes a long time to finish. You see what I'm saying? Because it's well done. It's not an American microwave dinner type shit. No, we don't. That don't work. A microwave dinner, TV dinner, hungry man, you toss in the microwave, da 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 da. You come out, boom, you eat. No, this got to be done well. It got to be well done over a long period of time.
No, I think I no. I meant typhoid. You know, typhoid.
What you
That's
talking about? Typhoid, malaria.
yeah. So
No,
people like that typhoid malaria. Yeah, I don't know what
yeah, but it's
typhus means.
all
No, I
that.
meant
But
typhoid.
African food. Well, what I'm saying, African food is well done. It's not from the food. The malaria is a different strand. You got four different malarias. You have the jaundice malaria. You have typhoid malaria. Then you got basic malaria because the malaria is
I had
mutating.
caught typhoid malaria.
Okay, it's mutating. That's what I'm trying to say. No, but even the Africans over there, is involved with. They're doing a lot of African countries are getting on research right now that because the malaria is mutating, which is just unique to Africa. The drugs they had 2 years ago, they got to update the drugs. That's how it is. It keeps mutating. That's what I'm trying to say. So you won't say that the African is immune to that because after a little while, the drug it doesn't work anymore. You got to come up with a new brand, on and on and on and on. It's an ongoing fight. You see what I'm trying to say? So even when I
Does
go home, I
does
take shots.
Amara
You take
remind you of Ahmed?
who?
I'm
Who?
asking Kala if you remind him of
No,
Ahmed.
Amora is actually he lives the continent. He knows what he's talking about. I know Ahmed's a good kid, but you know
You
he's
living there right now, Amar? Or are you back in the States?
No, I'm back in the states. I brought my son. My son got some medical issues that I need to bring him over here for. Yep.
yeah.
So
Ahmed is just
so
he gonna tell
yeah,
us about
but
the
But
American.
I live over there because I got we got family farm in our village, in our kingdom, and outside of the city, right outside of Freetown. We got large land right there that I gotta supervise. So I'm on there, then I got a bunch of other little businesses all over, partnerships with other people. We do a lot of group economics.
You go there and start shaking people down for your cut, right?
No, no, no. We got to do group economics. This is what we African men do because we got a lot of financial responsibilities. Like Carla, you got a good business. Can I get a 10% stake, a 5% stake in your business? If I run into 25 people like that and get 5, 2, 3% stake, that's money coming in. When the business, a lot of money coming in. A lot of people got like $5,000 here for me. It's $2,000 here for me, $700, $800, different businesses, man. So, yep, that's how we do. But United States, like for my son's disease, United States used to have spent a lot of money on government scientists, you know, and Switzerland also. Those are only two places that can really take care of my son, and it's costing me a lot. It's a lot of money. But we don't have Africa. We just have the key medical care. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to like specialized, when it's not commercially viable, you just do it because you want it available. It's not a lot of way you got to come overseas. You know. So, but I'm telling you, the mutated system. My sister-in-law is one of the big health. She's a doctor. She's a medical doctor. She's one of the big pioneers over the advising the president. You know, when she brings down the chart, it's the malaria is mutating in the African body. You gotta always come up with new brand. The jaundice is the worst of the malaria. The jaundice is almost fatal. Then the typhoid, you can knock it out. You know. Then the basic, you can knock it out. Yeah, but all that comes. You see, all that education is education in the city, because in the city, that's why they say they always they do like America now. You throw leader anywhere, it's $1,000. Over there, it's like $50. Otherwise, you're going straight to jail. Leader, because you got all these open containers where these mosquitoes can breed. You know, you have open SeaWorld. Now they close all that SeaWorld. All the SeaWorld is all sealed up. Now the roads are all paved up or whatever, because when it rains in West Africa, that's why malaria sits in West Africa, because it's in the rain belt. Like in West Sierra Leone in particular, is the number two wettest place in the world or something like that. It rains there more than any other place in Africa. I think number one or number two. The whole
Well,
region
I
of West
can't live in
Africa.
Liberia because it rains so much.
No, but the whole region of West Africa. And right now, in August, right now, but it's raining over there like crazy. Right now, you go over there, it's raining like cats and dogs, bro. So that's the thing right there. So you always is water everywhere. Water, water, water. That gives the mosquito space to breathe and stuff like that. That's why the thing is there. So I mean, you gotta have we had grassroots efforts where we go in and seal all the potholes. We seal all the, all the open seawers
Hold
are all
on,
sealed.
Amar, let me get back to the topic. I'm gonna bring 77.6 up, but I'm going to crush him tonight because I found a video of Malcolm X. Basically, it's exactly what I'm talking about: good intentions and stuff like that. And he talked about being in your own truth. And like I said, and my campaign now is like I'm always saying, although I'm happy for everybody 4th of July and whatnot, but I can't understand how there's some people who can't understand that this is not our damn truth. And Malcolm X breaks it down the best way. Let me show you what Brother Malcolm had to say. Let's back to the topic. Say let's see what Brother Malcolm had to say. Hold on,
Tools used to rob.
hold on. There you go. Hold on. Come on, play.
They say, calm down. I say, wake up, because truth is not polite. It doesn't sit down. It doesn't cross its legs and whisper in corners. Truth shouts. Truth confronts. Truth shakes the table. And truth has always been the most feared weapon in the hands of those they tried to silence. You've been told that asking hard questions is dangerous. You've been told that unity is radical. You've been told that love for your people is hate for another. But understand, they only call you extreme when you are effective. Don't be fooled. They want you quiet, not because you're wrong, but because you're right and bold enough to say it. They want you distracted, not because they care, but because your focus is power. And when you focus your mind, your voice, your unity, they tremble. You are not poor. You are not powerless. You are not what they said you were. You are the child of struggle and strength, born from centuries of survival, standing on the bones of those who refuse to bow. And if you speak truth with clarity, with courage, and with consistency, you become unbreakable. The time for fear has passed. The time for silence has ended. And the time for truth.
He says Malcolm X versus grassroots is a powerful speech. Why did he take heed to it? He's talking about people like you who believes the white man's lies. That's what he's talking about.
without
Yeah,
apology. Now, stand tall, speak loud, and never ask permission to be free. Truth is the only weapon of the oppressed. It is not violence, not rebellion, not riots that first break chains. It is truth, pure, unfiltered truth. The kind that pierces through illusions like a blade through silk. The kind that doesn't beg to be accepted, but demands to be seen. When you are oppressed, you are taught to believe in lies. Lies about your history, lies about your identity, lies about your worth. They create a world where you see yourself not as a builder of civilization, not as a thinker, not as someone born with greatness in your blood, but as a problem, as a burden, as less than what you truly are. These lies are not mistakes. They are deliberate tools, tools used to rob people of their power. Because if you control what a man thinks of himself, you don't need to chain his body. His mind will keep him in place. This is why truth becomes the most dangerous thing an oppressed person can hold. Not guns, not money, not even political power, but truth. Because once you see the truth, you can never unsee it. Once you know who you are, you can never go back to who they told you to be. Truth
thank
reawakens
you.
the spirit. It resurrects the pride they tried to bury. It exposes the lies in their education, in their media, in their religion, in their politics. It is the great equalizer. Because the moment you embrace truth, you no longer walk with your head down, you walk tall. Because now you understand you are not less. You were never less. You were lied to. Truth doesn't need permission. It doesn't ask to be accepted. It doesn't wait until it's popular. In fact, it's often rejected, attacked, and ridiculed. But that doesn't change its power. The oppressor fears truth more than anything else because truth is the beginning of resistance. Once truth is in your hands, silence is no longer an option. Comfort is no longer an excuse. You begin to see your condition not as fate, but as manipulation. You begin to understand that the struggle isn't just physical. It is psychological, spiritual, intellectual. And you begin to fight, not just with your fists, but with your mind, your voice, your choices. There are people who will try to silence the truth. They'll call you angry. They'll say you're divisive. They'll accuse you of spreading hate just because you speak with conviction. But truth doesn't hate, it corrects. Truth doesn't divide, it reveals what's already broken. They say, why can't you just move on? But how do you move on from chains that are still on your wrists? How do you move on from lies still being taught to your children? Truth doesn't move on. It moves forward. It clears the fog and demands clarity. And clarity is power. Most people are not free because they don't know they are enslaved. The chains are invisible, woven into the language, into the culture, into the very way you think about yourself. And that's why truth is not just a tool, it is a weapon. When it shatters those chains, it breaks the spell. When you speak the truth, you are not just talking, you are resisting, you are healing, you are building a future where your children will not have to grow.
Well, that was just a little bit of Malcolm X. I'll play some more later. But
Yeah, that's right. The truth is the biggest weapon, man. What you seen,
and that's what
you
I
can't
that's
undo.
what I do. I tell the truth, And all the lies out there and whatnot. I'm trying to destroy it. So
But
the truth.
as Pontius Pilate told Jesus, what is truth?
No, no, no. There is truth. It's not relative. The truth is the truth. The truth. Let me tell you something, brother. There's two types of things. There's the pretty lies and there's the ugly truth. You know what the truth is? This is from the jewel from the College Genesis, right? A truth is never pretty. Most time it's ugly. The truth is violent. The truth is tough. The truth makes you angry. The truth upsets. The truth unseats and unsettles and whatnot. But you should know the truth, and the truth will set you free. You know, once I knew the truth about how the world is, I set myself free. You know, so I don't have to listen to nobody telling me lies anymore or whatnot. I don't want to listen to lies anymore. I know the truth. So when people like this, if it's not the truth, we're not like if 1776. If what 1776 mindset was the truth, I'd rock with it because it would be apparent and be revealed to me and be irrefutable. You know, but it's not. There's too many lies. For it to be the truth. Does that mean that we all just say whatever like that? But no,
This,
it's just like when
this
people
country,
say that they try to cover up history and say, something, this has been the greatest country in the world, blah, blah, blah. Black people in America are just lazy. They live like that. That's a lie. That's a
what the
lie.
Yeah,
truth
that's
is,
no, 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 no.
what the
Black
truth
people are not
is,
lazy.
America
Black
has
people
the
are not
most black
lazy.
millionaires and
Hold on, hold on,
billionaires in
hold
the
on, hold
world.
on. That
That's
doesn't
the
mean
truth.
Black people are not lazy. You know
hold
why?
on.
I'm gonna tell you this as an African. One thing I learned, you know what I'm saying, over 28 years, black people are not lazy. They just don't settle for less. The white man has a way of bringing in, when they say minimum wage, when the black man wants to be like, hey, I could do a great job, but you got to pay me right. Instead of doing that, they bring Mexicans, they bring us from Africa, they bring, you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
To settle for minimum. That's what the problem is. That you see this Trump guy, you know, when they say he's racist and whatever, but there's a side over here that's really I like because it's gonna be some relief because all this talk about immigrants coming over here, they're getting the job, they're taking this, taking that. Now, if he cleans all the immigrants out of here that are not supposed to be here or whatever, let him do what he got to do. Whatever got to be done is got to be done. Okay? Then it's a reset.
and
Now let's see how these companies readjust because now they're
it's
gonna pay
already
more and they're gonna pay
it's
people what they want.
it's already paying dividends. I've seen a lot of black people on construction sites. I've seen black people paving the highways here in Maryland. So it's already paying dividends, man.
But it's also good for us, bro, because now I can look my black brother in the eye and be like, okay, I didn't come here to take your job. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm
Yeah,
not here around here to take your job. Now you can get what you deserve. Now we can have love. You know what I'm saying? You're a brother. I'm a brother. We can have love, and there's nothing in my way. You're not in my way. I'm not in your way. Now they're giving you your due, what you owe, what they owe you. Now every the labor they try to make it cheap labor. Okay, I understand that because you come from a third world area. They come in. We come. Minimum wage is big to us. It's not big to y'all. It doesn't. It's not enough. Cost of living too high. But now it's a reset. When they do a
like
whole nother reset,
like I
then
said,
we can really have a different perspective.
one of the most beautiful thing about this country is the manifest of Pan-Africanism, because this is the only country on earth where you have Americans, Caribbeans, Africans all living in peace. You know, so that dream of 1776 is an eternal dream.
But that has
That
nothing to do with 1776. That has to do with our ancestors. We have laid the foundation of people like Marcus Garvey, people like Edward Wilmot Blyden. We have many people in our culture that laid that
but
had nothing to do with 1776. It has
but
everything to do
that
with the
that's when this
resilience of
country
our
was
people.
found. That's the year the greatest country in the world was founded, 1776. You
Yeah,
know,
well, but
you
that has
can't take
nothing to
away
do.
from that.
America, oh, America is one thing. Black America is a totally different thing.
Yeah, but we're all one tribe, the
We're not
Americans.
one tribe. No, we're not one. That's a lie. We're not one tribe. White people are doing their thing. Black people are doing their thing. I'm more closer to somebody like Amara than I am with a white American. Because we're the same race. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's just melanin. But I'm
No,
saying,
it's not melted. It's a spiritual connection. Him and I been to the same country, same region and whatnot. We ate the same foods. We come from the same. My ancestors come from Africa. His come from Africa. I believe we got our future together. We're all one people. I believe that. I believe Black people, African Americans, and Africans are one people. I cannot say that after 400 years that we, with white America, we are, because they don't want to be with us. Simple as that. They don't love us like that. So the bottom line is this: you guys talk to your white friends, and tell them why you guys have so much hatred for Black people, and then if they want to be brothers and whatnot, they come to the table of brotherhood. But the bottom
but
line, no one's forcing white people to be brothers. They're the
What
only people that
but
don't want to
as
go to the table of
Booker
brotherhood.
T. Washington said, we can be separate in all things, but in times of national defense, we
No,
form a
no, it don't
fist.
work like that.
You
It
know,
doesn't work like
but,
that.
but the
You
white
can't
people,
look.
this is a
You
white
can't just say
Eurocentric country, bro.
when they need Black people, we got to rally behind the flag. But at most time, they're gonna treat us like shit. No, it don't work like that. That's not.
Yeah, this is
no,
a
no,
Eurocentric
nobody
country.
treats you. Nobody treats you like shit.
No, I'm not saying
The
no American
narrative, the
want us.
narrative out here, bro, is a Eurocentric country. The
America has
black people don't have no
transcended.
say. Black
America
people don't
has
have no say.
transcended its dark
No
past so many
minorities
years
have a
ago.
say.
Let me give you an example. 1776. I knew you were gonna come up with this nonsense tonight, right?
We
So
we've
I'm gonna
trans.
play it for you. Okay, look. Right now, I'll play you a sad, very sad situation that's going on in America. Sad situation.
Kyla, I gotta step out for a little bit. I'll be back.
This is
All right.
how this culture is devolved, you know? And it's a sad situation, right? You heard about those girls that are missing in Texas, right? In the flood, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now there's black people on TikTok, right? It's causing a big stir saying, why the hell do we care about these little girls? That's a racist camp, whatnot. I'm glad they're missing all that. So white people are really livid, you know?
Nah,
Saying,
those
how
are
dare
trolls.
you
Those,
talk
those
about
are
innocent little
trolls.
girls? Hold up, innocent little girls, which they're right about, right? But at the same time, I want to ask a question. What if these black people are going through where their hearts have become so hardened and stuff like that? White people, their racism, right? Their racism that they've been putting out here for years, right? It's finally now white people are really upset. Why had they no empathy for us? I remember when Hurricane Katrina happened, right? Instead of people saying these people are suffering, they ostracized the black community, Oh, when George Bush turned his back on the president of the
There
United
was a
States.
lot of first responders during
No, no, no,
Hurricane.
no. George Bush turned his back on the people heard. It was only when things got real bad with the media they decided to do something,
And what about Texas? Texas opened their
so,
arms and
that's not nothing. I'm saying they went down there and there were people on roofs and everything like that. No one gave it that. And I wouldn't say you talk about the rescue mission, which was good. I'll talk about the attitude of the thing. They said Hurricane Katrina, seeing black people on TV, resurfaced racism again. Racism on the rise again because of the. So in other words, black people suffering triggered re-triggered racism, which had died off during the 9/11. There was all this unity in America after 9/11, all Americans. And they said what ended out that goodwill after 9/11 was Hurricane Katrina. White people started becoming more racist again because they were angry that black people were suffering in
well,
Louisiana.
I categorically disagree with you
That's
on that.
exactly what they say, You know? That's exactly what they say. So what I'm saying is about these girls right missing right now, a lot of black people still remember that, like, well, we had a flood and hey, nobody gave a damn about us. When I remember Kanye West said it, he said it best. George Bush don't care about black people, And that went all around the damn world, There was black people suffering and dying, and everybody was moving. It was slow to move to help them in Katrina, And so
And,
therefore, nowadays you got black people talking about what the hell are we making so big about these missiles? And these are little girls too.
yeah,
That's
but
what's
that's a sad thing. You shouldn't say something like that. That's a
Hold on,
sad situation.
yeah, but it's a sad thing. But the bottom line is this: these are packed black people who's sitting online here, just in Texas. There's this one chick that's
It's
going around right now talking about a
probably
race
right.
war. You got that one blonde chick that called Mark Lamont Hill the N word on Pierce Brosnan. You got all this stuff going around when white people are becoming more and more racist with that. But black people see it, just like black people freaking angry at Africans and Caribbeans for talking smack. White people black people say, something. We don't give a damn about these people. Why would we care about these
Why
kids?
would you say something? Why would you say something like that during a tragedy? That's just
Well, the
immature.
bottom line is this: that's what I told you. That's what I'm telling you. So when you tell me that we're all one people and not, that's a lie. You know, that's where we're at right now in this country. The hatred is there. You know, and I'm just trying to tell you. You think I'm the cause of it? I'm saying that
But
hatred out there is there, and it's
but like
seething in black. I've
like
never seen black people like this in my life. The
like
hatred is there.
Jada Kiss says, love overpowers hate by
Oh
two.
yeah, well the
You
bottom
know,
line, that love, that's really gone, There ain't no love no more, it's gone. White people, they decided they one who made this their bed, so they gotta lie in it. That's the
oh
truth,
man, we've transcended our dark past. We're
You know,
moving.
I, oh, well, explain why black people are freaking laughing at those kids dying in Texas.
That's a sick person. Anybody who could
Oh no,
laugh at somebody.
there's a lot of black people going around. A lot of black people like saying, "What the hell
This is
cares
this
about that?"
probably socialist, Marxist.
Oh, ain't
You
no
know,
social mark. These is ordinary black folks saying, "What the fuck we care about these white kids out there and whatnot? Who cares about them?" I don't agree with that, but I'm just
yeah.
trying to tell you that's the mentality that we're at right now. That's America right now, 2025. There's nothing but hatred.
Y'all roasted me in the comments
You know.
by not having no shirt on.
Okay, so it is what it is.
I just
Who
think.
have no shirt on?
But what's the topic of the show for real? Hello.
The topic is the road to hell is often paved with good intentions, right? I believe you have good intentions, but the road to hell is often paved with good intentions. You may have good intentions with your zeal for America, 1776, but that could sometimes lead to damnation. That's all I'm saying.
But like Steve said, this is the safest place for a black man in the entire
Oh,
planet.
really, really,
So it's a place
so
where a black man could succeed.
tell that to George Trayvon Martin's family. Tell that to for Landon Caesar. The receipts are there, man. You know.
Hey, but yeah, those was horrific tragedies that
And the
should
bottom line, and
never
also
have happened.
those deaths were celebrated. I remember when Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman got off. There were white people out here in Virginia Beach that were
But
party George Zimmerman parties.
Zimmerman, I think, is a Cuban. I think
Yeah.
he's
So
like.
the bottom line is, but the bottom line is he was embraced by white America. They raised millions of dollars for
Hey,
him.
but what do you think? What do you think is going on in Chicago, man, with all those killings? You think that's
Oh
like a
yeah,
psyop
so
or?
black people. Not only is black people killing, white people killing black people, now black people kill each other. So tell me about this being safe. So America is just a dangerous, violent place for black men altogether.
Like I don't look at Chicago and Memphis as being part of the greater black community. I
Well,
think
it
that
is. It
uh,
is. The bottom line is this: when something happens in Memphis, it, it permeates throughout the whole entire country. It might as well be there.
and
So it is what it
then
is.
then they said they're banning rap on the carnival ships, and it's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: what it is white people have black fatigue. They're tired. White people are tired of black people. Black people are tired of white people. That's what's going on, right? So you come in here telling me how great of a country we got it. Nope, this country is unraveling right before your eyes, man. It probably won't last another 20 years before it all divulges into chaos.
I rebuke that.
No, but it's the truth though. You can read all you want, but hold your side, the white people side, as long as they think the way they do, as long as they think they're superior, as long as they think they're better than everybody else, that's exactly what it's gonna be.
But
Whether you want
nobody,
to or not. You
if
guys
you
don't want
read
white man don't want to give nothing up. He
if
wants to
you
keep
read the Declaration of Independence, it says all men are created
it
equal.
doesn't matter.
You know,
But
we're all equal.
the same people who wrote that had slaves in chains, had the black man in chains. You know?
But I'm saying the only thing that makes someone superior is their intellect.
Those people had chains on a whole entire nation of black people here. So we got to disregard that altogether. So,
Like that video you showed last night, it says 10% was free.
yeah,
You
well,
missed
I
that.
don't care about the 10%. Majority of black people were in chains. That's the thing. No matter how you try to spin that. The more majority of black. Not only that, Andrew Jackson, he was so wicked, right? One of his slaves escaped slavery, right? He basically almost quit his career to hunt down this slave that all he wanted was freedom, right? And bring him back into slavery. And he
Mm.
was at a point that any slave that escapes, there'll be federal funds to recapture slaves, and he was one instrumental in pushing the Fugitive Slave Act. You know,
Yeah, but like
that's
Lincoln said it.
that's what you
Lincoln said slavery was the original sin, but we have transcended that
a sin that has never been.
through the blood that was shed in the Civil War.
America has never
It,
repented for that sin.
the blood that was shed in the
Hold
Civil
on,
War
that no,
was an atonement for that sin. You
America,
know,
they were fighting for their country. They have never atoned or friggin' basically apologized. They don't think they have anything to apologize.
even Bill Clinton, he apologized. You know,
The bottom line is this: they never came up with reparations for black people or anything like that. They
yeah,
never
that,
gave
that
us our due. When they could say slave, when you apologize to somebody, you make it right. Yeah, they never made that right with black people. You know,
but I
Rock
mean,
just mentioned that the hatred consumes America, but encourage hatred, bigotry toward. No, I don't encourage hatred, and bigotry toward other black people. I'm saying the hatred is already out there. You got Africans coming over here in America with hatred in their heart. You
but
know,
Africans only really make up what, like
well, I don't care, but
3% of our.
they make up 90% of people talking shit online. And that's what does it.
I
So
mean,
they would say there's like black people fourth, fifth, yeah, fourth, yeah, 3/5 of a four fifth, 3/5 of a man.
It
You
really
know,
never said 3/5 of a man. It said 3/5 for representation.
no,
It never
three
said
for
you was.
all of the purpose. In other words, what that all
It was
that
for
meant, all that
They
meant
never
was
said that
people.
black men were 3/5 of a man. It was only for representation.
Hold up. This is what the problem is, right? And people don't understand this, right? There were black. Everything was done on a state level, and in fact, when the Constitution was written, there were some black people who were considered citizens and voted in places like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and eventually New York and places like that, right? And then basically, they got full, the state those states because of their black population was able to get numbers and representation, and the southern people states counter by saying if blacks, whether free or not in the north, are counted as for representation, what about our thing? Then the constitutionalists say no, that's different because those are property. They can't be counted as, oh, you mean like the blacks in the north who are free, right? So the compromise was it's 3/5 of a person. That means you're 3/5. That 3/5 voting power and
Can you
thing
hear
to
me?
offset all. It meant it only meant to offset the advantage the North had because they had large numbers of free blacks voting. You know, that's
Can you
all that
hear
was
me?
there for. You know, go ahead.
Like I was saying, and I was kind of like thinking about this. I think the founding fathers, believe it or not, had some type of psychic powers to look into the future and see the change that was going to happen because they
No,
never mentioned race.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I
They
think
never mentioned race in any document,
no, they were smart enough to embrace because
because
if you
like I
basically
said,
make it your race in the document like South Africa did, then you have the grounds. If somebody has a grounds to change it based on you could all the Constitution is legal verbiage. If there's no legal verbiage mentioning race in there, then it can't be changed. They ain't because they love black people or that.
no, I
You
didn't
can't
say they
change what
love.
does not exist. You can't
I
change what
think they
does
just
not
had the
exist.
foresight. I think they had
No,
the
not because
foresight
they
and the
were so
psychic
good.
powers. I really think they had a vision of the future, man. The
I don't
founding
think so.
fathers.
I don't think so. I just think the fact that it just happened, like everything we have in America is by accident. Because if Lincoln had lived, black people wouldn't even be in this country right now. Lincoln was going to ship all black people out of America. Had he lived,
Yeah,
you wouldn't even be here, bro. Right now, you know
yeah,
that was his
man.
plan to ship people to the Caribbean, Liberia, anywhere outside of there. That was a general agreement among all white people in America that black people had to go.
And
The
that
only people
may
that
have
wanted
been
to
a
keep black people here was Southern landowners who needed black labor. And then the idea was they wanted to use Irish labor and maybe people like the British did. They brought people from India to work in place, just like in Jamaica. They replaced black labor, slave labor, with Indians and everybody else in the Caribbean and Central America. They wanted to do that in America too, you know. But the whole thing is Lincoln was assassinated, and then next thing you know, they decided to have Jim Crow, and we stayed. That's it. That's nothing else. It was a complete accident. Had Lincoln not been assassinated, black people would have been out of here. Trust me.
yeah.
That's how
I think
strong that was.
that might have been true.
You would have been in Haiti or Liberia or something like that. You wouldn't be saying you're 1776. You'd be saying something. You'd be singing a different tone, man. If they had that the so-called white man had his way. Kyle, you gonna sit with three? No, I don't believe in reparations, right? I believe reparations is owed, but I'm not gonna do a campaign for reparations now because it's too late. That was up to white people to make it right. Since they never did, now I judge them for that. There's no coming back. They can't even offer me reparations right now because it's too late. You know. But I'm just trying to tell you the hatred
But
right now.
Kyle,
And I don't like seeing.
I think we have to transcend being malcontents, man. We can't go
No, I'm
forward.
not. Bro. I am not a malcontent. I'm not a
I
malcontent. I'm
didn't
a
say
happy
you were a
person.
malcontent. I said we have to transcend being malcontents
Hold on,
and embrace the country.
hold on. Should white people transcend anything? Should they give up anything? Do they need to
What
change?
I mean, you have integration.
No, no,
You
no,
have
no, no. That's not the question. You made a comment that we have to transcend malcontent. I think white people are most malcontent because their malcontent is the fact that they got to share this civilization with people who don't look like them. You know. I didn't. Everyone says, "Do I ban you?" No. Aren't you on the screen? How would I fucking ban you? You're on the screen. The hell are you
But
talking about? You know,
like
in one, you know. But the bottom line is this, you know, white people have not given anything up. You know, they're like they want America to be defined as a white civilization. Okay, I get
but
that. They're the
but look,
majority. Okay,
look,
that's fine.
90%
But they,
of African Americans were employed by white folks. You know, they give us an opportunity to get a job. They
oh,
provide
whoopie do,
education.
man.
They
Yeah,
provide
whoopie do. So
infrastructure.
the bottom line is, so you have this thing where you worship white people. I don't. You know,
No,
I
I,
don't
I
worship
don't.
white people. You
You
know,
know,
you know why?
I
Because you
respect
know why?
all men.
Because no, why? Because I'm employed by myself. I employ myself. I'm on my business. You know, I make my own money. I set my own rules when I don't have to answer to nobody. You know, so there's a difference in me. You know, so and I've always had my own business or
Yeah,
whatever like
but
that. You know, making really good
you're
money. You know.
that's called hustling on consignment. But
No,
the
I'm not hustling
person
because
that runs,
I have a real business with a real office.
yeah, but the
Everything,
CEO
you
of the
know.
business is probably
I have a real I ain't got no nickel and dime business. I got a real business. You know, some of the people who work for me, one guy, I got two agents of mine. One agent is in Belgium right now on vacation. That's how much money they make. And one guy, he's at his fifth vacation this year. He's in New Hampshire right now. He's been to Dubai this year. He's been in the Grand Canyon this year. And where else did Paul go? I think he went to Las Vegas. Now he's in New Hampshire. You know, so I got agents. But I have another agent. She was in the Philippines the same time I was in Liberia. You know, so I got agents, man. My business that we created an agency, right? We're one of the top agencies in my
but
area. We got people making six figures and
your
traveling.
business is
That's the
only
type of business I
possible
built.
because you're in
You know.
America.
But
You
it
know,
doesn't
your
matter. It
business
doesn't
would
matter.
never
It's
have
like
been
you know, look.
profitable.
Anytime if you're a good business person, right? And the country has the right infrastructure and everything, you could do it any place. The system I have, my business one, I could duplicate it. The problem is, you know, and only place I could probably do my business is probably Asia. I would not, and I don't want to live in Asia. You know, if Africa was developed or not, I could take what my business model and I could go to Africa and make this do the same have the same success, but it's not. You know, so the bottom line is it is what it is. But there's
Mhm.
people that you take my business model, you know, my agency model, and go to Japan, go to any place in the world. You know, it ain't just America. You know, there's many places in the world. But for black people, yeah, you might be right. You know, it's the only place I could do this my business in America. But you know, but hopefully one day we want to change that. I want to see Africa develop. So it's too late for me, but people, I want future black people to have an option. You know, that if they don't believe in this country or whatnot, they can simply port over to a black country where they can live their dreams and not have to live a lie. You know, and the bottom line is this. And let me tell you, let me be more frank with you. It's not even about racism. It's about being free. I am sick and tired of being fetishized. I'm sick and tired of being admonished. I'm sick and tired of being admired. I'm sick and tired of people liking me just because I'm black. I'm sick and tired of people lionizing me, looking up to me. And like that. It's too much to bear. I just want to be a free person. I want to be free to make mistakes, free to be stupid, free to be anything. That's what freedom is all about. I could be myself. In
So you
America,
feel like you're
I got hold on. In
enslaved?
America, I got to be this model person at all friggin' times, and I'm tired of it. You know, I want to be free. You know, I'm never gonna make
Nah,
him be a good American. So
but a black man
that's
is
what I'm
supposed
saying.
to be
I'm
circumspect
saying. So
wherever he is,
look. I did everything this country asked of me to do. I was an ops I
and
had no
you're
criminal
reaping the
record.
reward.
I did everything. Look, I did everything like that, but I don't have my freedom. I don't have freedom. I'm
So
not a
so
free
so
man.
you feel that you're
I am
enslaved.
not a free man. You know,
So
people don't see me as
if
a
you're
person.
not free, then you're a slave.
Nobody knows who I am. Nobody knows who I am. They already have it in their mind what they think I am, and I just got to play that role. You know, just to
But
survive.
you're supposed to
I
live
am
for
not. Look,
you.
I am not a free man. You're not a free man. You
Oh, I'm
know,
free.
'cause you're not a free man because you're living somebody else's reality. You know,
Nah,
you're
I'm
not
living
living
my
in your own
reality.
truth.
I'm a free man.
Do
I
everything
wake
you
up.
say, man. You know, before I said the stupid part, you got covered. Yeah, if I want to be stupid, right? If I want to be a failure, I should be able to. You know, if I wanted to be dumb, I should be able to. If I want to be silly, I should be able to. I remember one time I was in Hooters. This was years ago, right? About what year was this? About 2012. I'm in Hooters in Hampton, Virginia, right? And I just happened to overhear this guy talking, this white guy, some goofy looking white guy talking, right? And somebody said he was like making loud sounds, like being obnoxious, right? And he said, as the girl was like, "Yo, why don't you stop doing that?" Blah 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 blah. You sound obnoxious and ignorant, stupid. He goes. Well, I'm white. I'm allowed to be obnoxious, silly, and stupid. That's my privilege. In other words, he would say, "I don't care if he was making these burping sounds or whatever. Just acting stupid, right?" He goes, "I'm white." He goes, "I'm allowed to be like that, because it's a white world." That's what he said. And I overheard that shit, and I'm like, damn, he's right. I can't do what he did, acting stupid and silly and whatnot. And they all sort of laughed. Yeah, you're right. You're white. What's the big deal? You're white. You got privilege or whatever like that. That's not my reality. I gotta act always think, making sure I'm eating right, proper right, because I know everybody's looking at me and everybody's judging me. And I really feel like that everybody's judging me and judging my race by everything I do. I'm fed up with that. That's not living in my truth. That's not the truth. I just want to be. Why can't I burp out loud in public and act stupid and whatnot without being they like, oh, those black people and whatnot? Why can't those freaking girls and people act ignorant on Carnival Cruise and whatnot and not be judged by their race and whatnot? Why can't we be stupid? White people act just as stupid when they get drunk and everything like that. When it was black people, it's a fucking big deal. So it is what it is. Carl Lincoln chastised in 1860s, black leaders selfish. Yeah. Yeah, he was right. Lincoln was right about that. Black leaders didn't care about nobody. We didn't have never had leaders. They only cared about themselves. You know? They only care about themselves. Excellent Corner says, AKA Melissa. You know. Do I know you, Melissa? Yeah, I don't know. I know Melissa. I don't know if that's the same Melissa I know. Are you Melissa? That's partner with us in insurance. That's you. Is that you, Melissa? You know, I don't know, but yeah. So that's the thing. I doubt it. Did you do insurance for a living, Melissa? Melissa, we know looks just like you in the picture. Yeah. Well, so that's the reality. That's what you live just showed up on feed. Okay, you're somebody else. Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I'm glad that you're a listener. I hope I'm interesting. This is the Colin Nation. I'm the Colin Genesis. You can call me Colin Thanos, Colin Rumble. You can call me many things. I'm the chief host of the Voice of the Colin Nation radio show, broadcasting every night,
Hello.
live stream and everything. So that's what I'm talking about. My truth. I'm not trying to live in. I'm tired of living a lie. A lie. So I just put that free. Like I said, that time I go to Liberia is the only time in the world I feel free. You know, I'm not free in America. I'm not. I'm not a free person in
But I
America.
think I think the crux of the problem is you juxtapose yourself with white folks a little too much.
No, no,
You
it's
know
not
what?
just even look, even among other black people, right? I'm not free. I'm not. I can't. It's even worse with black people. You know, the bottom line is this: I got to prove that I am not every black person in public. You got to prove that you're somehow different. You're not an N word. You're not this. You're not a stereotype and everything. Every black person walks around. You can tell it. They're trying to be. I'll tell you a story, man. It was when I first realized this. I remember I was in New York. This is 1989, right? I'm working at this bar, not bar. I worked at this diner called Friendly's, an ice cream shop, ice cream and food, whatever like that. I worked there. I was a cook. We had food on one side and ice cream bar on the other side, right? So I worked as a cook. And in front, you had a counter, then you had the restaurant in the back, right? I never forget on Friday night, it was right next to the movie theater. So everybody came to Friendly's to get ice cream after the movies, blah, 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 blah. I never forget. This freaking black family came in, right? And they were just a typical, this is the new black family trying to make it and whatnot. Oh my God, it was just so cringy. I'm sitting in the couch watching this family, right? had a daughter, a son, a mom, and dad. Right? They basically was so rehearsed. Right? The son said very little. Daughter said very little. They eating the ice cream and whatnot, like all eyes on them and whatnot. They were trying to act so proper when I always felt like saying, "Yo, my nigga, yo, lighten the fuck up, man. Yo, let it loose and whatnot. Turn this place out whatnot." They were just so proper and everything like that. This, did you like your ice cream? Okay, you eat with one hand, right here. The kid made sure they didn't eat too fast and whatnot. They just take little chips or a
So
little dip in
they
their
probably
spoon.
they probably
They
just was
act all
cultured
that
people.
stuff like that because they knew white people were watching.
Now some people are just
So
civilized
they
and
got no,
cultured.
they got no, they like this. And then right next to them, the white family sitting there just cutting up, being free, laughing, acting stupid and whatnot, and the black family just sitting there like, oh, okay. And they were just like all in rhythm. I said, man, our people got to get free, man. We're not free. And
So
so that's what I said. When I think about that, when I see people like you, 1776, you're not free. You're not a free
yeah,
person.
man.
You know,
I
So it
mean,
is what it is. Yeah, that family was sitting there like, and I said, man, this guy looked like he was well to do. He had a suit and tie on. The wife was nice. She was like she's on a church choir. Kids were dressed in their Sunday best and
so
whatnot.
so you making fun of a good family?
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not making fun of good family. I'm just saying that this middle class black family didn't look like they were free. They
but
looked like all the whites were staring at them. White people didn't even
it,
really give a damn. They're in there cutting up because after the movie theaters, laughing and
like I
joking
said,
all
we're
over the
we're
place, and whatnot.
presently in a state of regression, but black people in their right minds are very civilized and very cultured, man. You know,
Yeah, well, so the bottom line is this. So, okay, that's a lie because black people know how to get down. That's stupid, right? But in public or when the white people are looking, we always act all prim and proper because we're not free. We act like that among each other,
like
you know.
hypothetically, if you got rid of drugs in the community, black people are some of the most civilized, cultured,
Yeah, the
righteous
bottom line
people
is
on
black
earth.
people are civilized even with the drugs in the community. But the bottom my point I'm trying to make is we only act civilized when we're around white people.
Nah, that
That's what
I
I'm just that serious.
categorically
We I
disagree
look,
with
I
you.
look, I saw that with my own eyes. I'm sitting there like that's what it dawned on me. That was like
Have
35
you ever
years
heard
ago.
of Jack
You
and
know,
Jill? Jack and Jill, you have high
yeah,
black
we know
society.
that. We know that. But the bottom line is, every black person wants to be seen as one of those black people that they think they know. That's why it's important black people to tell white people that there's black people out there that's not like the rest of them. I'm a different Negro.
Nah,
I'm a
like, see,
special Negro.
I'm not that hard on our people because I know the effects of drugs, like
Hey, I don't think it's
drugs.
drugs, dude. I don't think it's drugs. I know people don't do drugs, and they're still out
Like
there
I was talking to my
messing up.
uncle, he said before 1986, when drugs really hit, black families were intact, man. Up until like,
Black families always had it. It was some black people intact, and some black people weren't. So,
you
but the
know,
bottom line is this: white families were. Matter of fact, when I grew up, right, when I grew up in upstate New York, my parents were together, but all my white friends were all the white people I knew were single moms and or single dads, whatever like
yeah,
that.
that's
And
true.
so the stereotype is the black man is bad as what, but all my white friends basically, the parents weren't married; they were shacking
I
up.
think they
And
said up until 1970s, black people had the highest rates of
well,
marriage
so uh,
in the
so so the
country.
bottom line is this, but so this idea that we gotta walk around trying to prove something to them about marriage and whatnot. When I was growing up, all I saw was black families together. I used to take white kids when I was a kid. We used to take white kids from upstate New York to
But
the city and show them out. I just show them my black family. They would say, "Oh man, your cousins and whatnot. They all got nice families and blah blah blah. Y'all go to church, y'all like that." So they were like, we show them a different side of black America. Say, "Yeah, this is where I come from." They was like, man, we didn't know there was black people who live like this. We took them to the
uh,
city, Queens or Long Island, whatnot. And then we took them to church with us. So it's
but
not
I've
like
seen a lot of order in my life, so the dysfunction.
Abraham tried to colonization civilize me. You're not inherently racist. Yeah,
But
people who are racist aren't civilized. That's what it
yeah,
is. They're not civilized.
you can have white savages, you can have white uncivilized people.
Yeah.
Being
So
civilized is a state of mind,
the main
you know.
thing I'm trying to tell you is the state of black people and white people relationship is at the all time low. So I don't know how
Damn, man,
this is going to play out when
you
I.
gotta get off of TikTok, man.
It ain't over TikTok, man. I'm just trying to show you it's the real life, man. Let me play this video. Y'all can listen to this for yourself.
But Camp Mystic is a whites only girls Christian camp. They want you to have sympathy for these people. They want you to get out of your bed and to come out of your home and to go find these people and to donate your money to go find these people. Now, to say that this is disgusting behavior from a creator is an understatement. She left this video up, and she has gotten it from all sides. Her comments are disabled, where we cannot comment anymore. No one is agreeing with her. We are all disagreeing for very obvious reasons. At this point in time, there are over 70 people that are unalived, deceased from this flood that happened in Texas. There are over 20 missing children. Right now, as we speak, there are people on the ground, first responders, rescuers, life-flighting people from treetops because of this flood in Texas. And there are over 20 missing children. And this woman has the audacity to come onto TikTok and state that putting on your rain boots and helping find these missing children is racial injustice. I don't know about you, but when I saw the news about the flood in Texas, which is happening right now, my first thought was not, oh, what's the race of the children that are missing? What is the race of the hundreds, if not thousands of people that have lost their homes, that are currently missing, that are being unalived, that are losing all of their property right now? I didn't think, what are their races? Because we should consider the color of their skin before we decide to rescue them. Let that sink in. Because she left this post up on her page. She's limited content access for very obvious reasons. And TikTok has done their research. And it just so happens that she's married to a pastor. That's right. She's married to a pastor. And if you ask me, that type of behavior, it's not very godly. But Camp Mystic.
Yeah, that's.
Man, I think that
And I
lady
grew
is
up
an agent
persuaded that was a
provocateur.
abhorrent. Them say
That's
that
an
about
agent
children,
provocateur,
you
man.
know that. But I'm just trying to tell you that's the mentality that we're at right now. That someone who's married to a pastor was the hatred that's been circulating out there. You know, you can't just
You
keep putting
you
out
know
hatred for years and
the left has a
generations.
lot of agent provocateurs that say incendiary things.
You know, so I believe that that hatred is out there. And so the bottom line is this: I'm not making no excuse for it, whatever like that. All I'm saying is, something has to be done about it. So I'm not going to be candy coating this and tell us, oh yeah, we're all living kumbaya and blah blah blah. Well, no, it don't work like that. It's time to start facing some truths about this thing.
Man,
Why
right
are we at
now
this point now where
the
there's black and white people hating?
NFL, the NBA has produced a myriad of black millionaires.
Oh,
We
whoopie
have
do. Hell, look, black millionaires and entertainment stuff like that has nothing to do with the layman, the ordinary social discourse among millions and millions of black and white people. A few people, those people that are millionaires, they all go to the same social clubs.
you have
They all go
Robert
to
Smith,
biddies
Byron
parties and
Allen,
whatnot. They're all in the same category. But the
Robert
average
Smith,
person, like,
Byron Allen. Those are billionaires. Tyler Perry's a
yeah, so the
billionaire.
bottom line
Oprah
is that,
Winfrey's a
that's
billionaire.
good. That's good. See, that's the thing is, you
No, these are
are
just
talking.
people.
Hold
These
on.
are
You're
just people that
talking.
pull themselves up
Hold on.
by their
You're talking. What you're
bootstraps.
doing is you're talking vanity. That's vanity.
No, but
Vanity. You know what vanity
these are the
means?
leaders of the race.
No, there's not the leaders of the race. Who told you that?
That's what people look up to.
Hold on. That's what who looks up to.
You, I,
I don't look.
everyone.
No, I don't. I don't look up to none of these people. And what are you talking about? I have no respect for black entertainers. I don't care anything about them. I don't watch none of this shit. I don't watch sports. I don't know none of these people, And that's how most black people are. Our definitely civilized side was shaped by a mix of European philosophy, colonial agenda, all influenced by those in power. The definition of a civilized side is deeply rooted in racism. Yes, it is. I gotta admit that.
But
Seven said, "What will FBA create their own political party? What political party? Before you can have a political party, you got to have a culture. After you have a culture, you got to have a social construct. You know,
but
you
you
can't
said
have a
we had
social
that.
construct when
You
the
said we
people.
have a culture. You said we have folklore.
Hold on, hold on,
You
hold on,
said
hold on, hold on. When you have a culture, That's our culture is derived from a reaction to the dominant culture. We don't have a culture. Only time I feel culture when I leave America. I feel like, okay, I'm free. You can't have a culture when you don't live in your own truth. You know,
But
I'll call it. Look, see this guy. See
through
this
the
guy on the screen.
synthesis and the
Look, see
amalgamation.
this guy on the screen, Malcolm X. That's who I see as a leader. You know, that's who I see. I gravitate my philosophy. I release it around him. That's my brother. You know, that's a founding father to me. When George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, those guys are not anything to me. You know, this is somebody who means something to me. You know, that's what it means by culture. You know, I'm
But
cultivating what Malcolm X says.
you don't give people the grace to have character flaws, man.
Oh
And I
no, no,
and
it's not. It's different. We have character flaws and basically than outright evil.
these
You
men were
know,
men of their time.
no, they weren't.
They
That's a
lived in a
lie.
time
No, that was a lie. That was a lie because they
they
knew
didn't
better.
really know. They
Hold
really
up,
didn't know
hold up.
right or wrong. They just
They
lived
knew
in that
better.
era.
Why? Hold up. That's a lie because you had white men out there when Thomas Jefferson and George Washington met in a place called Binghamton, New York. Right. This is during before the Revolution War kicked off. Right. And they were basically saying, look, if we win the if we in order for us to be separated from the black man, because during colonial times British treated all of them like subjects, black and white, right? He said in order for us to gain mastery, the whole idea of the American we was the white man, and the white man is God, and the white man's Lord of this land, right? The British, Lord Dunmore and all these people basically considered whether he's slave or indentured or free blacks, the same thing. They wanted to basically create America by which they disenfranchised free blacks, Native Americans, and all sorts like that. Where the English colonies basically had treaties with the Native Americans, something like that. They deliberately said, no, we're going to basically discriminate against black people, enslave them. We're going to kill the Native Americans because they said smallpox blankets to wipe them out and whatnot, disease and whatnot. They did everything they could to exterminate the Native Americans, right? So the bottom line is these people knew what they were doing, and they
But I'm
talked about it.
saying
They talked
you
about
have
this.
to give
Thomas
them grace
Jefferson once
that they
said,
were men of their era.
Thomas Jefferson once said, if they say you keep forgiving and excusing these people, I won't. I'm sorry, I won't. Thomas Jefferson said, all I'd say is when I look at what's going on, with slavery, he said, if there's a God in the sky, if there's anything such thing as a God,
But if
we're
you
gonna
listen to
save it.
Nelson
This guy
Mandela,
knew
he
he
says
even knew that
Nelson Mandela says hate
slavery was gonna send his
destroys.
soul to hell. He even knew slavery was gonna send
Nelson
his soul to
Mandela
hell.
says hate destroys, but love heals.
No, there's
Forgiveness
no love.
heals.
There's no love. So there's no forgiveness for slavery. I can't forgive. Look, if I couldn't forgive it even if I wanted to, because
But
you cannot
why do you
forgive.
have smoke for the Europeans, but you
Oh,
don't
hold on,
have
hold on.
smoke for the
Look, let me say this.
Africans?
Let me say this. You cannot forgive what's not forgivable. What's unforgivable.
You basically almost died of malaria. So you know it was the Africans that sold us to the white man. So why you
But,
have smoke for
but hold up. But it was a white man who basically coerced us into slavery. Because that white man benefited from slavery. I just
yeah,
basically
yes, you can say
I
that, but
choose not to.
you
I
got to
say,
keep
look,
that same energy for the African that
why,
sold you
why would I
that you
say
use for
in
the white
Africa?
man.
Hold up. When I look at Africa, they actually were victims of the slave
They
trade.
were okay. You just said that malaria kills. You know the white man couldn't penetrate the interior of
Yeah,
Africa.
yeah,
You
I
know
know.
it was
Yeah,
the African that made the
yeah,
chains,
but hold up.
made
They
the
pumped
whip,
guns.
and
Look,
caught the slaves.
yeah, they were basically pumping like thousands of guns a month into West Africa. What do you think was going to happen?
No, but the Africans were buying the guns.
Gunpowder, and the gunshots up and cannon shots uprooted slave villages. People would flee for their lives, trying to escape their
But
villages,
the
and that's
African
how they
man
were
had
caught.
agency to say no, not to kill his fellow brothers.
So hold on.
But
Look, if you basically say that you're not going to participate in the slave trade, guess what? That neighbor down the road, he's going to do it, and next thing you know, you're going to be catch. That's what
the
everybody
root
knew.
the
They
root
had
of
to.
that
They
is
had
not
no
having
choice.
black love.
They had, there was no such thing. They didn't have a black identity. Black identity is something that was born on the
Okay,
slave ship.
so you can't blame you can't
Oh, say,
have
oh, no,
energy
say,
for
here we
the
go. You can't blame the Europeans. You
You
say
can't blame the European
okay.
and
So
have
the
smoke
bottom
for
line is that
them,
you say
but
your
you don't have
intentions.
smoke for the
You say
Africans.
your intentions are not good, pure, because you're all the only thing you want to do is defend the
Like
Europeans. You
like
know.
Dave, even your co-host David Hicks said, he says he put the same amount of blame
Oh,
on
that's
the
because
African as he does
is
the
talking about
European. Nobody
talking
told
about
the African to
basically
sell
getting
them.
land.
Nobody told the
Oh,
Europeans to
getting
keep
land.
slavery
That's
going.
basically trying to make for us getting land and whatever. He knows the fact of the matter is Europeans and Africans basically not the same. Look, I'm like
No,
this.
I was watching a documentary.
I moved on from slavery, whatever like that. It happened. I can't do anything about it, right? All I'm gonna say is the best of our days, best days are ahead of us because we have a whole giant
But
continent out there
but
that
America
we're
is
gonna
a
return
real
to and
rainbow
build.
nation.
The only
We're a
thing good.
rainbow
Let me
nation.
tell you something, bro. You don't believe in nothing I say. The only thing good right now is the fact that we still got a vast continent out there that we potentially could build and take over for ourselves. That's the only thing. It ain't America. And the only thing good about America is no one's stopping us from doing it. It ain't nobody in the law saying that we gotta freaking like that's the only thing good about America. We're free to leave. And that's what I love about America. So the one thing about
But
America
really,
is the
really,
fact that
really,
we can
deep down inside, nobody wants to leave
hold
this
on. I
place
want to
called
look.
America.
Oh yeah, look. If you build something better, they will leave. Trust me.
Listen,
They will
man,
leave. There's
you can
already
build.
large
You can.
numbers of black people moving to South Africa. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but why would you leave America
Okay, so
to
because
deal?
nobody wants to
Why
live.
would you leave the
Because
devil you
nobody
know
wants
to
to
deal
live.
with the
No one's
devil you don't know?
people are tired of living a lie. They don't want to
But
live
if
as a
you leave
certain
America
class.
and go to South
Hold on,
Africa,
hold
that's
on.
like going
Nobody
to
wants to
America.
live. No, people are tired of living a second class citizen. They want to go where
So
people
why
look
would you
like them.
leave the American white man to go
Hold on.
live under the board?
Hold on. People, I don't care. The people that are running other East countries look like you. A black
The people
majority.
running South Africa are white
No,
oligarchs.
they're not. No, the people running South Africa are black. And the people that
Okay,
basically tell me they go over there, they say, man, everywhere you look, man, from the airports to everything, you see nothing but black people in charge. Police, everything,
okay,
black people in charge. You
okay,
don't feel that in America. Like when I go to Liberia,
okay,
one thing I like
okay. If
about
you say
Liberia is everybody's in charge. Everybody from the airport to the police, everything, the military guys, they're all black. And that's the
I
best
believe
feeling in the
Liberia,
world.
but not South Africa.
I'm saying that's the best feeling about South Africa. Mostly is black. The police, everything, security units, mostly black. And so the bottom line is, so that's what people say. Black people in America say, I like that. I like seeing that. That if something goes down, at least the people that look like us are the
But
majority.
that's all.
You know.
That's all
And so yeah,
symbolism.
but hold up. But
That's
America,
not
you don't have
tangible.
that. America, you got white people and
We had
white
General
people.
Langley,
Hold on, you got white people, and
Colin
now
Powell.
hold up. White people are freaking basically got backup from Latinos, Asians. They all side with them. So they all waging a race war against us and whatnot. But they want to tell people like you that we're all Americans. No, no. I see them as white people as Americans. As everybody else is either you side with black people, you down with black people, or you down with white people. That's the way I see it. That's what I say. Yeah, let me get Elvis on. Elvis, are you going to talk tonight? Or are you just going to sit there? I think Elvis went to sleep. All right, links in the chat room, folks. Anybody want to call in? The road to hell is often paved with good intentions, and I think 1776 has good intentions, but that's the road to hell. It's
I just
often
think our
paved.
ancestors fought hard to give us the life that we have
Oh, they
today.
didn't fight hard.
And
Our ancestors were abused, slaves, whipped, and everything like that.
Kyler,
So,
like Steve was telling you last night, straight out of slavery, we built so many
but it
towns
had to
and
be. But hold on, everything we built
homesteads.
after slavery was freaking taken from us. Black Wall Street was burned to the ground. Durham was burned to the ground. Wilmington was burned to the ground. So what are you talking about? We don't have no posterity. We lost all that shit. In one generation, all that shit was gone because it was destroyed by whites. They didn't want to see us build anything in their country. Go ahead, man.
Man, 17. Man,
What's
1776, man. What's up?
what's going on, man?
Man, what's up? What's up, man?
What's
Yo,
up? Who's
man, I
this?
got one question for you, man.
Who's this?
Oh man,
It's Ahmed.
You remember my voice,
Oh,
man?
man. Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
Lord.
you remember my voice,
Oh,
man?
Lord.
Yeah, you remember my voice, dog? I know you ain't too
Yeah,
far from me,
yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah,
You,
man.
you close to Delaware.
Hey,
You ain't too
how's life in DC, man?
I wish DC, because DC is owned by two different
You
people,
probably
man.
just left a go-go club on a Monday.
Nah, Google used to be nice until them young boys fucked it up. Google used to be nice until them young boys fucked it up about 15 or 20 years ago.
Hey,
No,
but
seriously, like
yeah,
Google used to be nice.
tell Kyla how many businesses Ethiopians own in DC. You know,
A
they
couple.
probably own like 30% of the businesses in DC.
Nah,
Yeah,
nah,
good
nah,
for
nah.
them, man.
They
DC's a
own some.
shithole.
They own some a little bit. They own some a little bit, man.
So
They
what's
own
on your
Maybe.
mind,
major
Ahmed?
hubs.
What's on your mind, Ahmed?
I'm not really, man. I'm not gonna take too long. This is gonna be short.
Well, go ahead.
Yo,
Go ahead, man.
17, man. When the
Hey, what's
FBA
going on?
opened up their own party, man?
What'd you say?
When the FBA opened up their own political party?
I mean, like Kyla said, for
Nah,
this
nah, nah.
country
I'm
has
trying to hear from
always
you. Now, Carla,
this
man, because
country has
Carla, he
always had two parties, man.
no,
Two
Carla,
parties,
Carla,
man.
Carla is a different type of
I've never heard of a third
FBA.
party in
Carla,
a
Carla, Carla,
thriving
Carla is
third
a different
party in
type of
American
FBA. You the
political system.
typical FBA. I can hear from your voice. I can hear all your lines you be saying for the past a week or two now. You the typical FBA. I'm not sure if you're trying to change your FBA, but you still got that FBA in you just a little bit too much.
Man,
Carla's a
well,
different type of
I can't be
FBA.
something that was created 5 years ago. You know,
What do you mean,
that's
man?
crazy.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
not
listen,
5 years
listen.
old. You know,
17. Man, 1776, right? An immigrant just created his own party. An immigrant that has been here for less than 30 years? He just created his own party.
Ahmed, this is not Canada. We don't have multiple political parties. We
No,
have
my
two
friend,
political
an
parties.
immigrant just created his own. By definition, he's an immigrant. By your
What's the
standard,
party? What's the
he's a
party
tedder.
called?
He's a tedder,
What's the party
and
called?
also he's what's that word? Baby hanger. I don't know what you guys use. I'm just going by your definition in America. An immigrant just created his own party. What's the FBA? Instead, your leader is on social media, battling unnecessary people. I'm just saying that's the power right there. The American Party. Y'all should call it the FBA party. I'm just
Hey,
hey,
you gotta learn
he
the acronym LARP. You know,
what? Which one?
and
FBA?
no LARP.
Oh,
You know,
anyway,
a third party isn't
Hold
LARP.
on. Okay, I'm gonna take a
when
chance to
I'm
let
trying to
this
hear it,
guy
man.
up.
When
Yo,
1776.
Robert, man, put your face on the camera. I gotta see what you look like. I can't see your face,
1776, man.
bro.
Please answer my question.
All right, that's
Please, man,
big,
answer
bro.
my question, man.
Hold up,
A third party
hold up.
isn't feasible.
Let me get this guy on. All right, Robert, what's on your mind? Hold up, bro. We'll get back to you, man. Yo, okay, Mr. Robert, man, speak. Hello. Okay, you gotta speak, or I gotta get you off. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, goodbye. The fuck out of here. You know? Fuck out of here.
17, man. Please answer my question, dog. Please answer my
I
question.
told you a third party isn't feasible.
What do you mean it's not feasible, man? Y'all about what, 40 something million people in this country, man? Come on. Y'all not 5 million people, man. Y'all,
1776, man,
come
is
on,
tethered to
man.
the white
I need
man.
to
You
know.
know, he likes taking L's and whatnot. You
I
know,
need to
he's an
know,
L.
man.
I'm gonna call him L 1776 because he
Because I know
chooses.
Hey,
Carla is
Kyla,
not in the
when in
same shoe
United
you in.
States
I know that for
history
sure.
did we have three parties?
Well, who
You know,
no?
you
Hold
have
on.
that
Well, it
little
depends
green
on what your
party.
goal is. A
You know, you
third
have the
party.
green party. They don't put no
Hold
senators,
on. A
no
third
congressmen.
party's only purpose of a third party is gathering political, because what happens is one of the two major parties is going to try to court your voting block. You
I
know,
think
that's how you
I
do it.
think
You know.
you know the third
So
party is
therefore,
just to run
if black people
interference.
did have a political party, right? Third party, let's say you had like 20 million votes, right? They're like, you could swing every election. You know, that's all. You know,
Of course,
Yeah,
you know
100%,
you're not going to
100%,
win.
the
You're
100%.
not
third
going to
party
win.
just runs
100%,
interference.
man.
You
That
could be
is,
the deciding
that
vote in
is,
every election, but you won't do that because
yeah,
you're too scared to confront white people. You know.
one day Diners asked me, what's the best option for black folks? I just tell him straight up, independent. It's either independent or use or some type of extra party. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to get nothing. And then the biggest mistake, he compared Obama to what's that stupid ass Congress person down in South Carolina.
You
All right, I'm
keep
gonna hold on.
acting
I'm
like
gonna
we're
let this guy.
separate from this country.
I'm gonna let this guy one more time.
We're part and parcel of this
All right,
country.
all
We're
right.
sewn into the
Hold up.
fabric of the
All right,
country.
hold up. Robert Mann, go ahead and speak.
We're part and parcel.
Bro, Robert Mann, go ahead and speak. Yo, bro, you can't be on the program. You're not speaking.
He tell him take it off of mute.
You gotta take the thing off of mute. He's off of mute. He's not speaking. All right,
Okay,
you all.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
What's on your mind? Yes.
Okay, caller, how you doing? You a sucker, nigga.
Yo, look. So is that the best you could do? Is that your best? So what am I supposed to be scared of something like that? See, I'm a sucker, nigga. See, like I said, the nigga, this is how he ran. Scared, coward ass nigga. I'm a
What
sucker.
grown man
Nigga.
talk like that nowadays? If
I
you're a
don't
grown
know.
man,
He's a
you
clown. Like I
speak like
said,
that. Something
hold on.
wrong with
That's
you,
why I
man.
said I'm a
Something wrong
ringmaster
with
in
you.
a circus of deadly
If you're a
clowns.
grown man, you speaking like that, man.
I'm
Something
a
wrong with you,
sucker,
man.
nigga. You know what I'm saying? So the
It
bottom line is
sounded
this.
like a sounded like a 1970 black exploitation movie.
Yeah, it's something like I said, man. The bottom line is the ringmaster. I let everybody up. I give everybody a chance. I'm the ringmaster. My circus of deadly clowns.
Yeah, but Carla, man, if you're a grown man, you still talk like that, man. Something ain't right with you, man.
Yeah,
You a
I tell
sucker,
you,
nigga. When not, oh,
I'm
geez, man.
telling you
You really hurt my
when
feelings, man.
when we
I'm
regain
gonna
our
go off in
right
the corner
mind.
and cry now.
Yeah,
Tyler, you
17,
a
man.
sucker, nigga.
1776, man. When will that party be formed? I'm trying to know. Y'all been
It's
here
never
since
going to
what?
be formed,
15
man. We
something,
have
man. Come
two
on.
parties in this.
An
We have
immigrant.
two
Listen,
parties
listen,
in this
listen, though.
country: the
Listen,
Republican
though.
and the
An
Democrats.
immigrant just created his own party because the last 4 to 5 or 6 years now, y'all be hanging to this immigrant thing. Come on. An immigrant just created his own party. He's an immigrant. He haven't been here for more than what? Less than 30 years. So he's a
So,
hitter. Come
so
on, man.
what's the goal? What's the goal of a
1776.
third party?
1776, man. Y'all missing the point. Y'all
I'm
been
a
talking about
registered
immigrant for
Republican. There ain't no
years,
need for no third party.
man. An immigrant just came and created his own party. Come on. Y'all were 40 million people in this country. Bloodline. Come on, man.
Listen, but
Y'all
we're
40
not.
million.
We
Come
don't all
on.
share the same interest.
Oh my God, are you kidding me, man? And then y'all come to social media and tell us about how America is like a racist country, this and that, this and that, this and that, this and that. Y'all tell us that.
I told you
Come on,
America is
man.
not
It was
racist.
a
I
fool
told you
today, right? On Dinah's
we've
show, right?
transcended racism.
On Dinah's show, showing off because Nike is owned by a white man, but then he talking about Africans. I was like, hold on. You showing
Like
off
to me,
Nike? You showing?
honestly, in my interactions, I don't really run into Africans that much, unless I'm going like Prince George's, D.C. But where I live,
It's white folks, huh?
Africans like a unicorn. You don't really see them that much.
It's white folks, huh? I get what you're saying, yeah, but please, when would that party be available though? Because I'm trying to make sure up in DC, Congress gonna have
Like
somebody's gonna
I
represent them.
look at Hispanics as a real threat more so than I do any African.
Oh,
Most
Africans,
Africans are just here
Africans
trying
are
to
far
get
away
that
from threat
bag.
from y'all. Far away. We like 2% in this, you know what I'm saying, in this goddamn country. We like 2%. We like 2%, less than that,
Yeah,
really that.
I don't,
The Latinos are like
like
probably like 40% now.
I really don't know where all this
They're
African
about
American
solid
African hate
30% now,
came
man.
from.
Y'all
It's like it
just
all started doing COVID, man. Like
no, it
COVID just
started.
brought.
The thing is
I,
this, right? 17. Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna be quiet a little bit, right?
hey,
The thing
Kyla,
is
when
this.
did all this start? Like COVID?
What, the hatred? I don't know. Like I
Yeah,
said,
like
I just think bottom line is, it started. Me personally, it started when the movie Black Panther came out, right? And
yeah.
black people in America was talking about Africa, and Africans saying, "Y'all don't know Africa. That's fake." Blah 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 blah. And then basically it morphed into people talking about we ain't Africa and Wakanda's fake, blah 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 blah. And then next thing you know, all the back and forth between people like Beyonce and people talking about she's appropriating African culture. Black people in America seeing this shit. Like I told you, those people didn't like us and whatnot. And
But
Tariq
do y'all have a lot of Africans in the Tidewater?
no,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
I don't have a
most
lot. Look, I
East
don't have a
No,
lot.
no,
Africans,
no,
like
no.
I
when
don't
Hold
I
on,
have
hold on,
any
hold on.
Africans in hot water.
Collar, please, man.
like when I go close to DC,
17,
you know,
um,
They know Africans here.
1776 is trying to drift off, man. I'm trying to know when would that party be available, please. I'm
like
trying to know.
I don't
I'm
have
trying
no
to sign
problem
some
with
papers,
Africans,
man.
man.
I'm trying to sign some
Who cares
papers, man.
about
Please.
Africans? Who
When would
cares?
that party be available, man?
Let me get
FBA
Kidola
get
on.
here said
Kidola, hold on.
15
Kidola.
something, man.
Yo, here's a man who has something to say. The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. Go ahead, Kidola.
Yeah, Carl, I think I've been listening to your guys, man. I think I could start from where this the last speaker was saying is this. Dude, you call that guy immigrant. To the white people, he's just a citizen of United States. You know, that white man, that Elon Musk, is far more citizen than even than the black Americans. You know, the only way the white person can dump him is when he after them. You see, Donald Trump is a guy that speak is a populist. What Donald Trump is using all kind of tactics. One side for the white, which he's really into, then is bringing in a little bit the black American. You know, I'm for you too, by this birthright citizen. You understand me? Because he found out the African American or the black Americans does not like the feel be suppressed. So he just playing around, but the real game is playing just to
I got
control.
a story meant to tell y'all in DC.
Hold on. So, so in the the problem is right since Wakanda came and Ghana pull out that pawn. I call it Ponzi scheme. You know, by saying you're of return.
I'm gonna come right back.
You know,
No, 17. You ain't about to go nowhere, man. Please. I'm trying to know
but
the answer.
but that called year of return. Since that year of return, that's when the battle started about we are African and we not. But before then, there was only you know people would say, oh no, it's a comedy. It's a 90s. There was this black. I forget this fat black American guy. If you come to Europe, black Americans when they run their comedy, stand-up comedy, their topic is to these Africans. If they invite them to European comedies, with my stand-up comedy shows, is to talk about Africans. And in that audience is white people. You know, I was in a plane, you know, I was in a plane, this guy, well, blah, 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 was smelling fufu. You know, then you see this African talk, oh, my brother, you know, and Godfrey was also playing towards that category because where I was trending, you know, for their comedy to heat up in some of them, when they brought them to European stand-up comedy shows whereby so kind of like Little Hall, like a bar or something where they put them there. African is what made them trend. But this is African. In there, they're telling you they're not damn fucking Africans. So it's not surprise to me what what Tariq did is Tariq played to the gallery. What was trendy, what was giving him a lot of views, a lot of
Condola.
maybe, yeah, whatever he's trying to promote. But what was trending then? He just jumped in. When
Yeah, but
Wakanda will
Condola.
come, I'm hearing you.
Man, sorry to cut you off. This tension have always been there. It had always been there in a different way. It's just that because of social media and stuff like that, and then everybody wants to give you know what I'm saying, like give their own opinion, and and then all of a sudden from opinion, then it becomes, oh, you talking about me, you talking about my people, you talking about this. Then it went to a different
The
level.
tension was
It
already there.
it
The tension was already there since
it
60s.
been there for years, but it's just as a playmate. You know how something like you joking about somebody and then somebody else joking about you. It's been there for years, for years. I've been in
It
this
been there for
country.
60s. Since,
I mean, I've
since
been in this country for years. It always been there.
it been there for
It always
60s
been there.
with the
Yep.
Africans
It always
when
been there.
when the United States government started allowing the Africans to come and study there.
It always been there.
It's always been there.
It always been there. And then also, it's just I'm not telling I'm not taking it like a shot at nobody, right? It's just the American mentality. the American, the typical American mentality, right? They believe that they are inherently superior than anybody else. That's a belief that their government, their structure system had put in their head. So no matter what you say about certain, black folks in America, they always gonna believe and think that they are superior than any other African race. That's just how it is.
Yeah,
That's just how that's just how it is in their head.
because they
In
never
their head,
believe
they believe that.
they never believe Africa can read and write.
Oh yeah, that's a
Yeah,
lot.
because of what their government was showing to them. You have to understand.
Oh yeah, of course, 100%.
So it's our 50s already. They brought some Africans, I think Congolese. I don't know where the British got the cage them in the cage and some shit was going on. So so for it's not just Black American alone. The whole uh, I can call them maybe African descendants they took from Africa. The way they structure their mind when they leave some of these European countries, right? They start teaching these kids in the school, tango, you're not African. You know, the one in South America, and 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 these blacks in over like Colombia,
Remember?
Chile, and all those places, right? These
Yeah,
guys dance towards this light skinned South American ones. Like, this the one that speaks Spanish. You
of course,
understand me?
of course, of course.
So the other ones, like from what do you call this? I don't know, the Caribbeans. Okay, Caribbean, like the Arubas, the Surinamese, the
What,
Curaçaos.
Dominican?
Yep. This I call them Papamitus because they speak that kind of language, you know. These people also dance towards almost like the light skin type of Colombia or Venezuela type of light skin. The Negroes there are being suppressed heavily.
Oh
You
yeah, for
understand me?
years, for years. That's a heavy racism in
Uh,
South
so so
America that
so
people don't
so
talk about.
so so
Heavy,
so,
heavy,
so the
heavy,
Black
heavy.
American ones you see now is because they become like a superpower in economy. If not that, nobody would have understand their mindset. So so when my dad came over there to study, he already found it like that in 1973 that there was tension going on. You have to understand, my dad did what they call practical teaching in the United States in the classroom. And you already found that when he talked to some of these children, that was it. He told me the school was bad. The high school was bad. That was in Florida. You know, he said, these kids don't listen to you. They tell you, I don't listen to no damn fucking African.
It's the history of this country, man. You look at it was one time I was in school, right? They like they teach you about this book, right? It was called you know what I'm saying? Like we had to read it. It was called George the Curious Case of George, something like that, or whatever. It was a white guy that don't have no clothes on, jumping around the jungle in Africa. What I'm trying to say. But then they made the white guy look like like he about to come save Africans. But then when you see the
Or
Africans in
you
the
talk about Tarzan, right?
yes, exactly. So these are things that's a mindset. They just show you image of Africa
Yeah, but
constantly, constantly. This was in school. I was in school when they teach us this. I looking at it, I'm like, what the hell is this? This is in school in America. I'm telling you the truth. You understand? So this is
yeah,
not something. The mindset of how Africa is has been destroyed for years, for
yeah,
decades.
but do you know they were showing us such a stupid movies also in Africa
Yes,
because
for decades.
we didn't know the meaning because Africa never read things into racism. We never thought those things why the white boy was the one and their with their people. You know, the white boy could just be the white boy could just fly from tree to tree try to save try to save the black races in that jungle. You know what I mean? We didn't really read
No,
much to
no,
it.
but
Now we start seeing this part of this movie was what they were using to destroy us.
yes, exactly. Yup, exactly. And then you look at all the safaris, right? It's owned by white
Yeah,
people. It's owned by white people. Every
yeah,
safari
but
you see
yeah,
on
because the
YouTube
safari,
is
you
owned
see,
by
they
white
will
people
bring a
now.
little bit of South
Every single
Africa.
one of them.
They will bring a
Not even
little
in
bit
South
of
Africa,
South
my
Africa
friend.
to it. So,
Not even in South
so
Africa.
the
You go
truth
to
of the
Kenya.
matter, the Africans, the United States, they're just few. They're not up to something. So
but you're missing the point
we
though.
all
Hold
coming
on.
together, my brother. We all coming together will be very, very difficult because the mindset have already changed. It'll be very, very difficult.
Look how
Sorry, I understand. Ghana put that porn. I call it porn because since
nah,
Ghana
that guy
put
was
that
a puppet.
porn,
He's a
the
puppet.
hatred in
Yeah.
internet
He
went.
was a puppet. He was a puppet of the West.
The hatred
He
in
was the
Africa
worst.
went up. So
That
and
guy was a
the
puppet, man.
mindset
You
is
know
too
that.
much. I hope we can just kind of be friends amicably, but not like coming together to be like family. It's not going to work
Man, you know, man. That
because
guy was a
we are
puppet,
both
man.
just totally too different. And the other ones in Africa, their mindset are a little bit different. The ones that are maybe trying to know, the mindset is different. It's not just, it's too complicated. I call it like that. Very complicated. You know, you see, the white people can relate themselves, right? As long as they have a goal they want to chase,
I
But the black
mean,
folks, we that have worked on the so-called black skin,
you
we
can't
can't
blame
really
them.
relate ourselves.
You can't blame him, Dakota. You can't blame him too much. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You understand in America, right? Black folks don't control the media. Black folks don't control the TV. These things has been controlled by white folks for decades. Whatever they see and watch, even movies as well. Who dictate these movies as well? It's been controlled by the white folks. So these are things that's been going on for years. So the image of Africa in their head come from a white man. Books, histories. These are generation things. You understand? The white man did a great job of how to destroy African image for years. Why they go to Africa and take all the raw materials. Look at
Yeah,
Tarzan.
but
Look at Tarzan.
if you check
All of our animals does not belong to us in Africa. I'm
if
telling you the
you
truth. These people
if
are
you check
making millions of dollars. Millions of
if you check
dollars.
this deportation,
Millions of dollars, man. Currently,
if you,
as we speak. Currently, as we speak.
if you check what Trump is doing through deportation, they also play work on media games. Some of these people, especially like Fish Court, all these so-called people, all these Kevin Samuel type of boys and all of them saying, "Oh, the Africans are begging us. Oh, now you want us to unite." The Africans are not really begging nobody. Who the Africans start calling? Oh, Black America help us now. When they have problem, they know the Black Americans can help them. So what they're playing right now, they're also doing to the Latinos also. You cannot burn your bridges and say, "Oh no, we're not the ones doing it." Those are few black people. In the internet, they play this game. Oh, now the Africans are saying we can unite. Oh, Black
Condola.
Americans help us, which is just lie. So you
Condola.
see, the media, these black folks, they don't use this media, but this is uses this media to propagate lies and everything.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, like black folks in America are really emotional. Like they snap off of emotion too much. In my own view, they they use emotion way too much. In my point of view, just like you just mentioned, right? You can't burn all these bridges in America, but at the same time, you're not try to what I'm saying, separate yourself from a lot of fucked up people within your own society. Because what I'm trying to say, the best thing for you as people, right, is to get rid of the fucked up people within your society first before you start attacking other people that's not from your culture. Because then if you attack this culture, you attack this culture, you attack this culture, but then you're not working on the people that's within your culture that's real fucked up. Because there's some people in Africa, they fucked up. That's fucked up, fucked up. They can't be saved,
Bro,
in my,
yeah, yeah,
in my
bro.
opinion.
There's no Africa going to be deported. They'll be begging Black Americans to come and save them. That just trash. I think I think what they're doing also. That's what I really don't understand. I think, bro, if you live in America, you can see what Donald Trump is doing. I would just tell you guys over there, Africans over there, just do your job, save your money, establish yourself back home. Because you are a citizen as long this white people make you a citizen. That's just the truth.
You're right, man. You're right, though. Man, you're
Uh-huh.
right. You should always have
Yes,
a house
because
back home.
they
You should
they
always
have
have a
every
house back home.
loopholes.
Always.
They have every loopholes to flip the whole thing around you. So
Yo,
yeah,
Condola.
this is for power play. Power play is this, and and the other ones that they brought there, what they yeah, they come there. You can see almost similar time. Doesn't have power. It doesn't have power to regulate the immigration. It doesn't have power to do anything. And that power, when you don't have power, people don't dance to you. That's what the Latinos are also saying. Sorry, you cannot deport the Latinos forever. They're your neighbors. Mexicans are your neighbors. It's like Nigeria deported Togo, Benin. You think they'll never come in? They'll come in the next day. These people don't depend on paper to move.
It's not even that, but check this out, man. The Latinos are very organized. Whoo, they are very organized. I'm trying to tell you, I live in DC. They are very organized. They have a system. They have a system. They're very organized. They might not be super educated, like when it comes to like all these degrees and stuff like that. But overall, as people wise, they stick to the code. They
So
stick to the code.
you mean what you're saying is you mean they can easily they have all called they know how to play politics.
They have the numbers. They slowly getting the numbers. Trust me, they slowly getting the numbers. The people Donald Trump is deporting, that's not the real power in America. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Latinos. You go to where they have control. They are very organized, very organized. There's some buildings right in Southeast DC. This is DC, where you have the black folks. Like some of them already start creeping in Southeast DC. They are very organized, man. As a people wise, they have a system. They have a system of everything. I'm talking about everything, everything,
Yeah, but
everything.
I really didn't understand. I understand that there was tension, but I didn't really know because if you because you people live in America, you people don't see things that is going on because in Europe, right? They invite some of these Black Americans turned up comedians, right? They invite them to Europe to come and perform and other things. And sometimes because the people that own these comedy stations want everything to boom. They play the what they play. I forget this guy's name. This dude is fat. He used to work with also with Monique and all those things too. That dude comedy in Africa in Europe is to bash Africans. And he call us smell, he call us
Where was
almost
this?
like we retarded, you know what I mean? You
Where
know?
was this?
I forget his name. The guy is
Now I'm
also
saying,
with
where was this? Like when?
90s.
I mean, don't get surprised. Don't get surprised. If it's in the 90s,
90s,
don't get
90s to
surprised.
90s to 2000s.
You got to understand the image of Africa has been destroyed for years by the white folks. I'm telling you the truth.
You know?
Do you know how bad?
Hold up, Ola and Bang. Look, I got my friend Robert Mann. I guess he wants to come back and curse me out again. I guess he got the balls to call back in. Now, see what he has to say now. All right, Robert, you're on, man. Go ahead, let it rip.
Hey, what's going on, man? I apologize for that.
I don't apologize. No, you stand up. You said fuck me. You don't say fuck
No, no,
college
no, no.
ed.
I apologize that. I
God damn,
apologize for
man.
that, man.
Well, I can't
That's the only
accept
way
that.
black.
Blows me your mind.
That's the only
Blows me
way
your mind.
black. Yeah, that's the only way us black people can get
Oh
together.
man,
I
that's
apologize
bullshit.
for that.
That's bullshit, dude.
Hey,
You
but
already talked.
anyway,
Just
look,
tell me
the
what's on your mind.
dude that's on. Why do the immigrants come over here and they don't speak to us? And we feel like if you don't speak to us, you're trying to hide that you're African. Why do the immigrants come over
Who's
here?
trying to hide the African?
I mean, just really not all. I mean, just not just the African, but just all of the immigrants. They won't speak to us. They won't say nothing to us because it's like they don't want us to know that they're immigrants. And my thing is, I know you're an immigrant just looking at you.
I think, bro. Let me just explain to you from
And
South
then
Africa.
I got one more question. Why is it? Why some immigrants? Why is their accent so deep? If it's so deep like that, that means that when you go in the house, you're only speaking African. You're not even speaking English if you're living here. Am I
Okay,
right?
okay. let me explain this to you.
Hey,
Let me explain this to you
Condola,
because
Condola, man, make that make sense, man.
okay, let
What
me
you
explain
just
this
said,
to you,
that
bro.
makes no
Because
sense at all. That
let me
makes no sense at all.
because you're seeing this in another form.
That
It's
makes no
good,
sense.
but
So
the
what,
truth of
man?
the
One
matter,
at
Stop,
a time.
just shut up.
hold up,
Man, let it overcook. Go ahead. Ola, go
hold up.
ahead.
The truth of the matter is, you say they don't speak to you, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you have to understand, Africans view emotions before they approach you, and the emotions is this. Naturally, if you hear an African accent in United States, you don't even want to talk to them, right? Not just only United States, also in Europe also. You understand me?
Oh,
There's
because
Africa has this hold on.
it's
Africa has
because
this
the accent so
situation.
is it because the accent
Hold
is
on. Africa
is
has
so
this
bold?
situation. It's like I can't say it's you people's fault, but it's what have been built into every black people that was be let me say people that be took from Africa. The problem is you're talking about now is not just only United States, only United States have the power. It seems like in youth education, I'm not saying specifically United States, but for these other groups, like I call it this the South Americans, right? For those groups that be took, you have to understand in those classroom, there's already teaching these people, you not African. Thank God you're not African. You see, to talk this tension was already there. That Ethiopia hunger that Sidi Lope, Kenny Rogers, all those, that it was a political pawn. It was never really anybody was hungry.
Ola, we were trying to help Africa, though.
Yeah, but that was not really, you see, that was never really that Africa was hungry. But they use that into a political pawn to play what called propaganda against the Africans and say the Africans are hungry, that they want to save Africa. At that period, I am from Nigeria. Nobody was hungry. My grandfather was a farmer. We were shocked that African people are hungry. So all those things build up together for after all that things to still be built in our 50s and everything. So you view us in that way. We kind of like savages. We don't know nothing. We can't even read.
Ain't nobody ever said you didn't know
Oh no,
anything.
no,
You
no,
about
no,
the
no, no.
smartest people on earth.
Nobody ever,
You about the
but nobody
smartest
ever.
people on earth.
Oh no, no. But nobody ever say it. But that's the way your worldview is being programmed. You understand me? I've seen some other people. They'll say, no, no, you're African, so you might not really understand it. I've seen that. Your person will be talking. They'll say, no, no, you're African, so you might not really understand. So you'll be looking at them. You understand me? So easily, if I want to play around on you, I will play dumb on you. But without, I know more about you than you know anything about me, because in your worldview, you see me as somebody who cannot read, who doesn't know much. But what I know a
That's what
lot.
the white folks showed them. The
You
white
know,
folks told us that. That's
so,
not
so,
true.
so the Africans, when they come to United States, they look at you, they know you already have some kind of game on them. It's kind of looking at them
That's
like
the
that.
messed up thing about it. We're not trying to game you people, man.
You know, so
We're
so
not
so
trying to
so they
game
just
you.
want to
We
keep
treat you with
themselves.
respect, but
So
you
they
don't
just
treat
want to
us
keep
with
themselves for
respect.
no trouble. They just keep themselves for no trouble. They just want to follow their lane, and their lane is to make money and do whatever they want to do, maybe to better their life, possibility. That with the way because we Africans be brought up in a way, don't challenge when there's nothing to challenge about. What you going to challenge? And you have to understand, they are foreigners in the United States. They can easily be deported also. You understand me? So they
Hey,
kind of
Donald
like
Trump is not
quiet
deporting
and everything.
nobody. You heard what I said?
So,
He's not deporting nobody. Donald Trump is not deporting nobody.
bro, Donald Trump is just playing a game. He know the kind of
Right,
game
you're right. You're right.
he's
He
just playing
is.
some kind of game,
Right.
and
He's
this
a
game.
puppet, like you said.
Okay. Do you know how many Africans come to the United States in a year? Africans are heavily restricted to even come to United States. Heavily restricted. You don't like Mexicans that just can walk towards the border. Africans, you 10 people can apply for a visa. Maybe one person will get that visa that very day. Just one inside the 10. So you just
So
check it in the
why they let the Mexicans come over here like that?
because you put share borders together. You
It's
put
Who?
share
more
borders
difficult.
together
It's more
because
difficult
because, because,
and it's
because the
much
Mexican
easier
doesn't
for
need visa because
Mexicans.
they can just walk
Yeah,
towards the
you guys
border.
can't get rid of them, man. You guys can
You people
you
can
guys
get rid
cannot get
of the
rid of
Mexicans.
Mexicans.
The
Trust me.
Mexicans,
No matter
the
what Donald Trump do, Mexicans will always have Mexicans in this country. Trust me.
You're right. I was
No
stationed.
matter
I was
what, no
stationed.
matter what, the
I was stationed in
best way
Korea.
Black
When I was
Americans
in the
should have
army,
done,
I was
right?
stationed
Let
in
me tell you
Korea.
something.
I was
Let me
stationed in
tell you
Korea,
something.
and they Mexicans were over there. They were over in Korea.
Let me tell you something, right? The biggest mistake y'all did, right? Y'all got too comfortable with the Latinos. And then also, y'all did not learn Spanish. Y'all
Yeah,
forget that
you're
America
right.
is a race country.
Yeah,
No matter how you
you're
put
right.
it, America will always be a race country. Y'all got
Yeah,
comfortable with the Latinos, and then y'all did not learn Spanish.
yeah, yeah. Because they taught
Those
it in
two
school, but
things,
we didn't take it serious.
exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
And then now
And
y'all looking
French.
at things.
And
Y'all
French.
just looking at things just to blame people. You can't
Yeah,
blame the 2%. Africans are like 2% in this country. I don't care what
yeah,
we talk about, y'all, what we say. We don't have power in this country. We don't.
yeah.
We
Uh huh.
don't. That is
Yeah,
100% facts.
yeah.
Two
And
percent
hey, the
compared to y'all,
Mexicans, the
that's
Mexicans, the
nothing.
Mexicans got it.
That's
The Mexicans
nothing.
got an embassy here. The
That's
Mexicans got an
nothing.
embassy here
Beside the
in
bro,
embassy,
the,
Georgia.
every country
bro,
has an embassy
bro, bro,
in America. But just look at the numbers though. Africans are barely 2 or even 1% in this country. The Latinos are like what?
bro,
Probably
if you
like
come across,
30%.
Like a
if you,
hundred percent.
bro, you said,
Yes. Come on,
you
man.
said you were the army. If you come across, right, if you come across Latinos in the American army, right,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
chicks or guys, right,
Huh?
you want to say hello to them, right? The-
Uh-huh.
to non-black American, they don't answer you.
You're right. You're right. They
You
don't speak.
understand me?
They don't want to speak English. When I was
No,
in the
no,
military, they didn't
they
want to
don't want
speak
nothing
English.
they don't want nothing to do with you. They don't. Telling you about these Latinos
Yeah.
now, and which are not the
Yeah.
majority of the Mexicans. They don't.
Hmm.
If you say hello,
Man, 17. Come on, are you kidding me? You
the only
have to.
people, the only people that will say might be hello to you back might be blacks
Uh,
or white Americans. But so what you should understand for the book, not written there in the Mexicans and the Latinos' mind, these black people or whatever, because you people live with them there, they see
No.
you people that you people are not from there, right?
yeah.
You can
Mayates.
look
They
at the
call them
white man that came
mayates.
there.
None
Yeah,
even that. None even that. In Central America, right? There's there's a hell of a races between the Latinos and the blacks. So the Latinos have the numbers. They be it's been years, generations. They've been dealing with these blacks how they want. They do all type of dirty stuff to them. So once they come to America,
Yes.
they got this belief that they could do the same thing to y'all.
Right.
It's
Right.
serious though. Look at
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Guatemala. There's some black folks in there. Look at Honduras, um
Uh-huh.
El Salvador, even Mexico as well. They
Yeah.
treat these people as
They treat
shit.
them like trash. They
Like
treat them like
shit. When I
trash.
say shit,
Th-
so when
Yeah,
they
I've
come to
seen it
America,
personally.
they already have this
Right.
belief that they are better than y'all. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. You guys should have
Uh-huh.
learned Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
1776 talk
Yeah.
about what we need to learn
Yeah.
Spanish for. The white man
Uh-huh.
learned Spanish for a reason. Come on, man. You see that? They
Hey,
talk
hey,
about
hey, hey,
power.
man. Hey, the
It's
white man
different,
don't
man.
know Spanish like that. The white man don't know Spanish like that. He don't
But
know
he
Spanish.
has,
It's
but
just
listen,
white
listen, listen,
power. It's
listen,
white power.
listen. He knows enough Spanish. You guys barely don't know Spanish. Barely know Spanish. And then the white man is on top. So which means now you guys have to equip which you guys have to have other elements to empower you guys. So if you guys learn Spanish, it's better for y'all because you guys have less numbers compared to the white folks. It's a race country. America is a race country. Like it or not. Race matters in America. Race matters. Y'all got comfortable with these people, and then y'all thought it was kumbaya. By the time y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all woke up, it was too late.
Yeah,
I'm
you
telling
right.
y'all, man,
You right, man.
Latinos are very
You right,
organized.
man. You right.
They're
And
very
yeah, and
organized. Trust
they
me.
taught us
I live
they
in
taught us
DC.
French in there too. We didn't take it serious neither with French.
I
We
live
didn't
in
take French
DC, man. Trust me.
serious. We didn't even take that serious. Yeah.
Trust me, man. I
You
live in
right.
DC.
You
The
right,
Latinos
man.
are very organized. There's certain things I don't want to say, but man, those people, oh
Yeah.
man, they
Yeah.
are racist.
Yeah, they are.
When I
When
say
I was in
racist,
Korea, they were
it's different.
already in Korea. They are already all over the world.
It's different type of racism, man. When it comes to Latinos, ooh, it's different. I had, oh my god, man, man. Man, I don't want to say this story, man. It pisses me the fuck off, man. Let me give you a story, right? A quick story. I'm not trying to give too much information, right? Check this out, right? Say you're in the subway, right? On the train, right? Somebody, man, somebody dropped their wallet, right? And then you hand it to them, right? Say, hey, man, hey, sir, you drop your wallet, right? You hand it to them, right? This person then now say, oh, thank you, right? Picked up their wallet, right? And then called their family members and said, oh, I dropped my wallet, and then somebody handed it to me, right? The person was black. They handed the wallet back to her, right? Guess what this Latino person said? Puta negra. I can't believe it.
What?
She said puta negra.
Oh, I
Th-
know you said black or something. I know negro is black.
yes,
So what was the first
exactly.
word?
But look at it
Puta.
though. But look at it, right?
Puta.
You drop your wallet, right? Somebody
Yeah.
handed it to you, right? And then you say thank
Uh-huh.
you. Then you go back. Then
Right.
you go about your way, right? You
Uh-huh.
call your sister, right? You tell your sister what happened, right?
Right.
And then your sister said, "Oh, puta
Uh-huh.
negra, black is no good." I swear to you, she said it.
Oh my God. They
Bro,
worse than
I
white
was
people,
shocked.
man. They
I
worse
was
than
shocked.
white people,
This this
man.
this this is in America. They have about like 30% of the population. Man, y'all don't know how racist when it comes to these
Uh-huh.
Latinos, man. It is different.
Hey man,
Y'all
where I
folks,
live at? Hey,
I mean,
check
y'all
this
folks
out.
see,
Hey,
man.
where I live at? Where I live at? Right. Listen, where I live at, they spray painted NK on the wall. Do you know what that means?
What nigga kill or something like that. But but at the end of the day, you guys have
Damn, you're breaking up.
ma-
You're breaking up. I
okay,
can't
sir.
hear. Hey, do you know what
My
that
bad.
means?
What nigga killer something like that, or kill a nigga, or like whatever it is.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what it means.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Stephen, black
Hmm.
folks in America have gotten too comfortable with the enemy, too comfortable for years. They have forgotten that who their enemies were. Because at the end of the day, Stephen,
Hello, hello.
America is a race country, right or wrong. Race matters.
Okay, I hear you now.
Race dictates certain things, right or wrong, Stephen.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you
Right.
have to equip yourself with things that's going to help you. Learning Spanish is very necessary. It ain't gotta be all the black folks. Certain black folks in certain position have
I'm
to know how to
still
speak
black.
Spanish.
They don't like people with dark skin color. But they don't like people with dark skin color. Hispanics
You gotta
don't
look at
like
the
people with
history.
dark skin color.
You gotta look at the history of this country. Then you gotta look at the history of South America and Central America. They were colonized by the Spanish people. You gotta look at the history. There's a lot of Africans that went to Central America and South America. They treat them nasty. This is still going on. These black folks don't
Yo,
talk about
yo,
it because they don't have power.
what's his name? Sagages? Saget? I don't know how to say that. All of you are enemies. Who are you? Oh, is he a black American?
Man, at the end of the day, it don't matter. It don't matter what he said because this guy's something else, man. It's just the truth is the truth. After white people in this country, the next people with power are the Latinos. That's currently how it is. That's currently how it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's currently how it is. That's currently how it is. I'm talking about as a people. Why the people come together, they work together. You know what I'm trying to say? That's currently how it is, man. They are organized in a different level compared to black folks. In the 80s, they couldn't touch y'all. In the 70s, they couldn't touch y'all. In the 60s, they couldn't touch y'all. But now, oh man, it's easy for them. It's easy for them. I'm not talking shit, Steven.
Nah, bro, I hear you.
It's easy for
I hear
them
you.
now. It's easy for them,
Right.
especially in the last 20 years. Y'all gotten comfortable realizing, oh, no, no, no. It's never kumbaya in America because America is a race country. I don't care what anybody says. It's never about kumbaya. It's all about how to make sure my people eat first. The white man does it well. That's all it is. The white man does it well. He does it well. The Latinos has right there kissing the white man ass. The white man knows it. The white man uses the Latinos against y'all. And the Latinos prefer that position. He prefers that position. It was one day, right? I was walking.
Mm-hmm.
I was walking with this black guy down the street. He seen all these construction people who are working on the street, right? He was like,
Mm-hmm.
man. He was like, man, look at all these jobs, man. Our folks used to do it. And I asked him, I said, man, what happened? He said, because these companies they don't pay enough no more, right?
Right.
But then I'm thinking back in my head, then if these companies paying these people low, then who allowing them? It's the mayor then. Because the mayor's supposed to make sure these companies are paying these people properly. But then check this out though, right? But then if these companies allow these Latinos to work these type of jobs, right? That means now the regular black folks that's in the early 20s, right? That's supposed to have these jobs, they're not having these jobs. So what they doing? They doing street shit. When you do street shit, you get locked up and put in jail. That means
Right.
now if you have a child, your child does not have a father. That father does not make money because their father is in jail. So that means when that son become or that daughter becomes certain age, he or she is not raised better because there's not enough support in the house financially. So that's how you destroy a family. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it's done for a reason. There's a reason why it's done like that because it's a pattern. The pattern is to weaken the black family from the inside. How do you weaken the black family? By removing the man. When you remove a man out of a family, you weaken that family 50%. I don't care wherever you are in this world. Once you remove that man, that family is weakened by 50%. That's family. When you look at the history, that's what they have done so well within the black community. Weaken the black man. You look at the Democrat Party does it all the time. They does it all the time. How they do it? They put the woman in position of power, or they have some gay guy in certain positions. So that gay guy, what he does now, he's care about his gay friends. He doesn't care about the black people. He only cares about his gay people. His gay people are included what? White people,
Mm-hmm.
Latinos. So you see how the power is removed now? That gay man thinks like a woman. He behaves like a woman. Now you see.
Right.
And then the female now, you can control the female because they think a little bit emotional. Think about it though. Wherever you go, anywhere in this world, you need the man for power. You go to Europe, it's the same thing. You come back to America, who control this world? Who control America? The white man. How come you go back, you see all this black men, you don't see them. You see the woman. Who does it? The American government. Why? It's to make sure the black man always stay behind. Always stay behind. It's a system. It's a system they've been using for years. Years. The best way to destroy somebody is to destroy them slowly. When you destroy somebody slowly, it's the best way to destroy them. When you look at it, they be destroying black folks slowly. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. I looked at it, I said, nah. I said, man, this ain't make sense. He's like, man, when I was younger, we used to do all his jobs. He's older now. He can see the difference. He said, man, look at all these lazy black kids, man. They ain't trying to do shit. But it's the mindset. The mindset is fucked up. Because then it's your mayor, it's your governor. Our mayor's black. You vote for that fucking mayor, and then that mayor allowing these people to come get all these jobs, and then you're not hiring these black folks. But then what happened then? Oh, smoking weed, don't give a fuck no more. It's gone. It's fucked up. America will always be a race country. Always. Always. It's always going to be a race country, Stephen. Always. People just need to realize that you can't get comfortable in a country that's always a race country. Even in Africa, we are gotten comfortable of accepting failure. That's 100% fact. We got comfortable of accepting failure. Oh, we see this. I don't want to do that. Fuck that. We got comfortable of accepting failure. Too comfortable. Being comfortable is a disease. So many things, man, about Africa that's just misled. So many things. Look at me. I've never even seen a lion. I've never even touched a lion. I've never seen wild animals. But then, if I have an argument with a typical black, a typical American, he or she, oh, go back to your jungle. So you see the mindset. What? Everybody muted?
Oh no, I'm still here. I'm still here.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next topic. I want to talk to you about this Essence Festival. It seems to be causing a stir where Rachel Al Dennis, who is a Liberian American, he's a CEO, he's a owner of Essence magazine, and the CEO of the Essence Festival is a Kenyan. And they say the event was too Africanized. And a lot of black people in America are saying that Africans are taking over our culture. They're trying to erase us. And I'm looking at this one video in the comment section, Africans are saying, "Yeah, you're right. If they don't take over our Caribbean carnival stuff or come to Africa and doing that, they respect our thing. So why do we come to America trying to erase it, everything like the HBCUs?"
Yeah, well, Carla, is
Let
that
me ask you
person
a question. Oh, go ahead.
an African with the comments? Because sometimes anybody could just see a comment just
No,
to
no. Some Africans are saying, "Look, because this tension that's growing on in America is really is dangerous." It's like I don't like this. I think Ephesus was ran into the ground. Yeah, and I'm glad Rachel Dennis has it right. And okay, Africans, if you got the magazine, you do whatever you want with it. You won't do what it's with, right?
who owns it? Man,
Rachel Dennis is a Liberian.
what about that the lady that's Kenyan, that's lesbian?
I don't know. A Kenyan
Think
lady's
about it though.
no.
Think about it. If a Kenyan that's a lesbian that has a hands in it, come on now,
But what they're
Carla.
saying is the festival has
Then
a
who
lot of
funding the money
African
as
themes,
well?
and
Who
people.
funds these?
Hold on, man. Let me say this, bro. Let me finish. A lot of African Americans are saying their culture is being erased. For in the name of
Carla,
Pan.
is that African Americans or is it FBA?
No, this was a thing that cracked me up. Is a lot of these people who are talking about this aren't even FBA. The African Americans saying, "Wait a minute here. Where's the line drawn?" Because let me give you an example. The Caribbean parade in New York, you do not see African Americans participate in that. It's like we leave that for the Caribbean because that's them. And they're saying, well, Black Americans saying, well, why we got to share our culture and everything with everybody else when they got their own things? Like you got the African
What
dance.
what? Can I ask you a question? Where are most people complaining at? Like what app?
Online, online. So it's
I mean, like what? Like Twitter, or
Dynasty did a show today. It was
I
like
know I was there, but was it on Twitter? Was it
no,
on
no, whatever online. So
TikTok?
it's going viral. Okay, I got a video. I'll show you right now. This is a
No,
Liberian.
Because
This
when
this is a
hold on,
oh,
when I'm on YouTube,
hold up. Let me watch this video and then you come back
all right.
afterwards.
Who? I mean, I don't
us
know, man.
too many
This
videos yesterday about
Oh my God.
the Essence Fest supposedly now being too Africanized. As an African woman, specifically from Liberia, I wanted to take a few moments to add to this discourse. Okay, so Essence was purchased a couple of years ago by Rich Lou Dennis, who also happens to be a Liberian man. And supposedly now the current CEO is Kenyan. And supposedly this particular Essence Festival, which I actually wanted to attend, but unfortunately because of some personal reasons I couldn't attend. But supposedly there was just too many things that were happening that were geared mostly towards the African culture and away from the American or African American culture. I mean, to a certain extent, I get it that, we don't want to lose African American culture within Essence Fest. And I mean, I wasn't there to experience any of it, but I also did see some videos that show that people had a great time, people had fun. So I don't know where all of the negative energy is coming
the
from.
internet, man.
But I'm just saying though, like
I don't think we should be fighting amongst ourselves. I think this is a good discussion to have. I don't think any culture should be put down
All right,
or
Kala,
stomped
we get it. We get it.
on, because I think
First of
that's
all,
what's kind of like happening. And I'm speaking from an African person's perspective.
she's
That's
not
what it's
speaking from an
starting to
African
feel like.
perspective,
And
man.
I
Nah, she
mean,
need to get out
there's
of
so
here.
much rich history to our two cultures
She
that
need
I
to get out
think
of here, man.
it's nice to be able to give space and to have a really fruitful discussion
You
about this instead of putting one culture down. And I agree, like we don't want to lose the essence of Essence Fest. We don't want to take over the African American culture. No, I get that, but I think it could have been portrayed in a more respectful way,
she sounds
because
annoying.
I've just been seeing a lot of disrespectful comments, and I just don't think it's right, especially considering the fact that we all, being Black people in this country, we face some of the same challenges.
No, it's not the same.
For a space so beautiful as the Essence Fest to be going through this discourse, I don't think it's right. I really hope that some of the bigger creators, because sometimes folks don't want to be listening to us small creators, but I really hope that there is some productive conversations that come up out of this, because what I've been seeing, nah, it ain't it. It ain't it. Y'all, I came across.
Now, what you call it's the cat says they were complaining about them adding hip hop to the Essence Festival, the group that is very faithful to that event, and that goes for R&B acts. Wow,
But
obviously,
Kala, listen, the Essence, what's it called? Essence,
you don't know what it's
Magazine.
called. How you gonna argue? You don't even know what it's called.
no, because
Yeah, but Colin,
I listen, because I saw Diners made a show about it when
Yeah,
a
but you
few
don't know
hours
anything
before
about
he.
it. This festival
Oh,
goes back decades.
let me talk,
Go ahead,
please.
go ahead, go ahead.
Listen, so like I said, I did a little. And Brandon made a show about this a year before. It's the same festival, right? I
Yeah,
looked it up.
what's
A
what's
lot of people have been complaining the last few years about Essence Festival, whatnot, because they said it's been too ghetto. The same thing they complained about BET Awards the last few years and the last
Oh,
how
we
many
know that.
years?
We know that. We know that.
Right. And my
yeah, but
point is
who
though, I
owns these
saw
things
more
though?
comments. I saw more
Where the
comments
sponsor
addressing
coming
that.
from?
You said what?
I said, who owned it? And then and at the end of the day, who funded these things? It matters as well. It matters as well.
But
Just
hold on.
like
The point.
BET.
Hold on.
BET is owned
Let
by
me
a
finish.
white man.
Let me finish. It's been going downhill for the last, like, from what I seen in comments, it's been going downhill for the last 10 years, and
Yeah.
less people have been participating in it. So before the African guy even got it, it was already going
Oh,
downhill.
no,
Less and
it's
less
already
people.
going down. We're not,
Right.
all these
So
black magazines go, but these magazines are sabotaged intentionally. You know,
Of course.
Essence magazine, Ebony. I haven't read a subscription to Ebony in like 20 years. You know,
Of course.
those used to be a
right.
staple
I
in Black
mean,
America,
nobody.
right? And hold up here, there's enemies of Black America that got a hold to these two magazines that was powerful in Black America one time. Now we don't have a medium like Ebony magazine, Essence magazine in Black America. And the point is, it's not even about this festival. It's about the fact that things that Black America built, right? We're not even blaming the Africans. Basically, we're saying, first of all, how do we let it go down where it was first hijacked by the LGBTQ?
Look at that.
Magazine had a fucking gay men on their fashion board. That's supposed to be
Because everything is for sale in the
no,
black
no. It's
community,
not even
unfortunately.
the bottom line is this: we basically, as people,
That's crazy.
we believe as black people in America, right, are just too nice, too accommodating, you know.
Nah, I
And
don't
then
believe
well,
like
yes,
that.
No, that's not what it is, Colin.
I'm dead serious. We include
Everything is for sale.
everybody in our
Everything's for
business.
sale.
We include everybody in our discussions and everything. We don't have any gatekeepers in Black America, right?
Because everything is for sale. That's why.
No. Some things are not for sale. You go ahead and try to buy a Jewish magazine. See what happens.
Okay, Kala.
They'll
Like I
tell
said,
you no.
everything in the black community is for sale. Unfortunately, that's
Everything's
just
like
the
we
truth.
know because hold up, because Black America has not taught until I come along, right? Black America is taught that it's not worth saving. It's not. That's what the whole mentality is. People don't think Black people are convinced that their culture, their history, and everything is not worth preserving. And I'm telling you, yes, it is. That's why I don't believe in Ubuntu and all this bullshit. You know, I believe Black American, African American culture is worth preserving and saving, and Black American institutions are worth preserving. Nothing else you believe I say. I believe that, right? So if people start having that spirit, it'll change. It's starting to change now with some of our HBCUs are fighting back. They're not going to go down. Our fraternities, I talk to a lot of black brothers in sorority fraternity. They're still those things are still where Black American strongholds, the fraternities and sororities, right? They do a lot of business on Wall Street and stuff like that. And a lot of decision makings on institutions are done through these black sororities, fraternity. That's one thing we still have. But the other things and whatnot, yeah, we lose them because we're like that. But those fraternities and sororities, since they're secret society, they traditionally never let foreign black people in. They're still in the hands of Black America. I agree. Something we gotta keep something for ourselves. All that they can have the shit. Yeah, yeah. The bottom line is garbage. That's as I hope they get if they get tagged as we just have to write it off as a loss, man. If they regional out Dennis could do something with it, I'm all for it, man. Just make it whatever.
But
Like you
but
know.
like I said, I did a little bit of research on it. And it's been going downhill for the like less and less people showed up for like as I mean
And
there
it's
was less
going down. Black,
attendance.
Black Americans losing
Right.
interest as more and more people from Caribbean and all these other people come in, Africa and whatnot, and the gays. Not even
No, most people were complaining about it. It got too ghetto. That's what most
yeah,
people were
I
saying.
know the ghetto culture. That's where the ghetto culture comes from. Anything goes. That anything goes culture. It houses is a sanctuary for
It's the
ghetto
same thing that happened
culture.
to the BET Awards, but I heard that I didn't watch it this year, but I heard the BET Awards. A lot of people were talking about it. It was better this year.
Well, the
So
bottom line is, look, BT Ward's going down because they take the worst. Look, this is what I'm saying, right? And I thought about this right today. You see, back in the days, the people who made decisions in Black America, like Black radio and stuff, that were strong Black men who cared about it, and you may hated them, right? Like you see people like Don Cornelius that had Soul Train, and nothing went on Soul Train without his approval. We had people like New York, Frankie Crocker. They had WBLS, Black Liberation Station. We had strong Black men who did not play whatever like that. They had control over the years. White corporate America comes in and they talk about integration, stuff like that, and they want to get hold of our institutions like Black radio, television, and programming and stuff like that.
how do they get a hold of it?
You get a hold to that by letting our guard down. You get a hold of that because when Ebony Magazine was strong, John Johnson, there were no white people on the editorial board. White people, black people. We had that understanding. We're black, and that's a strength. But over the years, they made it seem like John Johnson and all these people were black racists and black supremacists and whatnot. So when his daughter took over, right? She was from that new age, I'm gonna change things and blah blah blah. She brought in whites and all these other liberal types, and Ebony magazine was lost forever. We only
There you
recognize.
go.
You
There you
know,
go.
and so bottom line, that's what it is. So we can, and also we got to put Pan Africanism in perspective. I believe in Pan African, but it does not mean that we're going to lose our culture, our identity, and culture, right? Like Baruti wants us to do, right? Nothing. There's no successful. Every time you say Pan Am, we always lose. We always lose. Every time we build institutions, Pan Africans have never built any institutions. All they want to do is convert black institutions in America, right, and make them Pan African. Then they fail. You know, Pan Africanism never builds any institutions because it never works. Nothing ever in a Pan African shit never works. So it is what it is. So all our black members of the Dr. Arakanas. Why can't Dr. Arakana come to America and the Africans build their own institutions? Why they gotta join our sororities? Why? That's what I don't
That
understand.
Kala,
Kyler,
Ebony said,
hold on. Kyler, one minute you
Ebony
saying
said,
they don't
Ebony said
integrate, the
because
next minute
No, I'm
you
saying, look, you can integrate, right? But you should look, if you come here to America, how are Africans build their own sororities, right? And then have African Americans come to their sororities, and it's a fair exchange. You understand? It's a fair exchange. We're working
okay,
together.
okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
look,
It's like they
Kala,
when they come and join our institutions, they're not joining to become. They come joining now that you got Africans coming to HBCU talking about it's an African thing now. What now? We're taking over HBCU. What? And why would we even say something like that? You know, why do Africans even say stuff like that? We're taking over the HBCUs. We're changing the HBCUs. Why say something? Why antagonize Black America? We spent years, and our most educated Black people came from historically Black institutions, right? So now you want to change that, the face of that and whatnot. You know, I don't think that's right. You know, you come to somebody because one thing about Black people, we'll never go to somebody's country and saying we're taking over. We're going to take your institutions. We're going to do this. We don't do that. You know, the Caribbean Festival and whatnot in New York, Carnival Festival, whatnot, we don't freaking come and try to come in there and cosplay them, take them over and whatnot. So why does everybody think they can do it with us? You know? That's what I'm talking about, you know? So it is what it is, you know?
Wow. When
Man,
Ebony was very
Carla,
popular,
man, Carla.
when Ebony was very popular, when the Africans started reading Ebony magazine, I read Ebony magazine in Nigeria. Did ever? It's because black people don't do survey. So what happened? The white Americans, before they deal with you, they will survey what is trendy, what is popular, what is going on. In the way they keep Ebony because that Ebony magazine was bringing the unity of the whole of black people together.
Not no
Most,
more. Ever since John Josh's daughter took over. Yeah, I mean, 1990, Ebony magazine had 2 full articles on Nigeria back to back. The whole when they do a full feature article, right? Every story in the article is about a section of part of Nigeria, right? They did 2 of them. One in January of 1990 and one in April, right? I
and
bought both of
and
those,
and
and I
and don't
learned
tell
so much
nobody,
about Nigeria for those
Oprah,
things.
Oprah, Oprah is made baby rich by the white people. Oprah actually don't have the interest of the black people. That's just the truth. You know,
Yeah.
just like PD was being made rich by the white people, but they never really have the interest. But they pretend that they're with the black people. Ebony magazine was very popular in
That's a
Nigeria.
good point, Ola. That's a great point.
You know?
But
Ebony
like I
was
said,
very
back in
popular
the
in
days,
Nigeria.
we had people that had the interests of black people. John
They're
Johnson,
loyal to whoever they loyal to whoever put money in their pockets,
no,
and
John
that's what it all
Johnson
comes down
wrote
to.
a magazine of with the idea that he wanted to and he did. He transformed the way black people saw themselves, and he transformed the way the world saw Black American life. You know, we had that Ebony magazine was a treasure. You know, it was not no. He didn't do it for the money. He got rich, but it wasn't about that. It was about basically giving black people a service, something that we needed, a uplift. Black Ebony magazine,
And you said
powerful.
his daughter came in and basically sold
His
everything out, right?
daughter came in and whatnot under some ideas. She's going to make changes because all the things that he held off for years, you know, that they like that she implemented. You know, he didn't want to put.
Because it probably brought in more money. That's probably why she
Well,
did
they
it.
want to be like, no, it tanked. It fell because
Oh
once
well.
she came in, subscriptionship went down. You understand what I'm saying, Steve? Or you just want to
Okay.
disagree with everything I say? You know,
But
sometimes teach you something is what disagree with.
Carla,
I'm telling you, she
Carla, I'm not
no,
disagreeing with you,
I
man.
said she tanked. Just leave it at that. She tanked the magazine. It fell. You know, subscriptions fell off. Revenue was down. Advertisers pulled. Whatnot. She destroyed the magazine. You know.
Yeah, well,
So
Carla, let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question.
right.
What
Go
does
ahead.
Africans benefit from this magazine? Like the
Well,
typical
from
African
Essence
and
magazine.
Africans in Africa as well.
Well, all these magazines, right? When you
I
have
mean,
somebody,
currently for the past couple years now,
okay, hold on.
since
First of all, Essence magazine and Ebony magazine, those are world magazines, right? And Africa, you know how Motley Iman got popular? Western magazine, Kenya, Ebony magazine, Essence magazine was in Kenya, right?
now check this out. Check this out, right? Who's the CEO?
The CEO of a thing is a Kenyan woman, an African lady,
Man, what is she?
but she's a CEO. She's Kenyan.
I mean, what is she? What is her lifestyle?
I have no idea.
She's a
She's gay.
lesbian.
Yeah.
Well, see, you don't understand. You see, you gotta look at
Oh,
things
so it doesn't
from the
really
deeper
matter.
level, man. Carla,
What I'm saying is this,
come
though.
on,
I'm saying
think
what I'm
about
saying
it,
is this,
man.
though. When you hold the question you asked, right? How's Africans benefit?
I'm
If you got a magazine at Ebony or the global subscription base, right? That magazine, Ebony magazine, made Fela Kuti a household name. It made Hugh
that's about
Masekela a
30
household
years
name.
ago. That's 30
Understand?
years ago,
But
Tone.
you just said
Tyler.
it's in the
That's 30
dubs
years
now.
ago, Carla.
Oh yeah, but I'm
Probably
saying,
like
Hey,
30 years
let me
ago,
say
Carla.
this
What you
real
saying?
quick, bro.
You missing the point. what it is, right?
Am I
From my
talking to
view, right?
myself? And
It looks like
what are we arguing about?
it looks like it looks like the Western people got a hold of that magazine and put a black face on it. So their goal is right is to control some type because
Well,
I'm not trying to
I don't think that's Rachel Alden's intention. That's just the
I'm
fact of the matter is,
Carla,
I think he took over the
Colin,
magazine.
hold on. Let me say this, Colin. You know, there's a rumor that Richard Dennis is gay, right?
No, he's actually married.
Oh, okay.
His wife could be a beard.
I'm
His
just
wife
telling
could be
you.
a
But
beard.
Yeah, Rachel Alden, I
let me
checked him out. He's actually married.
What does that
nah,
mean?
Colin. You just gotta go watch him. Look,
No,
watch him
no,
and look
no.
at his mannerism, Colin. There's
He looks a little,
why
he looks a
man,
little,
there are
why he look
rumors in the
he,
gay community that he's gay, Colin.
hold on, look. He seems a little fruity, but he's married.
Carla, it's
I mean, Colin,
2025.
come
Just
on.
because a man is married doesn't mean he's not gay.
Well, the bottom line is, no, gay guys come out and they like Bill Porter. Does he try to have a fucking fake it with a wife or no? He's outside gay. Most gay guys in that position, they just come out with it, you know.
Carla, but
But
maybe he
Colin,
don't
let me
because
say this. Let
his
me make this
community.
point. Hey, Steve, let me make this point, right? I hear
Go ahead.
Colin trying to blame, the guy's daughter that she tanked the magazine. I mean, it was just the way the wind was blowing, Colin. Print magazine was going out of style. A lot of people are using online subscription, if even that. They're just new form of media. Those old form of media was dying out,
To tell you the
and
truth
Ebony
though,
magazine couldn't sustain
yeah,
itself.
hold up. Just like people think the New York Times is still as powerful as it was, even when they said about New York Times, but it's still the most influential media in the world. The New York Times, you know, and the Washington Post and
they
whatnot.
sell
Now it's like
they sell garbage.
people. Hold on, Ebony magazine, like Black Enterprise magazine, you can get online subscription. You can get the articles, and so I pay for that. So yeah, things like that. But Ebony
How
magazine,
many
the
people?
article is so entrenched in the Black American
Yeah,
culture.
but that's the
This is
new generation are not used to getting
right.
magazine
Oh,
subscription, Colin.
I get stuff
They're not
online too.
used to
Even
it.
when it first came out back in the '90s, I used
Well,
to
that's
get stuff.
you, Colin. You're from a different generation.
You
It's
know,
the
so
same thing with cable TV.
You're from a
Kids,
different
this
generation.
younger
The young kids
generation
are
don't
not.
watch
Yeah,
TV.
the
you
young
know.
kids might be thinking about getting a streaming service. They might be
Well,
thinking about
yeah,
getting a streaming service, but not a magazine
I get that.
subscription service.
What I'm saying is this though: the institution of Essence Magazine, Ebony is not just a magazine; it was a whole bunch of stuff that went along with it. You know, it was a whole bunch of things that went along with the magazine, just like Essence has a festival and whatnot and stuff like that. Ebony Magazine also showcased a lot of Black and African American events, which is sororities, fraternities. They had to be Ebony Magazine's top 100 every year. That was an institution. They would track the top most influential Black Americans every year. You know, that was an institution. That was beyond just a magazine. That was something they built. You know, they would, when they look at everything in Black America, who was the movers and shakers, whatnot. So when we saw 100 most influential Black Americans every year, whatnot, if you wasn't on that, whatnot, nobody listened to what the hell you had to say. You know, when you said I was one of 100 Black influential Black Americans, right? Now you got a platform. People invite you on TV shows. You could talk, whatever, like that. That's gone now. We don't have that now. People
Uh,
pick our freaking leaders for us, whatnot. You know, so
A
that's
YouTube channel can get you on the news, the local news now.
so.
Having a
You know,
YouTube channel.
bottom line, even back then when that was around, and when I, if you was any national importance, when people listened to you, when that you had to be one of the top 100 influential Black Americans. That was every year. It changed. You know. And so if you wasn't on that, then you couldn't just get a blog or some stupid shit they do now. And when even if we had that today, all these freaking idiots, you think freaking ADOS FBA wouldn't be up there? No, you know. But because we don't have those institutions anymore, you got people like Yvette Carnell coming out of nowhere, and Tariq Nasheed and Dane Calloway and all these other goofballs that's out here now. That's what I'm talking about. So I know a little something about my people, my Black America, you know. No, I try.
Yeah, but Carla, man, you look at the people that have control. It was about the
Hold on, we
LGBT
used to
people,
have
man.
control.
Come on, Carla.
We used to have
You're
control
not
of our
looking at it from the man. Carla, man, let me tell you something, right? The white man goal, right, in Africa. This is what I've studied within the past 2-3 years now, right? Right. The white man goal in Africa, right, is to make sure the typical African person could be just like the you know what I'm saying, like the Black Americans. You see how I'm saying, like the typical, like currently right now, right? Separated. You have gays, you have this and that. You know what I'm trying to say? I think that's the goal of the white man is will you know what I'm
Are
saying,
you
will try to
trying to say
duplicate
Black
in Africa.
Americans are spreading gay shit, man?
In Africa. The next,
That
especially the
that's
next
not
10
what he
years.
said.
The next 10 years. That's their goal. The same thing they did to y'all. What I'm saying, like check this out, right? Africa haven't been you know what I'm saying, like developed the way it's supposed to, right? They just say it developed next couple more years, right? The typical African mind would be just like Black Americans. That's their goal. That's their goal. To make sure we in control, but technically we're not in control. And they try to put some LGBT and then put some, some other stuff in it and stuff like that. I think that's their goal. The same thing they done to you, especially from the 80s, right? And currently now. I think that's their mission to duplicate in Africa within the next 10 years.
They probably going to do it through entertainment,
Oh yeah,
music,
just look at
TV,
Nigeria
television.
artists. Just look at Nigeria artists nowadays. Just look at it. They go to Paris and show off instead of them doing create their own fashion in Nigeria. Why the fuck would I go to Paris for a Paris
Who's
show?
that
I could do
dude?
it in my own
Who's that
country.
dude? He from Ghana. Basically, like he had like a dress on. I don't know what's the dude name.
Thank you. Exactly. I could do that in my own country. I have my own country. Think about it, Steven. When you try to destroy
Yeah,
people,
but don't
you
put that
do it
on Black
slowly.
America, man. We're not doing
He
that shit.
not putting it on Black America. He said the white man.
I'm Colin, man. You know who controls the
They,
world,
they
man.
gave
You
us
know who controls the
for
world. Let's
nowhere,
be
for
honest.
nowhere. They gave us Bobrisky. For
Hey,
nowhere, they gave
Condola,
us
let me ask you
Bobrisky.
something.
Bobrisky. Nobody know how Bobrisky become very famous. Who was
You
channeling
see,
him? How was he
Somebody's
getting
backing
money?
him.
somebody's backing
How
him.
was
I'm
he
trying to
getting
tell
money to
y'all.
dress like that? How was he getting money to live luxurious life? Then when Bobrisky become rich in Nigeria, guess what? Out of the blue, for you to get visa to Europe is very, very difficult for ordinary Nigerians. Out of the blue, Bobrisky was being whisked away and given a refugee status somewhere in Western Europe. So that would tell you,
I'm trying to tell y'all, man.
they want to destroy the culture. We will keep
Exactly. It's a slow
very
thing. It's a
secretly.
slow thing. When you're destroying people, you got to do it very slowly. You got to do it very
Because
slowly. It
Bobrisky,
takes time to destroy
They're
Kala,
gonna,
somebody.
Kala,
It takes
they,
Ebony,
time.
people at them Oprah show play a part to destroy Ebony.
Yeah, Carla, look at you, right? You talk about Black Americans, right? The Black Americans that you vision, that you believe in, that you want Black folks to be like. This the 70s, the 60s. You don't want the average Black Americans you see now in the 2000s and then currently sagging, talking all that, garbage shit. That's not the Black Americans you visualize. The Black American you visualize is in the 60s, the 70s, the early 80s. So you look at what the last 20, 30 years now. That's not the Black Americans you talk about constantly.
No,
Because it takes
they
time.
kill Ebony
It
and brought
takes time. That's
Ezra
the same
Salaj.
you
plan
wanna know
they're
something
gonna try to
crazy?
duplicate in
You know that
Africa. I'm
that
telling you,
magazine?
man.
They
Man,
kill
Condola,
Ebony and
think
brought
about
us a
this.
hip hop magazine called Extra Large. Is it Extra Large? Large Extra Extra? Some of the hip hop magazines that these guys are wearing tone like
Yup.
what is this guy's name? Chin. What you doing in Holiday Inn?
It's called double XL, double XL,
They
Condola.
brought they brought double SL that show women wearing ton, big ass,
Thongs.
plank
It's called
ass.
thongs.
That dude,
I'm about to say, what are you talking about?
they brought
No, he's talking about like
those nasty things, people holding peeping cops and everything. You see,
Now,
everybody
Kidola, let me ask
magazine,
you a question, Kidola. You
yeah,
said something earlier about you mentioned again the Ethiopian starvation thing. Now, I
yeah.
thought that basically helping the Ethiopians in their hunger crisis, we extended that to all of Africa. So I started getting interested in all of Africa at the time, man. I started studying Nigeria, when how could we basically send food over there and stuff like that, you know. So you
man, give
tell
me the
me you
money,
guys weren't
Carla.
hungry over
I'll
there at
take
the
it.
time?
No,
I'll take it. Man, give me the
That
money.
That
I'll
South
take it and
Africa,
keep it for myself.
That South Africa was a pawn. The little part was okay. Some little, Ethiopia will be fighting civil war against the Eritreans, right? We're just a tiny part in the mountain. So what happened? It was a political period between the Soviet Union and the West, and some part of the West. And what they did is this: to conquer the Africans' mind, they have to bring out their superstars and their celebrities, and so you see, we Americans care more about Africans than the Soviet Union. So they start, what did Michael Jackson know about Africa? So they brought Michael Jackson, Cyndi Lauper, Kenny Rogers, and some of these white stars and black stars, and played that pawn on us. And guess what? We as Africans, we were looking at Ethiopia like that. When Ethiopia National Club came to play in Nigeria, Nigerian people, they were buying bananas almost to kind of like irritate them onto the government, onto
Man,
the
that's
government.
wrong, man. You
Hold
using
on, hold on, hold on,
What do you mean
hold on,
that's
hold on.
wrong? That's
Yes, but
Nigerians, man.
because yeah,
Nigerians are
because
something
Carla,
else.
because the Nigerians almost bought into it until the Nigerian government, well, have to bring out the speaker and said, if you ever show that anything banana, you'll be arrested. You have to. There was a military regime. You'll be arrested. You'll be in prison. Every goddamn guy was scared. And guess what?
who is showing bananas? The Ethiopians?
No, 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 no,
No, no, no.
no.
He
The
was saying the
Nigerian people,
Nigerians.
because it's football, they were doing things to irritate the Ethiopians, and they believe the Ethiopians were
They
actually
were
losing.
doing they were doing what the racist white people do to African players in Europe. They're throwing bananas at them on the field,
Who's throwing
Yes.
which
bananas at
is very
Ethiopians? No,
disrespectful.
that wasn't nice, Kidola.
No, no,
That
no, no,
wasn't
no.
nice.
But they did do it. They did do it because the government said it was a porn, that was fake news. And Kala, guess what? CNN, CNN, right? CNN employed a South African woman. It's her 90s, right? This South African woman, her job is to bash Africans about wars, disease, and everything until that lady gets sick out of it. And it was a South African black woman, right? That woman was based in Atlanta. You understand me? That woman left CNN because that woman started having what called nerves breakdown because she cannot really believe it. Even me that live in Nigeria, I have to check my account out like, what kind of disease are they really talking about? Where the wars are they talking about?
Hey,
You
hey,
understand me?
Hey,
Colin.
you're saying when we talk about unrest in Africa, we're exaggerating about the unrest.
Yes, yes, big time.
So you
Big
saying
part of
there's
it
no
was
unrest in Nigeria right now?
yeah, yeah, but nothing like that was even existed. So this once you see that the big created in Nigeria by Boko Haram, whatever it is, have hidden hands from it. You understand me? So it was never really a local generated type of something. Yeah, it came as kind of like a little bit disturbing, like, yeah, you people are corrupt. Behind the scene, people started fueling it to destabilize Nigeria. And most of these people come from the French speaking side also. That's why you see these people called Torre, what's called Torre, what can they call it? The Burkina Fasos or the Burkinas was also being used also by the French to destabilize other places also. Because they know Nigeria was kind of like scaring the French. Because we have free mind, every English speaking people have free minded of doing business, capitalists, and all those things. So two games they were playing. If they think the Africans are too close now they think they might be too close to the Black Americans, they will find a way to destroy it. Either they find a way to disrupt the Black Americans not to come close to the Africans, or they'll find a way to disrupt the Africans not to come close to the Black Americans. It's always like that. Voice of America, BBC, all their
Voice of
news
America is owned by
destroy you.
is owned by who? The American government. BBC is owned by who? The British government.
Yes, so that's what the truth. So I live in Nigeria. Even the Liberia war that they want to talk about was even less showed even in Nigeria. You understand me? But these things are what you're seeing that is being cooked up in Africa. So that's
Exactly.
when I
Yep.
look at myself. What is
Exactly.
going on?
Exactly. Yep.
What
Exactly.
is going on? But they
Exactly.
just give you a call like
Exactly.
like what you see between Russia and Ukraine war now.
Yep.
Do you know the amount of
Exactly.
propaganda is
Exactly.
starting? Even
Yep.
Africa doesn't have no wars at that time, but see heavy propaganda
Yep. Yep.
on it.
Exactly.
And
Yep. Just like
that's
how
when
you go back 50
that's
years
when
ago. Africa live
That's
on
when the
trees.
Africans, the Nigeria started having what called FM. With the Nigeria started having FM, guess who they brought to help them to run these FMs? It was the Black Americans that came to Enugu, Anambra. You understand me? That's where the FM came from first. Some of these Nigerians who live in America start opening radio stations, and they brought this FM to Nigeria. We call
Well, you should
24
tell
hours
Michael
music.
Wally that he don't think we contribute anything.
Ah, man, leave Mike alone, man.
You
Mike
know,
is
so so
come on,
so
man.
so so so
Mike's a bona fide clown.
what? Guess what?
He's a
Guess
clown.
what? They brought comedians to destroy that
Collar, drop the link.
you know, they brought
Jonathan
Don't
ain't
comedians
take
to
coming up
destroy
here.
that unity.
don't take
You know,
Africans like Mike serious, man.
Jonathan ain't coming up here. Watch, I'll put
no,
the
no,
link.
no, no, Kala. So what I'm trying to tell you, now that the Black Americans are
What? Jonathan ain't do nothing to you, Carter, did he?
No, I'm saying when he always says put the drink and he never comes up. So
no,
he,
Kala. Guess what? Sotre.
I don't think
Do
he
you know
has a good
Sotre was
internet
popular in
connection over there.
Kala? Do you know Sotre was popular in Nigeria? It's our late 70s to early 80s.
Who
You
was
understand me?
popular?
Sotre was very popular in
Oh,
Nigeria.
so it's so tree.
Sotre.
So,
Culture was very
So
popular in
tree, yeah.
Nigeria. It's the late 70s and the early 80s, right? Being brought by also by the Nigerians that live in the United States, but brought the Black Americans to help them run those things. You understand me? But guess what? What happened later? You understand me? Problem, all kind of shit. So the closer they coming together, the more divide. You understand me? So what happened? That's why I said the FM will be brought to Enugu and Anambra. The Black Americans came to help them to
Where
run
I
it.
said we should just get together. We're gonna fight anyway, so might as well just fucking get it over with and just start fighting.
go ahead and fight, see
Let's
who
build.
win.
Let's build, fight, build, fight. We're not argue, build, fight. At least
Go ahead and fight and see
on a
who's gonna
regular
make it
basis.
out on top. That's what
It's
that
never gonna be
actually I
somebody
actually
else.
agree.
Nah,
I
you
think
can't beat
that's what
Nigerians, man. There's
I
too
think
many
that's
of
what
them.
all black people need
You
to
can't
do.
beat
Just fight it
Nigerians, man.
out, see who's
There's
gonna
too
win.
many of them. There's too many of them, man. You can't beat
Man.
Nigerians, man. They're over 200 million people. You crazy?
It don't
Can't beat
matter.
Nigerians, man.
Yeah,
You can't beat Nigerians, man. They too many. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. They too
No,
eh.
we're
many.
arguing. We're not talking about fighting physically. I'm just talking about
Oh,
the beef between
no,
black
man. We
people
always
in
have
America
respect
and
for y'all. We always
Nigeria.
have respect for y'all, man.
Look. The
Trust me,
bottom line
Carla,
is, at
man.
one time, like I said,
We always have respect for
Nigeria and
y'all,
Black
man.
America used to be really tight.
We
Even
always have respect for y'all,
oh,
especially in the 90s. The 90s, man. The 90s. Oh my God. The 90s and the
You
80s.
that's when you was watching them rap videos, kissing the screen.
I got to, man. Them big asses, man. Big titties, man. Fuck shit. I
all right,
would
we
never
got
do
some
gay.
new people on the panel.
Man,
Jonathan
pussy for
Miller, go
life, man.
ahead.
Pussy for
No, I
life.
just came up. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Man,
Oh,
Mr. Miller, man, where you been at?
You got to catch me. I got to get caught up.
yeah. All right,
Mr. Miller, man,
we're
where you been at,
just
man?
talking.
And Colin, stop blaming me because these niggas got bad network. It ain't my fault.
Mila be eating that starch with a goosey soup somewhere in Edo State. So don't blame
Collar,
him.
collar, 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 collar.
Yeah, who's talking?
Man, Akadola, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Hey, collar, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yoruba?
No, I'm from Edo State.
Oh, you don't speak Yoruba?
Somebody's asking me a question.
No, I'm
Collar,
from
collar.
Edo
Ahmed.
State. I'm from the
Ahmed,
Benin
when I'm talking,
tribe.
somebody's asking me a question. Zip it. Go ahead. Whoever's talking.
Yeah, collar. Do you think that this man is gonna start World War III? I think he's bluffing.
No, no, it's not going to be World War Three because World War Three against who? The only thing that might happen is you might see a new geopolitical global order. Like there's unfinished business in the world. North Korea, Iran, Syria.
Show his ear to the phone, man.
There's unfinished business in the world, and who knows? By the time he's done, maybe Iran will be corrected, maybe North Korea will be corrected, maybe Taiwan situation will be corrected. Yeah, a lot of stuff's going to happen. Not only World War III, but there's going to be definitely a major global shift in traditional things like that. It started with the closing of the
Okay,
U.S.
how about
border.
how about Civil War?
Civil War where?
This guy said World
I
War
mean,
Three back
here
in
in
the.
the United
He
States.
said Civil War.
No, no, it's not going to be Civil War in the United States.
He's
What?
trying to go to war.
Oh, Civil
He's
War
trying to go
is
to
a war between two sides. What side is anybody on? You know?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh
So the
huh.
South and the
I
North.
mean,
Why
would
would
it be? Do you
It
think?
would be liberal versus conservative. If it was a civil war.
hold on. That's the whole thing. Is I would say liberals and conservatives. It really, really comes down to it, right? Liberals talk all that nonsense and everything, but they're still white. You know. And if it really
I
comes
don't
down,
I don't really see them as
You guys should
dangerous.
fuck
The
up, right?
liberals, I don't really see them as
if it
dangerous.
really comes down to it,
There's
they're
somebody, the
all
guy
those
that
people
came
are
last
going to be
week
on the
for
same thing
business for
because
clock, right?
they made
I
the
got big
only
money
thing
out of it.
dividing
That's
white
it.
America is, you know what the liberal services conservative pay came from? People like when I it's
Uh,
funny when I hear black people saying they're liberal. It's funny when I hear black people say they're conservative. Liberal and conservative didn't appear until the 1960s, and it was all based on what was your view towards black people integration. If you basically believe that America
yeah.
could change and become a pluralist society with blacks, whites, and stuff like that living in peace, you will consider a liberal. If you believe that, okay, America's a fine country, it has its flaws, but it's a exceptional country, and the government should not intervene in racially, let things take their natural course, then you are conservative, right? You don't want to change
A
anything.
patriot. A patriot.
That's all it means. It has nothing to do with how you feel on whether it doesn't even have to do with now it's morphed into liberal conservatives, what you feel about the LGBTQ, and stuff like that. But for the most part, the original liberal conservative conundrum had to do with what white people, not black people. That's why black people say I'm a liberal. It doesn't matter what you say. It was really meant for if because white people want to include black people into their society, their mainstream society, or do you believe black people should be completely be segregated from white people? That's what That's what liberal conservative meant, originally. But it changes something else. But that's what it really means. When somebody says somebody's a liberal, but you might as well just say the word nigger lover. When somebody says somebody's a racist, you might as well see he's a bigot, KKK. That's what it really comes down to. Those are nice words of saying nigger lover
It's
and
it's the same people.
KKK. Mm.
It's the same people. Same people, same agenda.
Yeah. So the
Uh,
bottom line, so
Yeah.
civil war between those people, not
Uh,
not over black people.
yeah. But I think he bluffing, man.
Bluffing about what? He didn't say he's doing nothing. He just basically said doing what he said he's going to do. He said he's going to close the border. He's going to pursue peace. He's going to raise tariffs on all these countries or whatever like that. But so far he's winning. So far he's winning. He's won like 10 victories in a row. He said he's going to get end birthright
But
citizenship. Everything he's winning. He's won on everything he did. So I don't
yeah,
know.
but
Like,
he's not the
as long as it doesn't affect me, and until something affects me,
Colin, man. I thought you was from the black
call
race,
about
no,
man.
no,
For
no,
the
self. You all
yeah,
FBA.
look,
about self,
I
Colin.
thought you was standing
Ahmed,
for the
Ahmed,
FBA, man, Colin, man.
until something affects me, which
Why
hasn't done
you?
yet.
I'm home, man. What about your people?
Oh yeah, look, my people,
Come on, man. You
there's no
can't
black
say.
people in America
Come on, man.
starving,
You
right?
come.
You
You come
hold
here
up,
every
Ahmed,
night and talk about your
you
people,
know
man.
what my deep
You
down
come here
beliefs
every
are, right?
night and spend
Hold up, you
about a
know
couple
what my
hours.
deep down belief. Hold up, Ahmed.
You know what I'm
All I
saying?
know
We a
is
team, right?
hold up. All I know is Black America do not have a homeland like everybody else. Mexicans got a homeland. Jews got a homeland. Every African person that is in
Right.
America
We
got a
can't go nowhere.
homeland. The black person in America, right? We got to share our homeland with another race of people, and I don't like that. Even the white Americans got ties to their homeland, like in Europe,
Yeah. Right.
Germany.
We the FBA.
Hold on, no, that's bullshit. Yeah, if that's if people who believe in FBI are uneducated black people. There's no such thing as
We
foundation.
been here.
47, man.
We were here before
1776,
everybody.
man. I like that
No,
dude.
no, no, you were
Whoa, whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa! What you mean by being here before everybody? What's that mean? Who said
You
that?
were here. You
That means
came
that
here.
we don't
Yo,
have a
our
country to
ancestors.
go
Look,
to.
your
We don't have a
ancestors.
country to go to if
Your
shit kick off.
ancestors
We
came
don't have a
here.
country to go to.
Hold on. Yeah, you don't want a country. That's why you're still a slave. A man without a country is a slave. And I'm not gonna. FBA is a slave culture.
Yeah, that's
That's a
us.
slave culture. You're saying which is basically doubling down on the plantation. The white man's America's a white man's plantation. And you're saying I belong on the plantation. I'm not going nowhere. You got people after slavery. I ain't moving. I'm on Master Plumber's plantation. I'm gonna stay here. So that's what it is. Another man rules the land, makes the laws on the land you live on. There's no foundation in that. It's like that. You just gotta look at the thing. And like I said, a lot of people are victims, right? You guys mind me of turning into vampires. Tariq Nasheed turned you guys into a bunch of FBA zombies when you actually believe it. You don't benefit from no FBA. There's no status or achievement in calling yourself FBA. That means you're
I
landless,
agree.
you're homeless, you're landless, and when you're at the bottom of somebody else's civilization. And also, even African immigrants have status over you in this country, because you don't have a homeland. Any man that does not have a homeland has no status, You were taken in America as a slave, You
Right,
had no choice in coming here, So,
right. But we are the foundation. We are the
what
F stands
foundation?
for
What
foundation. We
foundation?
are the
What?
foundation. We were
How are
already
you?
here.
How are your foundation?
Hold on. Let me ask him a question. What do you mean by we was already here? Hello, can you hear me?
We don't have a place to go. Everybody else can go
Yeah,
back. You can go back to
that's nothing to
Africa,
brag. That's nothing to
but we
brag
can't go
about.
to Africa.
That's nothing to brag about. Oh yeah, you can. Oh yeah, we can. We can
Why?
basically. You can go to any African country you want to and build a community or whatever like that. You choose not to. Have you? Let me ask you a question,
But
Robert.
that's where
Ever,
we're
look.
not from
Have you ever
Africa
been?
though.
Have you been to the African
See,
country?
I knew it. I knew it. We not from Africa. What do you mean we not from Africa?
My grandmother's not from Africa. My great grandmother is not from Africa.
But
So,
weren't
see,
their
I got
ancestors
you.
from Africa?
Dude, I can.
Man,
I look at your
what
face.
about your
You
father?
put the camera on, bro.
What
You
about your father,
100%
man?
from Africa, bro. You
Man,
100%
what about your
from Africa.
father? Your
Were
grandpa?
any of your ancestors from Africa?
Man, it's funny how
Father
these
is
dudes,
not
man,
from
they always
Africa.
say my grandma, my grandma, my
No,
You said
mother, my
what?
grandma.
None of
What's
your
up with that?
ancestors were from Africa.
Is there a reason why y'all reaching? Name one of your ancestors that's from Africa right now.
So
All of
No,
them.
no,
Give
no,
us a
no,
name.
All of them. All of them.
no,
Name one.
All of them. I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
my
no,
no.
ancestors,
no.
but I knew they came from Africa. That's all I know.
We know they came
That
from
ain't good
Africa.
enough. You got to
It
name
is good
one.
enough. It is good enough. I did my
Yes, it is.
DNA. I did my DNA test. It told me exactly where my ancestors came from. That's all I need to know. And matter of
Yeah,
fact,
where they came from, but not you.
it was so accurate. My
But
DNA
hold on. Let me ask
showing
you.
all
Let
the
me ask him a
areas,
question.
all the areas in my family where I got family in the South. I was like, damn, they know every state where I got relatives at. It knew all the people that I was ancestors from Africa and whatnot. I got some ancestors from Europe, very little, and I got most of my ancestors in Africa. That's the truth.
Right.
That's, you know.
Let me ask him a question. Like, bro, are you saying none of your ancestors come from Africa?
Robert,
None
have you
of them.
taken DNA test? Check this out.
None of them come from Africa. See, there we go. He's an
Anybody,
aboriginal.
all I want to hear is see your DNA test. That's all.
He's an aboriginal. I knew it.
He's Aboriginal. Please stop it. It's like I said. This is how uneducated people get brainwashed. You don't hear none of this in academia. All this internet nonsense. People talk online because it's unfiltered, whatever like that. It's unfortunate how black people in America
Let
just
me
don't
let, let me ask him a question. Like, who are your people? Who are your people?
the Navajos.
My people are originally from the South. From the South, if they would be Indian, yeah, they would be Indian.
Oh,
Yo,
okay.
bro, I'm sorry,
Right.
bro. I like you seem like a nice guy, but goodbye. Get the fuck out
I
of here.
knew it. I knew it. As soon as they say that we ain't got
Yeah,
nowhere
but
to go,
I don't want to hear
and
that
Hey,
shit.
Colin, why you kicked him
we
out?
was already here.
Why you kick
Dynasty
him out,
can't
man?
talk to a guy. I think that's the same guy that was on Dynasty.
Why
No,
you
this
kick
guy
him
was on
out,
Dynasty
man?
with
Nah,
me.
that's
They was
not
having a
him.
good
That's
time.
not him.
These people,
Having a
and these
good
are
time,
older
man.
dudes
He's
too.
having
These
a
are
good
older
time.
dudes, older than me. Older dudes sound like fucking fools, man. I'm like, God damn, imagine him going out in the public and teenagers listen to him. Man, he's an old fool. I'm sad. I mean, no disrespect.
Listen, I be on them Aboriginal channels and
I
whatnot,
don't
and,
go on
and
them. I
like
don't go to them. I
no,
don't go
like
to them
because
at all.
people they be having like debates, right? Like like not really Pan Africans, but people like that's trying to tell the truth versus Aboriginals, and it's so funny, right? It's like they get so upset about the thought that their ancestors come from Africa. Like I remember
Steven,
one time somebody said, right, she said it was this lady. She was so ignorant. She was like, "Why? Well, if you from Africa, why don't y'all go over there then?" It's like just because somebody says that our ancestors come from Africa does not mean that you got to go to Africa and be in Africa. It's just tell the truth. Your ancestors from Africa, but
Steven,
they hate that so much. Go ahead.
Steven, let
They
me ask
hate,
you a
they
question.
hate,
Why do
they
you
hate
think
the
is
truth.
that? Like, why?
They hate the truth. They hate
Since
the
you a
truth.
young man,
Because
like,
they got
why?
self hate and,
Because no
and,
matter
and
what,
inferiority
Yeah,
complex.
I
you
tell
ain't
you what.
gotta
I tell
touch
you
the
what.
chicken Africa. You still
Man,
American.
you want to know why? You want to know why? Had Africa really got its, had it not been for the transatlantic slave trade, or even after the slave trade, had Africa really educated itself and built itself up like Asia did. Now you look at Asia right now, coastal West Africa, right? Say from Senegal down to Namibia. It's about the size of the Pacific Rim, But look at the Pacific Rim countries, centers of banking, industry, commerce, media, and everything like that. World class
Manufacturing,
cities, And then look at
manufacturing too.
Africa. It's a
They
basket,
make shit.
you know.
You
That's
right.
no
You right.
excuse, Colin.
Carla,
That's,
to
that's
go
no
further
excuse.
than that, because
You
I've
right.
been to
You right.
Burundi,
You right.
Ethiopia, Kenya,
You go all the way
Rwanda,
down
and at the
Angola.
end of the day, West Africa, where people say we're from, okay? It just seems like there's no hope for that side of the damn continent.
Mr. Miller,
Well,
man.
Angola
Niggas
got
The
hope.
control
southern
Africa
Angola.
right now,
parts,
man.
the western
Jonathan,
parts, I mean the
Jonathan, man.
eastern parts, they seem
Jonathan.
like they're making progress, bro.
All our presidents are niggas, man, in Africa, especially in West Africa, man. From Tinubu to my president in Sierra Leone, man, they all niggas, man.
But the
Colin,
thing is,
like,
though,
like,
at some
Well,
point in time, what I would like to
is
know
that
is
something
why
to
is
want to
Africa.
claim?
They all niggas, man. You know
Let
the
me
type of
hold on.
niggas
Say,
I'm
hold
talking
on.
about, man.
This is
They
what
all
I'm talking
niggas.
about. Burundi, right? When he talks about Ubuntu, how come Ubuntu hasn't created the African rim like the Pacific rim of countries that are standing tall? On
according to
Ubuntu.
Solomon, that dude from southern part of Africa, he said that we can't practice Ubuntu because we not from. You got to be Bantu to practice
Yeah,
Ubuntu.
so we have to go dive into tribalism down there. That's how we gonna get there. Also, after Ubuntu was Ubuntu, was like, we're gonna Ubuntu,
You
and
gotta
next
join
thing
them.
you know, we're
You
on the
gotta join one of them
fucking
secret
the
societies,
Chicago.
man.
we gotta be Bantu. You
No,
can't
no,
be
no, no.
West
You gotta join them
African and
secret
claim
societies,
Ubuntu.
man.
So
That was a video, man. The guy was from Liberia, man. I mean, it's on YouTube. He was playing his Poro song, right? And then the dude got mad. He was like, "Don't play this song right here. I'm a, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna fuck you up and stuff like that." They got serious, man. I was like, God damn, this man is African. The man can't play his own secret society song. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
The only
So,
guy
So
but
out
I'm
of
saying,
curiosity, y'all don't think it's weird claiming something you never been to?
well,
he said what?
I'm saying like this. I know I come from the continent, right? I know I come from the continent, and all I'm saying is, if Africa was like Asia right now, we would be having this conversation where
Colin, get the
everybody
fuck
would
out
have
of
a plane
America.
ticket.
listen, it's nothing wrong with claiming to be American, but don't come up with lies talking about you were Hebrew Israelite and you were
Yeah.
Native American. We was
No,
already
I
here.
would
You
say
don't
like
have
this:
to
if
lie.
you want to claim American, be like 1776 and pull out your Lee Greenwood, talk about.
That's why.
1776.
At least he does it. He don't
I
come up
mean,
with
I
some
don't. That's why I don't have a
abolitionist
problem
story
with
and whatnot.
1776 because even though 1776
He's a
I'm
cornball.
American,
Even
I'm
though
a
he's a
patriot, right?
cornball, even
He
though he's a
still admits
cornball.
that his ancestors come from Africa. See, I don't, but I
Yeah,
can't.
he's like he reminds me of Nak Beezy. Nak Beezy will at least doesn't deny his ancestry. You know.
It's like
So
Carl, like I'm trying to say, like they hate Africa so bad, like they think acknowledging their African ancestry is gonna make like that means they gotta go to Africa. Like I don't understand this. Like it's crazy
that
to me.
white man did that to them. So.
Man, Africa's fucked up, man, for a reason.
Yeah,
We
because
gonna
hold
fix
on.
it
The
though.
bottom line is this: the
Yeah,
white
we actually look up one of the reasons why West Africa is so behind. They always blame this transatlantic slave trade.
We
well,
gonna
yeah, it
fix it,
does.
Jonathan, man. We
That's
It
Yeah,
gonna
does
that's
set
fix
say it
it.
true.
wasn't
yourselves back.
transatlantic slave trade. It wasn't
I
That's what I
watched
said.
it.
Look, I
We
did a
gonna
show
fix it, man.
yesterday called "Can Black people civilize other black people?" Right? And I was just saying, what's going to have to happen is this: like in Ghana, right? Recently, they arrested like 300,000 Chinese illegally there mining
Right.
gold. I'm like, what the fuck, right? And so, therefore, what they found out was all these Chinese had made paid off chiefs, right? I'm saying, and then you got people defending the chieftaincy. Why the fuck is Africa in 2025 still got chiefs? All that stuff
Ah,
should have
Carla,
been
man. Don't
taken
take it
away.
there. Don't take it there. Don't take
Oh,
it
yeah,
there.
no
Carla,
problem. Look, I don't
those
give
were
a
the
damn
same
if
Don't
it's a
take
chiefs
it there,
line.
that had
Look,
us on
Carla,
the
look,
man.
slave
Come
ship,
on.
Carla.
look, if you want a revolution and you want freedom,
Nah, you
something
know.
got to give.
Would you
I meant seriously.
would
That's
you
why you
cancel?
always look.
Would
That's
you
why you're
cancel the
always
Supreme
going to
Court
be back. You
because
sit
of
up
they pass a
every
law
night
that you don't like?
complaining about Africa, right? And you don't want to make the changes. You
Would
don't want.
you cancel a Supreme Court because of the
Look, the
because of they
bottom line
pass a
is,
law that you don't like.
I
I mean,
yield to a government.
let's put it
You
that way,
know,
Colin.
look, some chief, some dusty, dirty chief who's sleeping with underage girls and whatnot, I do not respect. I'm sorry. And
Okay,
President
Colin.
a
Okay,
chief.
Colin.
And this is why I said these people. You could talk
The
all you
Chiefs
want. That's
goes
why I
by
said, look,
lineage.
I am
It goes
glad.
by lineage.
I am glad this is my last month on live stream, man. Yeah, I'm just done with it because everything I said, right? If you can't realize that Africa needs a revolution, needs change, with that drastic change, I don't tell you. That's why I don't blame people for being ashamed of Africans. You know, Africans are the most backward place on the
Colin.
planet.
No
You know,
excuse, no excuse, Colin. No excuse.
Colin. The chief goes by lineage.
who cares?
It
Yes,
goes by
destroy the
lineage, man.
lineage. You know, become a fucking modern state people.
It goes
Forget
by
the lineage.
lineage, Colin.
Are
Not
you that fucking weak? You should have a
not all families
constitution,
could be a
a
chief.
law.
It goes
You
by
know, who
lineage.
cares about the lineage? Yo, let me tell you something, Ahmed. Let me tell you something. You know why I know you're a fucking savage? Why I know
Would you
you're a
cancel the
fucking
Supreme
savage?
Court
Hold
if
on,
they
hold
pass
on.
a bill that you don't like?
Ahmed, you sound like a nice guy, but you're a fucking savage. You know the why? Because everything in Africans always do. They only hold on to something because they got some gain to it. When you have gain in your heart, whatnot, you ain't becoming a chief because you want to serve or you're sacrificing, something like that. You're not like a cardinal or something like that. It's only because it benefits you. That's a savage, you know? And your culture is a savage culture that needs to be destroyed. It was up to me, I wipe you off the fucking planet and start
All
all over.
right,
Colin.
Colin. Come on,
No,
Colin.
I ain't.
Colin.
No, I
Colin.
do. I fucking mean it too. If it wasn't
Colin.
for these chiefs and all shit like that, there would have never been a transatlantic slave trade. You know. And now you guys in Africa, you want sympathy from me? I hope the British takes everything from you. How about that? You know.
Colin,
Fucking
calm
savages,
down,
man.
man.
You finish? No, no, no,
Fucking,
no.
fucking
Let him
bunch of
talk. Let him talk.
savages,
Let
man.
him
All
talk.
they
Let
do
him
is
talk.
all they do is sell each other out, sell Africa out, and just sit there and blame the white man for what the white man's gonna
But
keep
but
doing.
but Colin, you said the other night
Keep
that
them on.
the slave trade was mostly the white man's fault.
I know
Now you
that.
saying it's the chiefs.
I know that.
Steven,
Hold
let me
up, but hold
respond
up.
to
But
him.
it's also people like I ain't blame Africans, right? When people start you try to blame Africans, right? No, it's people like Ahmed that come from chieftaincies and whatnot. That's the problem.
Colin, I
All
never said it was all. I never said it was all Africans
I don't know.
responsible for the
Since
slave
I
trade.
know only a small percentage of Africans were involved. It was mostly chiefs, like people Ahmed's descends from. You know,
All I said
the
was I
majority of
held.
99%
Of
of
course, you know why?
Africans,
You know why, Colin? Colin, let me tell you something. Let me
99% of
say this.
Africans in
Let
West
me say
Africa
this,
were
right?
innocent.
Let me say this, Colin,
99%.
right?
All I said
Let
was
me say
those
this.
that were
Steven,
responsible, white or
Oh yeah,
black. I hold them to
hold
the
on. Yeah,
same.
those are responsible. That's only like 1%.
Steven,
Okay,
let me
that's
say this,
fine.
right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me say
Well,
this.
Africa, you got some ignorant African Americans when they see an
Colin.
African on the street minding his business, maybe working as a janitor. You sold my ancestors. No, nigga, that
I
pussy
never
is
said I
fucking
agree
Colin,
with that,
I ain't talking
Colin.
about
But
you.
Colin,
I'm not
go
telling you
ahead,
about
eventually,
Amir.
the
Colin,
average ignorant African American. You know.
Colin, eventually, I'm gonna be a chief.
Yeah, the bottom line, I don't
I'm gonna
have
be a
any
chief.
respect for that shit. You
I'm gonna
know.
be a chief
I
eventually.
don't have no
I have the
respect for that
right
shit. I don't
to be a
really
chief
care. So what do you
eventually.
want from me?
I'm just saying it goes by lineage. That's the reason why it goes by
I'm gonna
lineage.
see. I say you have something to gain.
No, not because I have
You have
something to
something to
gain.
gain.
Just like okay,
Hey,
just like
hey, Amir, Amir, what?
Kala, I seen them cheese in Africa. There's nothing to gain.
No, but
There ain't nothing to gain,
well,
brother.
hold on, check this out. He's gonna live better. He's gonna live better than the average Sierra Leonean.
I mean,
He's
he
gonna live
living
in
better
a
than the
dirty,
average Sierra
dusty mud
Leonean right
house
now.
like the rest of them. Okay,
no, Jonathan,
there's nothing to
Jonathan,
He
gain.
Jonathan.
Well,
he
I
living
bet
better
he
than
can
the
have a
average
Not
good
Sierra
all
house
Leonean
villages
right
are the
somewhere.
now.
You
same.
know?
Jonathan, not all villages are the same. I know exactly what you're saying. What you saying?
I seen
Well,
a
he is
bunch of them. I
Fula.
seen
Not
enough
all
of them.
villages are the same,
He is
Jonathan.
Fula, so
Yeah,
you
Not
know.
listen.
all
If
villages are the same.
you ain't a king,
Not all villages are
you
the
ain't
same,
shit.
Jonathan.
If
Jonathan, my grandpa, right, had people used to like his feet never even touched the ground. People used to carry him. He had a you know how like these kings used to, they don't walk the ground. They had people that used to carry him. My grandfather used to have people like that.
Why?
My grandfather had gold for each of his own
because they were
sons.
too backwards to actually be able to afford a
No,
carriage.
I don't
oh my God.
understand. Like, why would I make somebody carry me?
No, not like pick him up. You know when you watch those
Well,
movies
how
with
else
the
could
king,
someone
it
carry you?
sits on top, and then you have people have these sticks hold him, and then he's on top of the chair.
Right, right. I know what you're
Well, it's
talking
very
about. I
much
Yeah,
just
it's,
know
like
what
it's,
That's
it's,
he's
it's,
carrying
it's
saying.
not
someone.
not all chiefs are the same, Jonathan. Not all chiefs in Africa are the same. Certain villages are not the same.
Listen. I learned something. Okay, and it's hard to face. When I
There's a
was in
lot of things that
Calabar, when I seen the palaces in Benin, I seen the palace in Wari. At the end of the day, bro, there's a difference between what Africans call kingdom and the rest of the world calls kingdom. Y'all live in the most
Jonathan. Not all
raggedy,
families are the
busted,
same.
broken down places ever. And be like, this is our
Not
king.
everything is
Bro,
the
I would
same,
not claim
Jonathan.
that
Man,
shit at all.
Jonathan.
Bruh,
When it was
I mean,
time
let me ask you a question.
when
I
it was
it's
mean,
all
time
the
for people
same.
to pick a chief, right? We had people from America, we had people from England, we had people from Canada that left their country in Western world to become a chief, but they lost. That's how important where I came from.
like I
That's why I
said,
keep telling
I
you,
mean, let me
not
ask you a
all,
question.
not
you could
every
kiss Sierra
villages are the
Leone
same.
goodbye, man. It ain't gonna never go to place.
I mean, let me ask you a question. Like, what are you gonna do when you become a chief? Like, what's your job?
Oh man, I'm gonna kick every white man out of my, my territory.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's the first thing I do first, and then
All right.
after
Are
that,
you
I
ready to go
make
to
sure.
war with the white man?
No, for real
Okay.
though, I'm too important for me to
So they
become a chief.
the white
Sierra
people.
Leone will become a francophone country overnight.
Yeah, the white people. The white people are the one who caused that civil war. If they're over diamonds and whatnot, the white
Yeah,
people like
I
this.
mean, of course, a lot of those chiefs are corrupt. Plenty of them are corrupt. Probably about 90% of them are
Bottom line
corrupt.
is this, and the
All
bottom,
of
all they do is play Africans against each other. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean, of course, that's why Africa is this what it is. Africa is this for a reason. It's not because of there's a reason why Africa it is. It's because of us. It's because of us.
So Maxwell said, something happened in
I
Ghana.
heard about that. Something about an Igbo king in Ghana.
Yeah,
Oh
Ebo King
man,
in
don't
Ghana.
bring that story up, man. Don't bring
2025,
that
and they
story up,
still
man.
practicing
You should
tribalism.
bring up Elvis, man, because Elvis loved the evil people. You should bring up Elvis. Elvis, man, where you been? You ain't saying nothing today. You should bring up Elvis, man,
Elvis
because
fell
Elvis
off. He
loved
ain't
the
up here
evil
no more.
people. So basically, this what happened, right? In the Igbo land, if I'm not mistaken, if my knowledge is not, because that's Nigeria. I don't know too much about Nigeria. In the Igbo kingdom, right, they don't have a king,
Hmm.
like a one king, just like how the Yoruba has the a one king. So the Igbo does not have a one particular king. So technically, what that man did, right, he claimed himself as a king in another African land, another African country. You're not supposed to. It's technically a disrespect. You can't crown yourself a king in another African country that your people are
They
not
take that
from.
seriously.
Oh yeah, it's serious. It's serious, man. Africans could be very tribalism, man. It's a different level.
Man, that's like me going to New York and saying I'm the king of New York and
You
dudes
can't
and
do that. You cannot do that because the land is very sacred. People die for
okay.
certain things. There's, you know what I'm trying to
land
say?
ain't
Just
sacred.
like how,
The
So they
dude
basically
said
gang
that he's
banging.
the Igbo king, Igbo
just
king of the Igbo people in Ghana. Not
yeah,
that
just
he's
like
the
how,
king of Ghana.
yep. Just like how a Yoruba man cannot claim himself a king in the Igbo land. You're not supposed to. You don't do that. It's
Man,
something you don't do.
that's
A
So
Yoruba
crazy.
he knows
man
what
can
he's
claim to
doing.
be a king of the Yoruba people while he's in Igbo land. Just because
Yup,
you go
yup.
to another land, that doesn't mean that you're no longer a king of your people.
No, you can't be a king of
And
somebody
that's
else.
why the African mindset is so damn
No,
stupid.
you're missing the point, Jonathan. You cannot be a king in another man's land.
Negro, you're the king of a people, not
Uh,
land.
Jonathan,
No,
That's
you're
your
the king of the
problem.
people and the land
Jonathan,
itself, Jonathan.
Jonathan,
You're missing the
Jonathan,
point.
Jonathan. Let me just tell you the truth about that king of Igbo land. That guy is stupid. He married to a Ghanaian woman. He went over there. He's stupid. You see, I watched some of this Ghana something. Ghana without Nigeria, Ghana will not even survive. Forget this so-called all the banks in Ghana is being run, controlled by Nigerian banks. You understand me? You know, but the king being a king in another man's country is stupid. You understand me? Calling himself
Exactly.
whatever you want to call himself
Exactly.
over there.
It's a
That's
disrespect.
not Nigeria. You understand me? But for Ghana running their mouth like, oh, Nigeria this, Nigeria that, Nigeria didn't want nothing to do with Ghana to JJ Rollins. that
You have a
approached
condola.
blogging at that time. I said, "Oh, please,
You have a condola.
can you teach us uh, how you supposed show these movies? You know, all these your so-called movies. Then Nollywood was just coming up. You understand me? But the truth of the matter is that Ghana sit always on this social media blast us. You understand me? We didn't really reply back or something like that. You feel me? You know, but we can settle this thing. But that guy going to somebody's land and say, is this? That is stupid. That is, you can't go to somebody's land and become king.
You
No,
can't
no
do that,
Nigerian
condola.
person
You
should
can't
do
do
that
that.
shit.
You
That
can't
is
do that.
bullshit.
Yo, Carla,
What
Elvis
if
said put him back up.
what if like
You know?
what if like an Ashanti goes to a Yoruba land and then becomes a king? Yoruba
But
people
that's why I
not
say
gonna
it's stupid. But
accept that.
Ghana also
Come on
destroys
now.
also a law,
You're
bro.
not supposed to do that.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if we really have. Look, that was Africa doesn't have love. How can we really? How can you be united with other people, America that left 500 years ago? Why in Africa they're not even united? You understand me?
Yeah, but he's not
I believe
supposed
everybody
to.
have to stay in his zone. Nigeria have to stay in Nigeria. Ghana
Nah,
to stay
Cadola
in
is
Ghana.
what he did was right. He's the
Nah,
leader of the
Jonathan.
Igbo
He's not
people.
supposed to.
How?
Why would you have Igbos in your country if you don't want them? It's this is an
But
African thing.
what I wanted
No,
to
you're missing the
Either
do.
point,
either
Jonathan.
you respect African shit or you don't respect it at all.
No, you're missing the point, Jonathan. Jonathan, kings are different. There's certain things. You're not getting it.
No, no, no. Listen, in Africa, in West Africa, it's different. But everywhere else in the world, if your people are in that
Jonathan,
area,
Ahmed is
Jonathan, I'm not
no, that's
supporting
not how
that.
it works. Ahmed is actually right for once. Ahmed is right. If
Jonathan,
kingship
I
and
don't
kingdom
see.
is about land, it's not just about people. It's about land. It's about
Yeah,
having dominion over land. So you can't be a king. You can be a leader of the people in the community in Ghana, but you can't be a king because a king, has authority over a piece, over a part of land, and the people that are in that land is his subject. You can't have two kings. The Ashanti, especially if he's in Ashanti land, the Ashanti king is the entire king of all Ashanti land in Ghana. So nobody can be.
yeah,
There can be a
but
duality of kings
yeah,
in the
but
Ashanti
I
land.
want them. No,
Did,
yeah, but
did he
that's
say?
the
But did
problem,
he
though.
say he was the
But
king of
Elvis,
Ghana? Like,
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. That's the problem that
what,
I have with
what did
this.
he say?
In other countries, if you have a significant population of another people there, they can still claim to be a ruler over their people in that country. Yeah, but
Oh,
only in this part
Jonathan.
of Africa are these people like retarded.
Jonathan. Elvis just break
And
it
this is
down
an
to you.
example why they can't get no damn where.
Elvis just break it down to you. Igbo man will never allow a Yoruba man to come
Jonathan.
in the land
One
and
day,
then
listen.
claim himself a
What I've
king.
learned is that one day the land is yours, and if
As a
somebody
Shanti
else
man,
wants
will
to
never
take it
do that.
afterwards, they'll take it.
Jonathan,
A
Jonathan,
Mende
The
man will
land
never
is
do that.
temporarily, but
I'm
the
telling you
people
the
are
truth.
still
Jonathan,
going
to
to
be
be
honest,
He
subject to
knows
the
he's not
person
to
that's
be,
supposed to
to
above
do
be
it.
them.
honest, I want that Igbo guy to be deported from Ghana.
Exactly.
I also wanted to also drive Nigeria away
He
from
knows
Ghana
he's not supposed to
also.
do that.
You know why I like that? So that we can, because they see where to be hiding to or where they running to. I don't know what they're doing there. Let them drove
You know,
Nigeria away
the
from
Igbos,
Ghana.
the Igbos went there a while ago when there was a boom in Ghana. So they're not originally from that area, so they don't have a land that they have sovereignty over. Quasi sovereignty. I think those are just people who went there a while ago. I think in the 1940s, and have been there for a while. So you
Who?
can't claim kingship. Kingship is authority over the land and the subjects in that land. You can't claim it if somebody else is the supreme authority of that land. You can't do that.
He
So
Yeah.
can
I
be a
get what
leader.
I
He
know.
can
I
be
get
a
what they're
leader of
saying.
Igbo
There's a
markets.
lot of things that goes into it,
You,
man.
He can
Jonathan,
be
you
a
trust
can
leader
me.
of
do it
Igbo Market
though. You can
Association.
do it
But to
though.
be a king,
No,
that is wrong.
The
Jonathan,
same way that
Jonathan,
white
an
people
Igbo
said,
man will never
"Motherfucker, this is
allow.
our country. This is our Nigeria." They can do whatever the hell they please.
Oh
Y'all
man.
Yeah,
allow a
but
white
they ain't
person
got
to
to pay
run
any
all through
bills.
your
Okay,
shit
They ain't got
Jonathan.
to pay any
and
You live
bills.
in
claim it
Kingston.
all, but the next minute another black
You
person
live in
does it.
Beni, right?
Nah.
You live in
Yeah, but
so,
Beni, right? In
what
Devon,
would
Virginia,
happen? You
right?
got to pay any bills.
so what will happen to the guy that claimed he was a king in Ghana? Like, what's gonna
They
happen
should,
to him?
He's
I
gonna get
think
Not a
bond
I
damn
think
support.
I think
thing.
they I think they should
The
bring him out.
Ashanti kings are going to send the emissaries, and they're going to get rid.
If Nigeria got any
Okay.
backbone, they'll sanction the shit out of Ghana and stop fucking with them.
No, no, I don't
You,
think Nigeria
you
don't have to do
disrespect
that.
our people, we gonna hit your country as hard as we can.
I think there's no need to do that. I think Bobby wanted to deport the Nigerians in Ghana away from there. You know, if Ghana can do that, I'll be very happy so that we can reset the total ball game again. So that there can be peace also because it seems like Nigeria going to Ghana, but Ghana forget if you come to Nigeria, there are almost about 500 something thousand Ghanaians, but none of them is claiming king. Okay, I know that. But
Condola, you
if
remember
you
what
don't
happened, right? With Ghana must go. You remember what happened with the Ghana must go? They're saying animosity that both sides did it to each other. So there's still
yeah,
some bad blood there.
yeah, but Ghana did it first to Nigerians, you know. Yeah, Nigeria
Yeah,
lost a lot
but
of their
he could
property
have
there.
been like a community leader though. The man
Yeah,
called
but
himself a king.
I don't see
He
what they're
called
really
himself a
doing there.
king.
I really, 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 I really don't know. I can't really
Man,
understand what Nigerians are doing in Ghana. I can't really understand it. Really, 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 because in Nigeria you have more market opportunity, you have more things. I don't know what they're really doing there. I can't really imagine they're going there. What kind of shit they're doing over there? I can go to somebody else's country, you become like a king. You understand
But
me? That's what I would
Condola,
support.
you gotta support your Nigerian brother.
No, 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 no. I support them to drive. I support them to drive Nigeria away from that place, so we can totally reset this whole program again. You understand me? Because without that, so that there will be peace. I understand. You know, Nigeria is a huge population. Uh, Ghana population might be 30 something million. They can get scared. If 10 million of Nigeria come to Ghana, that almost like a large community that can threaten them. You know, I understand that. You understand me? You know, so that's why I just think build your. Nigeria have to behave like United States. Create jobs in Nigeria. Do a lot in Nigeria. Let's see if other countries couldn't create their job, that's their own business. But you have no business to go over there and be disturbing. Your internal market is very large. Whatever you're doing, you have the population to run whatever you want to run. But why going to Ghana and say, I'm a king, I'm this, I'm that? There's always going to be tension. Even in music, there's tension. You understand me? Even in this, there's tension. You know, Ghana is a little bit far from Nigeria. Two countries. Okay, this country might be small, but just two countries. What are you going to, why are you there? And the problem, the Ghanaians are not kicking out the so-called Nigerians who are always
mm,
on YouTube there insulting Nigerians from that place. No, if you go to those comments, oh, the Ghanaian love that. Oh, yes. Oh, my sister, you are right. These Nigerians, you are this. Don't start something you can't finish. You
Yeah,
understand?
but Condola. Yeah, but Condola. If it was the Ghanaian doing that, Nigerians in the comment would be worse saying some shit. Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Have you ever seen a Ghanaian in Nigeria, right? Insulting Ghana? No.
No, what I'm trying to say is I'm talking about
No,
this
but you people
kingship.
keep them, but you people keep these people in Ghana and using them to big up yourself. You understand me?
No, no, no,
No
no, no, no.
Nigerian
I'm
person
not talking about
support
that.
no
I'm
no
talking about the
Nigerian person support
kingship.
this Igbo man become a king in Ghana because we know how the culture roll. You know the land, you know
Yeah,
the
but yeah,
history
but yeah, but
there,
either way, you're gonna have people in the comment gonna say some stupid stuff. This is how
but he's
people
not
are.
from there. He's not a Ghanaian. He's from Igbo land. He came there maybe to do some stupid business, maybe to do some trading, married to a Ghana woman. Then out of the blue, from nowhere, says a king, and we were surprised. He
Yup,
sit on
yup.
the
You gotta
royal
conquer
chair,
the land years ago, generations.
he sit on the royal chair, talking nonsense out of his mouth there. I'm this, I'm a
That's
king.
Jonathan Miller, man. Jonathan Miller, man. That's your
So
cousin.
what happened? Did they kick him out?
I wanted to kick him out.
They should have kicked. You can't go to another African country and you're not from there.
He was
Every
Mikey.
tribe got their own place. Every tribe got their. It's fair to be a king. You got to be. It's a ruling family. You know, King Alamir, you come from
That's
where
not true
you
though.
come in ruling.
Because in
Right.
that very same Ghana country, y'all done let white chiefs, Chinese chiefs. Don't
You
try to
don't
get
understand that.
hardcore
You don't
now.
understand that now, sir. Listen, I come
I
from
don't want
royal.
to understand it.
I come from a royal family. You don't understand when they say ceremonial chief. and the power, chief with power is two different chiefs. Like my family, we got power, political power. That ceremonial guy they could give that ceremonial chief to anybody, like community service. For example,
When you say your family got power, power to do what?
political power because that kingdom, we
To
have
do
been in
what?
that kingdom for thousands of years. Before there was a country called Sierra Leone, we were in we were the rulers of that land, that area right there. So that's how when they did the constitution, they made the laws. They said the people that used to rule that area for thousands of years, to family blood ties, you got the
Hey,
power to rule there.
how come our
A
prescription water?
family tree is there in place where your blood ties are there, and we have a vote. That's part of the constitution. It's plainly around West Africa. It's a vote between the family members. So who's gonna be the next king or who's gonna be the next elders? But it's gonna be the blood ties of the people that have been ruling for there for thousands of years.
Hey,
That's how
bruh,
it is.
whoever speaking, if you don't mind me asking, what tribe are you from?
I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm from the Timni tribe.
Okay, okay.
Okay, both of you are from Sierra Leone.
I'm from the Timni tribe, and that we've been
Now,
ruling
now,
that
now,
land
I got a
long.
question. What when the white people came over, right?
Uh,
What did the kingdom people do?
okay.
What,
When the white people came to Sierra Leone, that's what you're asking about.
yeah, what did
Okay,
y'all kingdom
now,
people do?
okay, the first part of the whole how Sierra Leone was started. Portuguese guys came over. They sent their boats and stuff like that. They came over as an emissary of the other king in Portugal. They said we want to we want to do business with the local king of that area, wherever they stopped at. The boat stopped at. So you sign a treaty. You see what I'm saying? Where you can exchange goods and services through a barter system. All right. Now, when the British came to rule, they came to rule the country. Now they started with Freetown, which is an area border. Is when the American War of Independence was in the United States. The British, the people rebelled. 13 colonies rebelled against. They said they want to create a country called United States. So they rebelled against the British. So the British was looking. They say any black man that fought on the side of the British will take you to Africa, buy your land, and you free for life. So there was this guy called Thomas Peters. He went around from plantation to plantation, recruiting people to fight on the side of the British. But the British lost the war. So they created a country called United States of America and kicked the British out. So for the British to keep their promise, they went to Africa and said, we promise you land. So they went, there was a British parliamentarian called William Wilberforce. He went down there with the leader, Thomas Peters, and all the freed slaves. They went together. They landed in Sierra Leone. They talked to a Timni king called King Naibana. They say, these people they used to be over here. They went to America. They took him as slaves. They went to America. Now they're free. So we promised them land. So we'll give you X amount of goods and services as a payment for the land. The land is the area called Freetown. So that was what the British started off with. Because the freed slaves already knew the white man's system, being in the plantation, they created a colony called Freetown. All right? The rest of the country was untouched. So later on, the British was like, went to every other king, even the king in our kingdom, told them, let's sign an agreement where this colony that we created of freed slaves and y'all the natives can trade with each other. Okay, so they signed a treaty. So they would trade with the free slave from the colony from of Freetown with the natives. You know, to bring goods and services, go back and forth. So the British said, well, it's getting too good. So why, instead of signing, we have 17 tribes in Sierra Leone, and we have 17 kingdoms. So to streamline the business, to make the business easier under one administration, why don't we create a country called Sierra Leone as an administrative area? Because we have all these treaties, and we're making one big fat treaty. You know, because we already trading with the colonies back and forth. That's how the British create this country called Sierra Leone. But the British turned around and said, well, because we got to pay for the administration, we got to collect taxes. So there was a Timney King called Baibury. It was like, fuck that. They said, I always had my house. I never paid taxes. Or they call it the hot tax war. You see what I'm saying? The British say, hey, y'all gotta pay taxes. So they went to war. So the Timneys and the Mendes were the most rebellious tribes. They were like, fuck it, British. You're not gonna collect no taxes over here. But Biberi, the Timney guy, was the most notorious. He killed the British till they found out, because the British never knew how to fight guerrilla warfare. He was the one that introduced guerrilla warfare. You go to London, in England, the British War College. It's a chapter over there where they have about Baibury, where guerrilla warfare was first introduced to the world, because they were fighting medieval way. You know, the medieval way, you have a cannon, you shoot, and then, stuff like that. They never fought in Africa. The guerrilla warfare was in the jungle. You see what I'm saying? You know how people fight in Vietnam? They hide, they do that, they set traps and stuff like that. So Baibury killed a lot of them till the British overcame that, and they finally caught him. And by doing that, they said, "Well, now let's take everything. Well, we're gonna have administration over all the kingdoms." That's how they created. But Baibury, he kicked their ass. Look up Baibury, Biabureh. That's the Timney King that didn't take no shit. He fought the guys, man. He beat the wheels out of the British till they got caught up. So that's how they created. So because of that, they started training, like my dad and all of them. They sent them to America to train. That's how I was born here. Because they sent my dad and my mom to train to replace the British. Because the British, this Sierra Leoneans were calling for independence. So they sent all these Africans all over the world to study and get trained and replace the British. We got our independence. That's how it is. That's Sierra Leone's story. But that Baibury's village is not too far from our village, not too far off. You see, all we had was kingdoms. So that's the story of Sierra Leone.
Okay. So the development of Sierra Leone, is it the kingdom's fault, or is it your democratic leaders?
The development of you talking about after the war? Well,
Yeah,
uh,
the
the
kingdom's running, right?
uh,
The kingdom's running, right?
the
So
kingdom.
the lack of development in the area is because of the kings, right?
You
Or is
talking
it
about in
because
a
of
village? Oh, in a village? Okay, this is the thing about a
No, he's
village.
talking about currently. He's talking about the
I'm
last
talking
50
about
years.
the country in general.
The country
Uh-huh.
itself.
Yeah.
No, it's a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
Jonathan.
development going on, bro.
Yeah,
It's a
but
lot of
Jonathan.
building going on.
There will
It's
be
a lot.
conflict then.
It's a lot of building going on all over the country, bro. It's a lot of projects going on all over the country.
Cool. If y'all don't mind, show some of those projects if y'all can find them.
Okay, I can
I
pull
want
you
to
all
see
the
the
mining projects.
projects.
Pull up all the mining projects in Sierra Leone. Pull up all the
Mining
road
projects.
projects in Sierra Leone.
No,
You
I
can
mean,
Google
to play it for the
you can
people in the
Google
audience so they can see
you
it
can
too.
Google road projects in Sierra Leone. You can Google mining projects in Sierra Leone. Okay, even though we had a war and we had to rebuild, we did a lot of road projects. lot of housing projects, a lot individually from the private sector and from the government sectors. Then foreign people coming in. We doing a lot. We got a farm. My family in our kingdom we're doing farming. We're doing palm kernel, oil palm, and then outside of the city we're doing it. There's a lot of all types of farming programs going on. There are all types of road projects going on, mining projects going on all over. So it's a whole cachet of projects. So you can pull that, you can Google all that up. You can Google all that up. All the projects I'm telling you about. So it's something you can Google. It's not high. It's public information. It's public information.
Hey, can
So
I ask you a question? What language do your people speak? Like,
okay, I speak Timini,
uh huh.
which is my tribal language.
Okay.
Okay. Then there's Creole, which is a slang, which is mixed up with English and African languages, which is
Okay.
like
Right.
the lingua franca. And then you have English, which is the official language.
Okay.
Okay. Why they did the official language as English is what all that was the British did that to streamline the administration. Because the tribes, when all the kingdoms had their own agreements, they wanted their own agreements separately. They didn't want to come together. But the British was like, I'm the one doing business with y'all. For the sake of business, let's make this administration the British way, and we can do everything in English. So to conduct business, you want to do business, it's gonna be done in English. See what I'm saying? You want an official, professional job, it's gonna be done in English. But you can do business in your local area too. Uh, if I'm in a local area, I could do business in Timney with my contemporary, if you understand my language, you know? So
Are your people just in Sierra Leone or any other countries?
My
we're in Guinea. We we we
Okay.
we, we we're in
my
Guinea. Then
my question is,
mhm,
hey, I got a quick question. How
mhm.
do you create 17 tribes in Sierra Leone and 16 tribes in Liberia? That's 33 tribes in such a
Oh
small
my
area.
God, 17
Like,
to
It's not a
17,
created.
man. Hold
Nobody
on, hold on,
created.
hold on, hold on.
wait, wait, wait,
Listen,
wait,
Hold on,
wait.
please.
I,
Hold on,
it's
please.
not
let me
the
just speak.
tribes were not
Let,
created. Huh?
let me
17
build.
cannot
Let
be
me build for
17
a second.
The
questions, man.
tribes were not created. They
Listen,
Just
were.
that's
17,
30.
man.
That's 33 gangs
Listen.
in two little countries, man.
God,
That's
thank you,
crazy.
thank you. No, but that's why the British.
Nah, there's
You
like
ever heard
six
about
of
the
those
Berlin
tribes
Agreement?
that
You ever
intertwine
heard about
between
the
both
Berlin
countries.
Conference?
Man,
You ever
y'all
heard about
just
the Berlin?
gang banging all through Africa, man. Like, how?
That's
No,
not
you know.
gang banging,
Listen,
man.
listen,
Come
You
on, come
can't
on.
even.
Let him explain. Let him explain. Let him explain.
listen.
Yeah, man.
When
Let him
I say
explain it because
yeah,
I
because
also want to hear the brother
that's why
explain
the British, the French,
being
all
ranked
these people
184 out of
they
193 countries
streamline
in
the
terms of
process
development.
by boxing these
I want to know
people
who
in
fault
one
that
area.
is.
They box these people in one area. You see what I'm saying? Because every little kingdom, every little tribe want their own territory. So this is what the Europeans did. They say, hey, let's come together. Like places like Nigeria, 400 tribes. Other places, 20 some tribes. Box them up together. Too many little tribes. If y'all box up together in one area, we can call that area a set. I mean that one thing the white man did. The only one of the few things the white man did that I like. You see what I'm saying? By bringing all these tribes in one geographical area and call it, under one administration instead of all these several administrations. And yeah, so the tribes were there. They've been there for thousands of years. All the white man did was box them up into different countries and name the countries, the territories. So that's one good thing the white man do. For anything else they never did in Africa, box people up in one area. Y'all gotta work together. Y'all gotta
Right.
find
So
people to
so
work together.
So tribalism is not bad in your country. What you saying?
No, but listen, tribalism is always going to be there. What I mean, tribalism
Right.
is always going to be there. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In the administration, just like in America, when they say you can't be racist, you gotta be an equal opportunity
That's an
employer.
impediment to great- that's an impediment to greatness, though. Like if you have these rivalries, you pretty much have an NFL league.
You're cutting up, man.
Hurry on, you breaking up 1776. You breaking up.
You're breaking up.
1776. You breaking up, man.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I don't know what he was trying to say, but maybe you need to come back. But tribalism is there. But just like America, like I was saying, you can't be racist. Equal opportunity. You go to HR, it's an equal opportunity employment. You can't go. Nobody can be racist to each other. It's the same thing in African administration. Nobody can be tribalistic. I mean, they could get their low key tribalistic. That's going on the cover, but you can't be tribalistic when you're doing promotions. You can't be tribalistic when you pick teams. You know everything. You can't be tribalistic. So
That's good.
no, but that's what they did. Although on the cover, people, yeah, they still do. You know how over here in America, you can't be racist, but white people look out for white people. Mexican look
Right,
out for
right.
Mexican. But
Oh,
they
okay,
can't
yeah,
do.
yeah, yeah.
They can't be out there with it. You see what I'm saying? It's the
Right,
same
right,
thing.
right, right. Okay, I got you. I got you. Makes sense.
Yep.
All
So
right,
it's
well,
the same.
how many people in your ethnic group like a number?
Number might be 6 or 7 million. Just in Sierra
Okay,
Leone. In Guinea, I don't know how many. There's a
okay,
lot
okay,
in
okay.
Guinea. Yep. In Guinea, there's some of them.
Who's the biggest ethnic group
How
in
can
Sierra
you how
Leone?
can you
Our
be six
tribe
or
is the
seven
biggest
million
ethnic
when
group.
yeah, but how can you be 6 and 7 million when the entire population of Sierra Leone is like 6 million people?
Now it's not 6 million people.
Or 8 million, I should say. My bad, 8 million.
So y'all the biggest ethnic group in Sierra
We're the
Leone?
biggest tribe. We're the biggest tribe in
Oh, okay,
Sierra Leone.
okay, okay. Who's next? Mende people after yours?
Mendes are next.
Okay.
Mendes. Then you have Fulanis. Then you
Mm-hmm.
have Limbas,
The
Locos,
who? Say it again.
Limbas, Fulanis,
Okay, Limbers. Okay,
Locos, Madingos.
okay.
You have this. They got a lot of small tribes,
Oh, okay.
little tribes.
Elvis,
But
y'all got Mandingos in Liberia too, right?
yeah, Madingos in
Okay.
Liberia, Madingos in Sierra Leone, Mendes are in Sierra Leone, Mendes are in Liberia. In
Okay.
Sierra Leone, they are majority. In Liberia, they are minority.
Okay.
Yep. And then we had the free slaves. Free slaves,
Mm-hmm.
they call themselves the Creoles.
Yeah, the
So that's a
Creole
tribe.
people.
Yeah, that's a tribe by itself.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So
Most of them stay like around Freetown, or
no, they got Freetown. That's their place.
okay, okay,
They had the land. They got all the land. They're the landlords. They're the landowners. They got their own country clubs. They got a European culture. They don't have an African culture. They you
Is
know
it the most developed place in Sierra Leone?
yeah because they built there. They built there because they was in the plantation with a white man. So whatever they seen the white man do, they build. They have no, but I'm giving their props. They're highly educated class. You don't see them do African things like have kids carry stuff on their head. They don't do that. If they take you in, they adopt you. They're changing your name from an African name to an American name. If you got an African name, they're gonna change your name to John Smith or William Jackson. Yep, yep. They got their own culture. They don't have nothing African by their culture. You know why we African natives we eat with our hands?
huh.
No, they're gonna take you to the dining room table. You gonna eat with a fork and a knife. They're
I
gonna
sound
give
like
you a
collar
suit
people.
and a tie. and they take you to church. You got a pew.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they got their pew. They got their Rotary clubs. They got their Freemasons. They got their country clubs. They got they got different societies. A lot of them are like they run the courthouses in Freetown. The mayor's office, they run it. All the professional jobs, they're in there. They're teachers, lawyers, engineers, stuff like that. So
Is it fair to say that they don't run the country though?
no, they run that seat. No, they don't mess with the rest of the country. Because
They
That's the
just stay in their
problem.
own little area.
they don't go to the rest of the country because it's part of opposite cultures. You see what
Right.
I'm saying? Our cultures, the tribal culture is different from their culture. Their culture, they brought it from America.
Now,
You know what
now,
I'm
some
saying?
Kala said something very intelligent earlier that maybe the diaspora should go in there, colonize or take over Africa in order for it to
Not
develop.
gonna
Would
No,
it
happen.
no,
make
no,
sense?
no,
Would it
no,
make sense
no.
for the Creole people in
No,
Freetown
no. What
to
these
take
people
over the
did?
rest of the country so the
No,
rest of the
they didn't
country
take
can
the rest of
develop?
the country. They took one city. That's their city.
Yeah, but
They-
should they
they-
take over the rest of the country
Nah,
They
so they can
did. They
no,
develop
they
did
it?
shouldn't.
because
They
it's a
shouldn't.
democratic thing. They're a minority. They
Right,
only got like 600,000 of them.
right. They'll get slaughtered
Yeah,
just because they
but
try
in
to do
terms
that.
of but in terms of making look, it's one of the top 10 poorest countries on the planet, and the only thing popping is Freetown. So
No,
with
no.
that being the
What do you
case,
mean? What
wouldn't
do
it
you mean
make
by
sense to
what do you
put
mean by 10 poorest
wouldn't it
countries?
make
How do you value it? How do you value it?
the way
By
the
what?
rest of the world values it?
By what?
Now,
What do
in
you value?
terms in
In terms of
terms
what?
you know what poor is, don't pretend.
Now, what
Now,
is? Give me the
in
standard. Give
terms
me the
of
standard.
in
Give me a
terms
standard.
of developing the country, you already said these people are smart, they're intelligent, they're
Yeah,
skilled, they're
yeah.
well
But because
organized.
they are
Wouldn't it
minority,
make sense? It
uh,
does, that doesn't matter. Would it make sense for them to run the country?
not because it's the democratic system. First of all, first of all, all the other tribes are equally educated. When they were sending the other tribes to, they all to send other tribes out of the country too to get educated, just like they did. So it's not they don't have a monopoly on education. That's one. Two, it's a democratic system. So a majority carries the vote. So they ally with us. They're part of the region where they are. It's called the west of the country, right? So the north and the west of the country, there's a political party called the All People's Congress, which is much Timney and a lot of other small tribes, including the Creoles. We formed that region. Then the Mendes, which are our rivals, they took over the central part, the east, and the south. So you got to go by population. When you're doing a democratic thing, you got to go by population. But that area is well because the British spent a lot of money building that city up. Now, when you're talking about poor standards, if you're talking about coming back to you say 10 poorest countries, if you're talking about purchasing power parity, yes, they don't have that much $700 or $800. Okay, if you're talking about um, assets, the value of assets. You see what when I say value of assets on the seas, on the under the ground, when they do a study of how many, Sierra Leone has 64 natural resources. We top 10 in diamonds. We're number 3 in bauxite. We're number 2 in the world in rutile. You see what I'm trying to say? And we got 64 other minerals. Now it's under there. It gotta be harnessed to when you the profit proceeds off of it. You gotta channel it to benefit the people. But if you're talking about the land value, the what sits underneath the land, on top of the land, and the sea, the value of it. Like when you have a house, you value the land and the house sitting on it. You see what I'm trying to say?
That's how you
Yeah,
put
but
a
brother,
system of
brother,
value.
is this one of those situations in which Africa got all the resources but don't know how to use the shit? They can't build anything with the shit, and that
Now,
turns into the
it's one of
resources are
those bad.
useless at that point,
Now,
other than just selling it.
it's bad administration. It's a bad administration. When you have a good administration that can channel all the proceeds off of those natural resources and channel it back to the people or the welfare of the people, then you see what I'm saying? The people will benefit. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not you gotta look at the land value of which the country sit on and the potential of having an administration that can work on it and bring in the value. Look at all these other places, like all these Arab.
I agree with what you're saying. I have a question though. Your tribe is the biggest one in Sierra Leone, right?
My tribe, the Timni tribe.
And you guys would be the one that run the country, right?
Well, no, we and the rival tribe. There's another rival tribe called the Mende tribe
Why do you refer to them as the rival tribe?
because
Is it,
we are the biggest tribes.
and they're the
We make
second biggest? Okay.
we make 60%
Okay.
Yeah,
of the population. So all the minority tribes are allied with them, like the tribes, the tribes in the south and the tribes in the east of the country are allied with the Mendes. The tribes in the west and the tribes in the north are allied with us, the Timnis. You see what I'm trying to say? So it's a winner lose winner. Well, I mean, it's a democratic election. Somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose.
yeah, but if you're 6 million of the 8 million in the country, how the hell are they going to win an election?
Why we're not? No, we're not 6 million. I say we're 6 million. My bad. We're not 6 million. We're like it's 65% of the population between Mendes and Timnis. That'll make us maybe 3 million. And then like
Okay, now it
yeah,
makes sense. All right.
between us and them is 6 million. I think it's between us and them is 6 million. But we got a slight more people than they do, and so that make us the biggest tribe by a hair. You know, not by much, but you know. So it's two different blocks, two different blocks. So that's how it is. Yeah, but that's what it is. That's management. That's all it is out there. Management. You get top notch management over there that can harness, process. You see, Africa's problem is they take raw materials and take it to Europe or America or wherever. They process it into
And
finished
then
products, and then they sell it back to Africa.
right,
So
right.
that's the supply chain. Once we can get up on the value chain and not only extract, but we process and we
Mm-hmm.
sell to the end customer. You know, when we get there, you know, then we can reap more of the benefits. Because that's the thing, the land is sitting out of land value. It's just management. Just management. If you have the right management in place, man, you can harness all that, man, leverage all that. You know, look, most of these other countries, they got a sovereign fund. We had to come up with our own sovereign fund for our own kingdom. You know, even the president was laughing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys got a sovereign. See, I say, yeah, we got a sovereign fund for our kingdom. Because what we do, we got small businesses like the farm where we are. Some of the proceeds we put it to the side towards a sovereign fund. We invest in little other businesses. The process we got, we dump that consistently, just like a 401k. You build it up. And then after a little while, you start ripping off the fund for to benefit your own people. But we're going solo. We're going solo because these people don't, man, I don't have a time to argue with politicians. You know, we just do our own thing. We do our own thing. When we're building ours, when that thing get fat, oh man, you're gonna want to come to our spot, man. Yeah, because we doing that. We work with some people from Singapore and Hong Kong. You got Hong Kong. You have fund managers. You can go over there, pay them a fee, deposit your money,
and tell them, hey, flip it around, move it around from fund to fund, stocks, bonds, wherever you can invest. You get a set, you produce a certain amount of money, a certain amount of proceeds, you get a cut. Your cut is your fee, you know? But we had to do it individually. We had to go think outside the box, you know? Outside the box. But most of these other politicians, it's just management. And that thing, people are stuck with these two sets of people. I'm sorry, my tribe is one of them, but they go back and forth, and nothing good comes out between going back and forth. They're just at each other's throat all the time. So it's a sorry state, man. Politics is not good for Africa, man. People just got to take the bull by their own horn and do your own thing. That's the way we came up with that fresh idea on our own. Even in America, southern states got sovereign funds. Southern cities got sovereign funds. You know, they got the municipal bonds. They want to do have a train, go through their city or whatever, transportation, everything they have a bond for. Schools, they got a bond. You know, money that they can raise, fundraisers, they dump it to a hedge manager, tell them, hedge manager, you know, move that money around to the best investments. You get a certain amount, you get your fee. This thing is simple, man. It's simple. But, you know, the politicians are just there for fat in their pockets. They're there to make sure their pockets are just fat. They don't really care about the people. But we can't get out of this democratic problem of going back and forth. We go back and forth all the time. So that's the situation. Hello? Hello?
I hear. Yeah, I hear. I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
how you feel about the AES Ibrahim Traore and them boy? How you feel about them?
you see, just like I'm telling you, Africa, you know what Africa lacks? It's all black people in general. Wealth management. Wow, wealth
Hmm.
management. Where are the wealth managers? All this is political power, civil rights. If you get money coming in, you get they got all types of, like Niger got uranium. Okay, a lot of countries are going nuclear, having a nuclear reactor, you know, for power. You got power to set the price. If you take some of the proceeds, just like I said, put it in the fund for the people, you know, everything be good. But I mean, I don't have any faith in these guys because we need Africa. That's what we need: wealth managers. Wealth managers. You know, people that can have certain funds dedicated to them and invest the proceeds in the people. You know, I don't believe in all these political leaders. I despise politics. I don't like politics at all. At all. I mean, I tell you that for real. So it's we don't have wealth, but it's just even in Black America, nobody's trying to save money or build wealth, build a portfolio, build,
Right.
something like that.
Right.
You know, nobody. That's what we need, bro. This thing,
Hmm.
this thing, these white people are not better than us. They just take their
I
time,
agree.
invest their money, bro.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's what we
Hey,
need, man.
you said you were born in America, then you
Yeah,
like raised up in
yeah, I
Sierra
was raised.
Leone. Then you
Yep,
were you like when you came back to America? Were you like in the South?
yeah, I was in the South. Yeah, North Carolina.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I was wondering, cause I could tell, I could hear in your accent a little bit.
Yeah, North Carolina, Charlotte, right here. We out here in Charlotte, baby.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm in North
Petey
Carolina too.
Pablo,
I'm in.
Petey Pablo, North Carolina, Carolina.
Yeah, Petey Pablo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we out here in Charlotte, man. Charlotte's popping though. Charlotte's a big city, man. It's growing
Yeah,
fast, man. One of the
man, I
top
never been.
five growing fast. One of the top five big fastest growing cities in the whole country, bro.
Right, right. I never
Yeah.
been to Charlotte, man. I'm in North Carolina too. I'm in Wilson County,
Oh,
but
Wilson County, where Wilson County, where's that at?
That's
Uh,
by
we a
Winston.
little
Oh,
bit.
man, you're driving, you'll miss it. Ain't nothing there. You know,
We're right. It ain't nothing
go through
crazy.
there
It ain't
one
nothing
time,
crazy.
man. It's like you got a black section, but all the everything, the administration, everything, the seat of power is where the white people are. You know, it's like, all right.
Collar,
Is it close to
the
Washington,
city,
North Carolina?
collar. Our mayor's black, sheriff black, everybody.
Everything's in a white area, though. You know what I'm saying? In a white area. So that's what I'm saying. What's a person?
Eh,
I said,
I
oh,
wouldn't say everything is
that's
in
only
the.
recently. Back in the '90s, man, I was like, damn, man. It's like it's
That was
almost
the '90s, collar. We ain't got like I ain't gonna lie, we ain't got much, but
you ain't
like I
got
said,
nothing.
it's mostly.
I've been through there. I had to pay a
So
ticket.
where you live? You live over there, or you somewhere else?
For me, I live in. I was living in Virginia. I was in China. I had to go down to North Carolina, and I got a ticket there. You know, so I had to go
But
pay it.
where? What county?
Wilson. You know, I
Oh,
had to
Wilson
drive through
County. I
In the
don't know.
city of Wilson or Wilson County?
Wilson, the city. You know,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
What you like? Why were
How
you in
come I
Wilson
never
for,
heard of it?
Colin?
Is
I
the
have no
East North
idea. No,
Carolina?
what the hell? I got a ticket on the highway, and whatever it is, the court, the jurisdiction was in the city, so I had to go to that there. The
Oh, okay.
circuit.
It's something like 50,000 people in Wilson.
Yeah, so
Wilson.
that was
What is it close to?
that was
What is it
30
close
years ago,
to?
back in '95.
What is it close to
Oh,
though?
okay.
Is it close to Raleigh?
It's not that
It's
far. It's
about an
only
hour
like
away
an
from
hour from the
Raleigh.
Virginia
Oh
border.
yeah, yeah, okay, that's outside of Raleigh. That's the triangle. Chapel
Ka-
Hill and
ka-
them.
Yeah, it's about an hour away from
Kala,
Raleigh.
Kala, the chicks for those sides from those zones are very, very beautiful chicks over there.
Where
You
Well,
about
know,
what
Raleigh,
about
the eastern
Kidola?
United States. The eastern United States is like the best,
uh,
most beautiful place in the world.
Yeah, yeah, Carolina
I'm talking
chicks,
about
man. I love them.
I'm talking about North Sea, North Carolina.
Oh, North
North
Carolina,
Carolina?
North
North
Carolina, I love
Carolina.
the women over here, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, I do too.
they all look like Africans, very dark skinned.
Not all of them are
That's
dark skin
That's
though.
South Carolina.
They
That's
got
South.
some red over here. You come from South Carolina.
That's South Carolina.
I talk about not too. You know, I talk about the Carolinas. I'm
No,
talking
Yeah,
about
Virginia.
some
No,
chocolate,
Virginia.
but you got
No,
red,
hold on,
you got
to the
brown.
Virginia Creole. Virginia North.
Kidola, you been in North Carolina before?
yep.
Oh, okay, I think it depends on what part of the state you in. Like you start going to the smaller cities and the more rural areas, yeah, you do see more dark skinned people.
Yeah, I like this. The one I was, just a friend. She was pretty beautiful, very, very beautiful. The parents were pretty dark, tall. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I also, the other side, also the south side, also it was also pretty over there too. I do like it. I was confused at first with them and the Sierra Leoneans. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, you know,
That's South Carolina, the Geechee. The Geech.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Geechee, yeah. They eat red
Beaches
rice
is
with the
down
jollof
south, man.
rice.
I come from
I went to
Yeah,
Clifton.
Charleston. Man, I had a girl from Charleston, bruh. Man, we was arguing for a minute, bruh. We went, we had, they had, you know what they had back in the 90s? We had family reunions and stuff like that. They're like summertime. You know, everybody having a cookout, bro. They was inviting us everywhere. We go to Enterprise, we get a rental car, we load up.
Mm.
Man, we goes over there. They got out. They say, "Hey, you want some red rice?" I said, "Man, this is jollof rice." Man, we started arguing, going back and forth. But it was fun though. Yeah,
Right.
jollof rice, red rice for real.
I ain't never had it, man. I
Yeah, you
never
never
had
had
the
red
red rice.
rice?
No,
Man,
sir.
listen, it's the same thing as jollof rice, man. It's just
Right.
tomato on rice, tomato
Uh-huh.
paste on rice, and then they're cooking the same peas, carrots, stew beef, stuff like that. You
Right,
know,
right,
like a pot, like a one pot gumbo, like joint,
right.
man. Then yeah, if you want to stew separate, yeah, you have it, yeah, man. I was saying, man, we was sitting out there talking, man. We talk, man. The girl I was dating, our cousin, man, that dude
Mm-hmm.
stupid, man. He had a farm, man. That dude, man, Jake a fool, man. Man, you been gonna make me call that dude, bro. Hey, we was out there talking, man. We were arguing all the whole time, bro. That bro like to talk.
Mara, let me ask you a question. In the light and everything, you and Ahmed, man, y'all got kingdoms. Y'all gonna be chiefs one day and whatnot. Y'all going back. What's the chance of y'all saying, something, we're gonna change. We're gonna get rid of the chieftaincy, and elect the democratic system and everybody shared it, what's the chance in hell of that happening?
There is a democratic system.
No, I'm talking
And
about
the
get rid of chieftaincy altogether.
no. The chief, you know how the United did it? The chief is the least powerful guy in all the administration. It's just it's a title, but it's for just like
Yeah, but
some chief.
the chief lives better than the average person, though, right?
Yeah, now listen, the chief
Oh,
collect tax. Listen, the chief collect taxes. People in the city don't care about chieftaincy and none of that. They go about their business. You see what I'm saying? It's people in the village that you will say, okay, they live better than the whatever. But people in the city, they open minded. You see what I'm trying to say? So there's no difference because the regional governor and the governor or the head of the council, all those people have more power than the chief. The chief is the least powerful guy. When before the British came, before the Europeans came, the chief was the most powerful guy. So they did a switcheroo. They made the president the most powerful guy and made the chief the least powerful guy. So that way, they could. That's what they did. Like my dad, the school he went to, well, they built that school specifically for kids of chiefs. So they went in there. My dad come out. He's speaking Latin. He's speaking French. He got a PhD. He understand what I'm saying? Like all these European like things. So the British knew what they was doing. They made sure they sent me over, my dad over here, so I'll be born over here and have thinking about over here, not over there. So slowly but surely, they're trying to kill that all African administration. And one day down the road, like it is now, the European administration has more power. That's what it is. That's the way they kill. The chief doesn't have that much power. He just have the power over his own area. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But don't you see the way you turn out now? My guy from Sierra Leone, you have the set aside accent. You think more like somebody from United States.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
so the whole thing, the applause comes through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know.
Like I was telling you, I went with my cousins and them. And they're looking at it, they say this guy would be a potential chief, but he can't even last in the woods in a day. How you gonna run?
not one day.
Bro, I struggle, bro. I struggle with that shit, bro. For real.
You thinking about truck? Tyler, where you from originally? You from Virginia? Where you from?
Oh, man.
Tyler, where you from originally, Tyler?
Kyla put it on mute.
I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
where Tyler
call on
from.
me. Hey,
I
hey,
think he's from
Ola, like,
Statesville. He's from North Carolina. Then he moved to New York. His family moved to New York, I think.
yeah,
But
Yeah,
he still rep North Carolina, but he rep more New York. You know.
right.
Then
Yo, Ola, what part of North Carolina you been to?
I've been
challenge,
all
man,
over. I've been to
with a
Winston.
chick,
I've
No,
been
no, no. I'm
with,
talking to Qdola. I'm
with a
talking to
chick,
Qdola.
Okinawa. Oh my bad.
yeah, with a chick that used to play basketball in female NBA NWA something team at
Uh
that
huh.
time, and that's how I met the former 100 meters world record holder that's been kind of be disgraced, what is her name again?
You talking about
Shit.
Marion?
Mary Jones.
Yeah.
Mary Jones. Then we went to Winston Slam. You know, you
You
know,
went to Winston Salem?
we
Winston
went to
Salem.
Winston Slam. Sorry,
Okay.
my answer might be for Whistle Slime, you know.
Okay. Yeah, Winston
Okay.
Salem. Yeah, they got a
Yeah,
big college over there. They got a bunch of black
yeah,
colleges though.
yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
So
AT&T.
my sister graduated from Winston Salem.
this chick
Okay,
was
Winston
into
Salem
kind of
State.
like she
Hmm.
was into kind of like
Okay.
orthopedics at that time in the hospital over there.
Yeah, I did. I
Oh,
did. I
okay.
went to UNC Charlotte. I did Piedmont, Central Piedmont
Yeah.
for 2 years. Then
Okay.
I went to UNC Charlotte. My
Oh,
sister
okay.
went to UNC Greensboro. Then my other
Yeah,
sister went to
I want to
AT&T.
know is Mary Jane from North Carolina, right?
I'll look it up. I'm not sure.
So I met her because
There
she
got a
was
lot of
close,
historic black colleges over there, like
because she was
AT&T,
close because she was close to
Hmm.
her.
uh,
That's how I
uh,
met. That's how I met
Elizabeth City.
her. That's how I met her face to face.
What's the other college over there?
Uh,
They got Winston. No, you got Elizabeth City,
Yep.
Salisbury.
Elizabeth City.
They got
North Carolina University. That's
not
in
they
Elizabeth.
they used to have by Scotia. By
but the
Scotia,
truth,
they closed it down. They shut it down.
but the truth of the matter is, if you really want to party with the chicks, you have to party with guys from New York. Damn, those chicks can party pretty hard, pretty good, man. You know, I'm telling you the truth. That's just the truth. But the difference is clear. But the other side, more where you guys from, they're more um into blacks. But in period that I'm not into blacks like that. I'm not
Right.
into black. I'm not into black chicks. You know what I mean?
Man, I grew up in the rural area, so I wasn't much into partying. Like I was busy fishing, hunting, and
Oh
other
yeah,
stuff.
nah,
But
that's North Carolina right there, boy. When I came down there from
uh
DC,
huh.
man,
Yeah.
everybody was trying to teach me how to fish, bro. Hey, my first reel, I had my reel. The
Uh
first thing
huh.
I caught was a bass. Then
Oh,
I caught a
okay.
bass. Then I caught a trout.
Uh huh.
Hey, your guys get Petey Pablo?
Huh?
You said what now?
Your guys ever met Petey Pablo?
Petey?
Yeah, Peter
Oh no, I
Pablo,
never
he from
met
out
Petey
there.
Pablo.
Yeah, Peter Pablo from out there.
I ain't never met him, man. But I remember the song. Yeah, my aunt used to play that song all the time. North
Peter
Carolina.
Pablo, Red Caruth. You remember Red Caruth, bro?
Yeah,
Not,
that dude
I
called
don't
the
remember.
chicks. He called the
You
names
remember
in the
Red Caruth,
freestyle.
the football player
He
that
called
killed
all kind of
him?
names at that time. I love his music a lot.
That was hiding in the trunk of a car. They caught him. Oh, you was born. How old is you?
I was born in 2000, so that's
Oh yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
young.
You young. You young.
Yeah.
You young. I'm in my 40s, so you young.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
y'all came up at a
Carolina,
different
man.
time.
Charlotte was the spot, bro. You go to Adams Mark Hotel, Excelsior
Hmm.
Club, bro. I was there when you had Club 2000 popped up. Then the
Hmm.
whole side, like that part of South Boulevard in Charlotte, all strip
Right.
clubs, bro. They had
So
all strip clubs.
Amara, are you married to one black American or what's up? What's going on?
Yeah. I never got a married. Well, I had a black American fiance. I mean, but I'm married to an African woman now. I mean, she didn't want to go to Africa. I come
Right.
from
So
royalty. Y'all come
yeah.
from
So.
royalty. You got to go to Africa, man. Yeah, you got to go to
But not.
Africa. I mean, we're still on good terms. We still
But
speak to
but
this day. But
if you to American culture, that would destroy your life, and that got a pre
no, but we come from royalty. It's the family
that
that
should take
marries.
pre hold of
So
me, man.
you can't bypass that.
My life in the '90s, I do like Black American culture a lot, and I was fully involved with it. You know,
Yeah, no, yeah,
and
I love the women. I like black
I got
women.
a niece. I
I'm
got
not
a
gonna
niece.
lie. I dated more black women than I dated African women, just for the simple fact
I
that
never really did.
and
I did date no black woman. I never really did no black woman, bro.
you never did. I did.
No, no. I got them my friends. That's what I said. The
I
chicks,
did.
the chicks in North Carolina was my friend, but not my girlfriend.
I know.
You know.
I dated them. I dated a lot of them in college, school.